All right, it's breaking news, yet it is not breaking news. Good morning and welcome to the 8:30 a.m. update. It is Friday the 30th, and there have been developments in Northern California fires. So I've been monitoring this a little bit and just waiting and waiting for new information. We finally just got it, so I decided to go live. So last night there were thunderstorms that came in, and lightning did strike the general area of Northern California, especially around Plumas County. The Dixie fire firefighting efforts were impacted, and so far we're still waiting for official word on what happened, but I do have unofficial word from a volunteer firefighter who is located in, I believe, Taylorsville. I'm going to show you his Facebook video that he uploaded last night. But first I want to give you the actual, straight from the horse's mouth official information. So just about a little bit ago, Plumas County Sheriff's Office said there's an update for the Evans fire. And the Evans fire was struck by lightning, or caused by lightning. And it is north of Indian Valley, up just past the Kitty Ridge. I'm zooming in here at Cooks Creek area off of Diamond Mountain Road. So I can tell you this is nightmarish terrain to work with, extremely steep. At least there's a road here present, or at least a trail when I zoomed in on CalTopo. So that's a blessing, I guess, but it is part of the nightmarish scenario that we could have new starts start outside of the fire area. They desperately wanted to keep the fire contained and out of Indian Valley, and this new lightning strike from last night just pushed it very far to the northeast. So it's almost on the border with Lassen National Forest and Plumas National Forest, but at least they're on it right now. So it was throughout the night burning pretty slowly and lazily. It was about 10 acres in size when they arrived, as far as I could tell from the previous tweets and such. And currently, just a little bit ago, we got an update from Plumas County Sheriff's Office saying that the fire is now at 45 acres. Crews have built line and tied the head of the fire into the Dixie fire. Honestly, I don't know what that sentence is. The crews have built line and tied the head of the fire into the Dixie fire. I just asked for clarification because it seems so separate. I don't know what that means. However, we can understand this much. Resources on the scene consist of 19 engines, 3 crews, 3 dozers, 3 water tenders, 2 crews. I guess that's additional because he already said there were 3 crews. 130 total personnel, with Incident Command Tom Grabs in command. Incident Commander, Tom Grabs in command. Additional resources are incoming, and air resources will be available if needed and able to fly. So we'll check on that in a moment. We'll see if any aircraft have arrived. If you're just joining us, welcome, good morning. There are new developments. A couple of fires were started last night by lightning. So it was around 9 p.m.-ish or so and after the community updates that they rolled in, and they had some difficulty. Thankfully, most of them were immediately investigated and or extinguished, but the Evans fire has taken hold, which is northeast of Greenville, over the other side of Kitty Ridge, up in a narrow, sparsely inhabited extremely steep canyon by Cooks Creek. So that if that gets out of control, that will be a nightmare. But they are on it. They're throwing everything they can at it right now, and hopefully they will be able to get more of a handle on it before the new thunderstorms come out later today. So by 11 in the morning, there's a possibility of new thunderstorms showing up. It's going to be hot, muggy, dry, and thundery today in Indian Valley and generally the Plumas County area. The other fire I want to tell you that has just started, that I want to tell you about, is not related to Plumas County, but it's called the McFarland fire, and we can even see that burning right now on camera. This is my time lapse of it. This is across the valley over in the burn scar of last year's August complex fire. So we're talking by the Coast Range, you know, over by the Shasta Trinity County border. And since I have something to show you, I just wanted to play that right now. This is the 12-hour time lapse, and you can see that it began burning pretty intensely on the other side of this ridge. Half of that is heat, but you can see that the smoke column was going horizontal instead of vertical, which means the winds were pretty intense. So in general, these thunderstorms, the behavior was moving from east to west yesterday, and that's what we can expect today. Is when they develop, they're going to come out of the east, they're going to go to the west. And we just saw the wind shift here on the camera during the night. But we're in for a bumpy ride today, so everybody should be on the alert. New fires could be started by lightning today. So hopefully they've used their time wisely the last few days. I believe they had to get as much containment as they could on the Dixie and finish the construction of their lines. They had a good, optimistic but cautious community meeting this morning, not community, excuse me, operations briefing this morning. I watched that. I will play part of that so you guys can see, especially info about the weather. But I did want to let you guys know just off the bat that there are 2 new fires of significance, one of which is just northeast of the Dixie fire called the Evans fire, currently at 45 acres as of, well, 1 hour ago's update. And there is also that new McFarland fire over across the valley. I'm going to try to scroll over to it now. If you know the Anderson area, like in between Anderson and Red Bluff, but due west as the mountains begin, that's where the McFarland fire is. That's what the video that I just showed. So nightmarish terrain for both of these to be working with. We can only pray right now that that's not going to be something major. With the new thunderstorms coming back in, it's forecast to just arrive several hours from now and roll throughout the evening and into tonight and into tomorrow. Anything goes. They had that lovely window of opportunity to really try to do as much as they could before this new unstable weather came, and they did report a lot of success, but it's not over. What I was going to say, if I was able to go live yesterday, which I wasn't, was we did turn a page. As far as it's a new chapter in fighting this fire, they did make a huge amount of progress. Most of the communities are looking really good for trying to save them. But in general, the fire has great potential to spread today. Hot spots and new fires started by lightning are a big potential for today. Today's operational briefing in the morning was about don't be complacent, forget the moisture that we had and the calm that we had. It's about to change. It's going to be a lot more unpredictable, a lot hotter, and it's break time is over, so to speak. Not that they were on break, but you get the idea. So that's the information that I have. Go ahead and put any questions and comments in the chat. I'll answer any questions you have. I'm still covering Bootleg and Tamarack fires and others, but I wanted to let you guys know that that's the latest that we have on these incidences, and I shall be refreshing and interrupting whatever I'm doing as soon as we get new information on the new fires. So I'm going to start out with what information do we have in general, such as acreage, outlook, forecasts, etc. I'm going to start with the Dixie fire. So if you don't have much time today, here's our quick summary. Updated today at 6:43 in the morning is information on the Dixie fire. There's now more than 6,000 personnel on it. 6,079 people are working on the Dixie fire. The perimeter of it exceeds 80 miles. and the total size of the fire is just gone beyond 240,000 acres to 240 and 595,000 acres. The percentage of the perimeter of that 80 miles that is contained is 24%. So just as the commander says, you will see those numbers jump up, but they're not going to increase them until they know they have more black line, which means solid and holding lines around the fire. Many of those right now are nearing the completion stages, especially on the north end, the west end, and the end by Bucks Lake, and over by Taylorsville, but they're not complete. So we can't rest easy yet. So the fuels involved now are timber, the grass, the litter, understory, and the significant events with the Dixie fire are that it was active last night. That is much better than hearing a word like extreme. So it is active, there are uphill runs, there's backing and flanking, and isolated thunderstorms cause the fire activity to increase with downdrafts and erratic winds. So we're going to hear in just a moment from the volunteer firefighter who has constantly updated the public. I just became aware of him on his on his Facebook page. But first I want to do the quick summary. But he has a lot to explain about that, how they responded to about 5 different lightning strike fires during the night. So one of which is 45 acres now, which is on the screen here, the Evans fire. The others don't seem to be a factor. So the outlook for the Dixie fire. They're going to construct direct and indirect lines to secure the perimeter. They'll construct contingency lines in both the east and west zones. They'll provide structure defense for Paxton, Greenville, Jonesville, Crescent Mills, Taylorsville, Canyon Dam, Butte Meadows, Bucks Lake, Meadow Valleys, and the greater Eleanor area in general. On the east zone, they're going to perhaps do multiple firing operations, just if the weather allows. Like we said, there will be some instability today, so I don't know how much they'll do. They're going to continue tactical patrol in the communities impacted by the fire, and projected incident activity. Fire behavior is expected to increase due to drying conditions. Fire continues to move towards control lines, burning unburned interior islands and the ridges. Those are the flare-ups we saw last night on the camera, and I'm going to show you guys the cameras in a little bit. Most expected growth will be on the west towards Butte Meadows, and you can see how red and nasty that is over there with new activity. On the east zone, expected areas to grow are Division Quebec towards Emigrant Road and Division X-Ray within the Bucks Wilderness area. So they did have a bit of growth. They said that on the operational briefing this morning, but it's still looking pretty good. So let's see here. The weather forecast and weather concerns. On the east zone of the Dixie fire, observed were patchy dense smoke which continued early this afternoon across the east zone. Afternoon humidity levels were beginning to drop in the lower 30% range, with temperatures climbing in the upper 80s and low 90s. And this was remarking about yesterday afternoon. Terrain-driven winds were beginning to intensify due to the less shading and the increased sunshine. So when the winds blew away the smoke, the sun was able to heat up things and increase the fire's activity. So it's a mixed blessing. When you have clearer skies, the fire begins to flame back up again. Remember, smoke is like a lid on a fire, like a lid on a pot. So the forecast. Hot, dry, and breezy conditions will continue this afternoon, with humidity values falling down into the mid-teens to near 20%. This is pretty bad. Not single digit at least, but pretty bad. Patches of smoke and haze will likely persist in some of the drainage basin and valleys. Highs will remain largely in the mid to upper 90s. There is a 20% chance for isolated showers across certain branches and areas. The lightning risk is low. The main concern will be gusty outflow winds. We can only pray that is so. For tonight, dense smoke and haze will resettle back into the drainage basins, resulting in poor visibilities, meaning the valleys like Quincy and such. Overnight low temperatures are not expected to be quite as low in the valleys and drainages, but it will likely remain chilly with temperatures in the 50s in spots. Overnight humidity values will range as great as 50%, even at the higher elevations, and spots to above 70% in the drainage bottoms. That was for the east zone. For the west zone, strong upward level ridging will bring warm and dry conditions to the area through Friday, with well above normal temperatures and worsening overnight relative humidity recoveries along the slopes and the ridges. So there's not as much humidity action going on the west side. And if that seems weird because it looks small on the map, this is not a small region on the map. This going from one side to the other is hours of a drive. Several to many hours of a drive. This perimeter is more than 80 miles. So the isolated thunderstorms on Thursday should stay well east of the fire area. Man, how old is this forecast? Okay, I'm skipping that. It looks like they didn't upgrade the forecast there on the actual InstaWeb. So I'm going to go straight to Greenville, California's NOAA weather forecast, because I was just reading you guys InstaWeb right there. So today, July, going to have a high of 90, a 20% chance of showers and thunderstorms after 11, widespread haze, areas of smoke, partly sunny with a high, like I said, near 90. Northeast winds, 5 to 8 miles an hour, becoming south in the afternoon. But we know that there can be a lot more in the way of wind gusts, because as soon as the thunderstorms roll in, they're going to meet a fire. And so normal weather prediction is something that's quite different when you have a major fire with volcanic clouds involved. So there's instability. There's a big question mark, a big unknown. What will the thunderstorms do when they reach the fire column? So last night we had some pyrocumulus clouds develop, and they're expecting some more of that today. So tonight, this is the forecast for Greenville. Going to be about 62, a 20% chance of showers and thunderstorms before 11 p.m., widespread haze before 11 p.m., areas of smoke before 11 p.m. Mostly cloudy with a low around 62, southwest winds 5 to 7 miles per hour, becoming light and variable after midnight. Now on Saturday, we're going to see a slightly lower temperature, a forecast high of 86, but a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms after 11. Now, I would like you guys to listen to the actual weather lady. She's pretty awesome. And here's a clip from this morning's 7 a.m. Meeting that they had. This is not a community meeting. This is CAL FIRE just talking to the other commanders. And this is to their troopers, so to speak. So the public can watch, but this isn't meant for the public. But here was what they had to say about the weather this morning at 7.
Good morning, Julia Ruthford with Fire Weather. So we're looking at another hot day, dry conditions, and very unstable conditions in the afternoon. So conditions, what was out there yesterday as far as the instability, it's actually going to be ramping up a notch and a little more moisture coming in. So we've got potential for large column growth over any of the smoke columns, and then also we're bringing in the threat of scattered afternoon and evening thunderstorms, and probably more coverage than what we saw yesterday on that. So starting out the day, we're looking for temperatures increasing into the right around 100 at the lower elevations and mid-80s up high, so continued quite hot. Relative humidities will drop down into the mid-teens, and then our wind pattern is going to be pretty light general winds, but we're just going to see the normal diurnal pattern of the southwest winds, branch 1 and 5, kind of more of a west to northwest component as you get further north around there. Gusts will generally be on the windier spots up into 15 miles an hour range, but a lot of areas are going to stay pretty light, especially and be calm prior to that inversion lifting. We do have a little bit of the northeast drainage wind going on right now. We'll see that ending about 1000, a little bit of a break, and then the afternoon winds coming in. As far as the thunderstorm potential, there's already some instability in clouds you can see moving through right now. It's unlikely we'll see anything out of that in the morning, but not completely out of the realm of possibility. The more likely time we'll see those thunderstorms start forming is going to be in the 1400 range. That's also when you'll start seeing the potential for the large column growth again and rapid column growth. And then we'll see those storms continuing through the evening hours. Generally, they're going to have a southerly, south to north storm motion. So you'll see them forming first on the east, tracking north. Most likely we'll see it on the east side of the fire. We'll need to watch the outflow winds again crossing from west to east or east to west. The problem with the outflow winds is when they hit the terrain, you can get individual storms forming extremely quickly without a lot of lead time. If they're the storms that are tracking in from the south, I can give you a bit more heads up on them coming. But I really want you to be heads up on the ones, the outflow triggers, because those can go from nothing to there in just a couple instants. Hazards out of those: outflow winds, cloud to ground lightning, and potential for locally heavy rain. Have a safe shift.
So there you have it from the horse's mouth. It's a little bit different than the official forecast, because I hear that she was able to put a weather balloon, or a comrade of hers was able to put a weather balloon somewhat near Moccasin or Seneca, some area like that. And they figured out that the local area was a little bit different than the general area, and that explains some of the instability. But I'll let the volunteer firefighter explain that. He was the one that I got the information from. I'm going to get to his video in a second, but just for the people who have just tuned in, I wanted to explain the Evans fire. We've got satellite, here on Cal Topo. It's in Indian Valley, up on the extreme northeast of it. It's on the other side of oh shoot, what ridge is that? And I just closed it. Whoopsie. Bear with me. Here we go. It is, on the other side of Katy Ridge. So, right here. This shows it pretty well. Last we heard from Plumas County Sheriff's Office, it started from lightning last night, around 9 p.m., was 10 acres in no time. They've got a lot of people on it right now, but it's around 42 acres in size. It looks like, thankfully, there's at least some sort of a trail, if not a small road. But that is a nightmare scenario if that were to get out of hand, because it is quite far away from the actual Dixie fire, and we don't want to see any of this burn up here. This is some of the most rugged, inaccessible terrain, even more inaccessible than what they're already working with over here. At least this general area has human habitation that is significant, at least. This is the mostly abandoned mining area. Lassen and Plumas National Forest never had too much inhabitation, except back in the gold rush, really. So the roads here are not maintained. They may not even exist anymore that are still on maps. We have extreme elevation here too. It's around 3,000 feet in Indian Valley, and just at the top of these ridges, it's like more than 6,000, with Moonlight Peak being 8,000. So how the heck they're supposed to respond quickly to this area is, they're fortunate that it was at least by this main road. But should it go over these ridges, over the Moonlight Valley and such, that would be one heck of a nightmare. So the situation is tense. Hopefully they can get a handle on it and quickly. And before I return to that and show you the answer a few questions in chat, I did want to mention that there's a new fire, and we can watch this new one as time goes by here on the camera. We have eyes on the new one over at the Shasta Trinity border. This is west of basically Cottonwood, across the valley in the Coast Range. So this is the time lapse of what happened over the last 12 hours. And you can see lightning after it hit the Plumas area. The storms presumably went over to the Coast Range and struck another one here in the burn scar of the August complex from last year. Yeah, the giant August complex of last year, meaning California's biggest wildfire ever. So this is also nightmarish rugged terrain too. I don't have as much information on the Evans fire as I do, here at the McFarland fire as I do the Evans. So if anybody in chat does have that information, that would be wonderful. Mike Smith says, look at the screen on the map that I was just on. Okay. Yeah, I just want to quickly run through the end of this animation. That's what it looks like currently over there. And so hopefully those crews will do well. I do know that you can click on, oh, stop animating, please, stop. I do know you can click on the, click on them and get info. Is that what you were going to say, Mike? Why is there a big purple arrow pointing north saying the winds are 81 miles an hour? What? I didn't catch that. Big purple arrow? These are camera angles. It's probably 81 degrees as far as the compass goes. I don't see 80 miles an hour wind anywhere. That it's probably just the direction the cameras are facing. So returning back to the map, and I'll get back to the questions here. Yeah, it says satellite hotspot, McFarland fire, hotspot detected 6 hours ago. Well, actually it started last night. I mean, that was a 12-hour time lapse. So this is general information about the satellites and what hotspots mean. It just means a heat detection from space, blah, blah, blah. If that's what you meant on the screen with the map. Tim, hey, welcome, Tim. No aircraft on it yet. Thank you. I'll pull up the aircraft map in a bit. I need to go back up to chat. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't see you guys' comment. Big MT Brain says approximately how many structures have been affected by this particular fire, and for all the current ones, so sad for the homeowners. Yeah, they've had more than 37 losses, I believe, at Dixie Fire. As of 9 a.m., which is in 2 minutes from now, there should be a new update to the structure loss map. So that's a good question. Let me go back to InstaWeb and see. But like I said, InstaWeb might even be updated tonight. The actual structure loss map might be the better way to find out. So let me go back to what I was reading on InstaWeb. The general statistics are at the top. If you just tuned in, question and answer time right now in chat. We've got new fires that were caused by lightning last night. Most significant ones are the Evans fire, northeast of Greenville, in nightmarish terrain. 45 acres so far. It has grown from the 10 acres it started out with overnight. We've got new thunderstorms rolling in. That is of great concern to me personally, and it's a big wild card question mark. What are they going to be able to accomplish today, and what's going to happen? There's a low possibility, but a possibility of new lightning starting just a few hours from now, but more likely after 1 p.m. So they were being warned, the crews were being warned about cloud-to-ground lightning and to stay sharp. So we continue to monitor that situation. We don't have a cam on the Evans fire. None of them were really facing that direction. I will check to verify that, but we do have a cam on the McFarland. So going back to the Dixie fire information, let's look at the quick structures lost statistics, because that was a question in chat. Like I said, put any question you guys have in chat, and I will try to get to it. Let me refresh the page. It seems to be updating right now, and that would be great if we had a current update. So information, here we go, information tab. Overview, incident, okay, outlook, weather. That's what I just read about the Dixie. Let's look at these structures. We may have to go to CAL FIRE for that information. I don't see it. I'm going to type in the word structure. Yeah, we'll need to go to CAL FIRE, so bear with me 1 second. CAL FIRE Dixie Fire. I don't think it says 80 mile an hour winds anywhere. I think that was something about the camera angle. I don't know where you saw that. I don't believe that's possible this time of year. That would be Santa Ana stuff. I nowhere have I heard anything about that. These angles, these triangles, they show you where the camera is pointing right now. So when you click on them, you see this red sort of like a beam, like this is the current camera. It just shows you where it's at. And so when you look down here in the small text, it says, words like 80 and such, and that's degrees on the compass. It's just telling you where it's pointing. So, okay, going to the Dixie fire. Let's look at you still have a 23 to 24% containment on the Dixie fire. It'll be very, very challenging for them today. They just don't know what these thunderstorms are going to do. We're going to see most activity on the west side. I will play the entirety of the operations briefing. Yeah, we have 64 structures destroyed. So I'm going to show you guys what I'm looking at. This is 64 structures destroyed, residential, commercial, and others, with 8 structures damaged. But that's probably yesterday's information. Any moment now, the structure loss map probably will update and show new ones. I try not to cover that live because I want to give people the opportunity to find out from somebody other than a YouTuber that they've lost their home or building. I try to stay sensitive. I'm not a news reporter. I'm not here to shock people or make them feel bad. So it's just calm information. So this is the cam we have, and I'm going to refresh on the McFarland fire. And I will go back and check. This is Butte Lake and what the current is right now. If we refresh, it's going to be smoky and hot today. Most of the smoke, I'll show you windy in a second, is returning up into the mountains. So this is the 12-hour time lapse of the Butte Lake camera. And it doesn't really show the fire because it's, for some reason, pointing parallel to Lake Alvin or towards Chester, but I want to show you the smoke and general stuff in the area. And as that plays, I'm going to go back and refresh and look for the next question that people have. So scrolling back up, Mike Smith says Smith's Peak has a hot spot right now. It was hit by lightning around 5:30 in the morning. Okay, let's go ahead and look at that as soon as that animation plays. Sister Golden Hair, welcome. Sierra Pacific Lumber is to harvest the burned timber. Red Emerson, richer than Bill Gates, really? I don't know who that is. But that's going to be critical to preventing fire next year. A lot of the fire this year is burning standing dead trees. I do have a clip of that on YouTube. Showing how the green trees were alive and resisting fire. A dead one started to burn, and as it fell apart, it shattered and just splashed the entire area of the forest with burning debris, and that lit the other trees on fire. It's really sad to watch. So I can show that a little bit later. But what I wanted to go back and do was first show you this awesome guy's the local volunteer firefighter. He is really cool, and his name's Daniel Kearns, and he has a video here. I've got it in the right spot to talk about what happened last night with some of these lightning strike fires, and he's boots on the ground. I don't know if he's on a crew right now or not, but he's a volunteer firefighter. I don't know anything else about him, but Plumas News says he's become a local cult hero, and I'm glad that we have somebody local who is a firefighter who can speak authoritatively on the subject. So here is his video starting at 6 minutes and 32 seconds. He has the intro was more resources for the community and just more of a personal community message. But if you can find him on Facebook, that would be awesome. Daniel Kearns, I believe he's in the description of my video. Let's watch him describe what happened last night.
Not have a whole lot of intel from the Round Valley side. I was not able to make it out there due to that wind event that we had. What I can say is they got so Taylorsville, Crescent Mills, Greenville fire front here. All right, we had, when the winds came in today with the thunderstorms, we had a very hard east to west blowing wind, generally east to west blowing wind, and they had been lighting this backfire that I've been talking about off of Immigrant Road, starting at the top, and they were very close to being down to the pavement when the winds picked up and blew the fire to the west across Mount Huff. I can say we had some spot fires that got below the dozer line back behind the Pew and Ralston residences here. There's crews on there. They're handled. I spoke with Jared. Things were looking. They were getting it under control. There were fire crews in there, several of them helping out. And
now, if people can't see the map, it's pretty small. I'm just going to describe where he's pointing. That's basically by Crescent Mills.
And some other people in there helping out, and we really appreciate that help, and really thank God that that didn't turn out worse. What else do we have here? I did not get to make it up to Round Valley or anywhere here. I have not heard. There's been no chatter or anything about lines being crossed out here that I have heard. Right. So as far as I know, this is all still holding. I'm not sure about the spread rates. I do want to acknowledge some of you have seen camera footage or pictures of Mount Huff, and I understand that it's disturbing. Right. There's a lot of fire all over the mountain. Please understand that except for the spots that are contained and are being dealt with and are under control that got past the dozer line over here, please understand that we've expected fire in this area the whole time. All right. And I don't like to see it in there. I don't like to see the mountain burning either, but this is what we expected. This is what we planned for. It's my understanding that we can expect more weather tomorrow in the afternoon.
This was recorded 9 hours ago.
So we all just need to be ready for that. And please, if you have any good intentions, thoughts, prayers, anything that might help keep the wind down for us tomorrow, that'd be greatly appreciated. Getting into now. I'm going to get into some of the spot fires. Unfortunately, I bet a lot of the intel that you guys are getting off the Forest Service website is pretty much the same intelligence that I have on that. I have the only one that I've been able to see is the Evans incident, which I'll get to in a moment. But there was a spot up by Round Valley. It's been determined that is within the boundaries of the Dixie fire. There was the snake incident up by Moonlight Valley that has been confirmed out. There's a Kessler incident that has been confirmed out. The Smith strike up, I believe, just south of where are we at here, just north of Smith Peak. That was 40 by 40 when they got to it. And there's crews currently engaged in putting that out. I will try to get updates on these for you guys tomorrow. The Humbug strike, it was contained and controlled. That was out on Humbug Road. And there's the Penniman. Nothing was found. They went out to search the Penniman incident, and nothing was found up there, but the crews are going to return in the morning to just double check and make sure that everything's good up there. The Evans, man, I'll go back over here. Again, you guys probably have better intelligence than I do. I did not bother to, I didn't have time to locate it and draw it into this map. It is back in here behind the Buffalo Ranch. It is going up the slope on the northeasterly side. Back in there behind the Buffalo Ranch. Tomorrow I will hopefully have more updates for you guys on these things. Last I heard, the Evans fire was 10 to 15 acres.
We now know it's 45. The Plumas County Sheriff's Office let us know it's now 45 acres, and they've got a lot of people on it right now.
Crews were working at anchoring. Anchoring is when they get in this case, they get into the bottom and start to create line. They get a good strong point. They start to get line and hose lay around there. They were having a tough time getting in there. It's really brushy, really steep. They were making progress, and in fact, they did get in there. I just heard over the radio right before I started this that the crews were actively beginning to engage that fire. There are anywhere from several to possibly 10 crews out there. I will try to confirm all this tomorrow, but there are crews out there on it. There's also at least 4 dozers that are out there. So
yeah, we just got confirmation that there's 19 engines out there and at least 5 crews.
They're really trying to get a handle on this thing and not let it get too big. That's all. I think that's it. Well, I do just want to circle back to people in the valley, people coming into the valley, and
Okay, he had a personal message for people that were trying to show up and help, and it was like, please don't, just let the pros handle it, in a nutshell. So that is what we have. That was his midnight update. He was a little tired, we could tell, but man, I'm so grateful that there's somebody, boots on the ground that can give us a straight dope like that. I keep refreshing Plumas County Sheriff's Office for information on the Evans fire, but currently what we know is that it's 45 acres or so, and just like you said, it's nightmarish terrain. I'm not even sure that is a road. When I look at it on CalTopo, it says trail. So it could be that they're walking up the steep slope back and forth, back and forth. That is a climb of around 2,000 feet at least. Maybe 2,500 feet from down here where the road starts, all the way up this. That is one heck of a horrible, nightmarish terrain. That's all I gotta say. So who knows? They have water tenders, but who knows where their nearest source of water is? Maybe that creek down there, maybe a spring. But it's not like they can just hook up to a hydrant. So we'll continue to monitor that situation on the Evans fire. That I would say is the number one concerning thing right now. The other one is this hot spot right here. I have not gotten confirmation about what the heck this is. We just know, and CalTopo knows right now. Like there's the Evans fire there. But over here, it's in between Caribou and going to Highway 70, the Feather River Canyon. This may have just been a flare-up activity because of the thunderstorm activity last night. So I have something special. I have an actual command map, briefing map, excuse me. And this tells us what they're working on. So we can zoom into the location. This was from yesterday, I believe. Yeah, this is yesterday's briefing map. And R here is where they're using a road as a line. And this light gray is where they're building lines. The black, crosshatch is where their lines are pretty much being completed. But they haven't stopped the fire yet. Once they build the line, which is basically a big road, like a big strip of, dirt, they will still need to secure it by felling trees that are leaning the wrong way, that are dangerous or sappy or dead. Because if the fire comes up to the line, the tree can fall on the other side of the line and spread it to the other side. So they'll work on that. They'll shred a bunch of the bushes, like masticate it, whatever they can do. And they may burn off a strip. Firing is burning of a strip near the lines so that the fire stops further away from it instead of like the potential for the wind to blow it across, right? So we can see that they are trying to make a tie here. They're trying to work in that region, but I don't know, if this is just a fire spreading within that area or not. That's pretty much a blank. On the operational briefing this morning, they didn't hardly mention anything. In fact, the Evans fire was not even mentioned, which I just scratched my head at, like, what? What? And I guess the briefing was for the crews on this area. Maybe it doesn't affect them that much. I think they may have just sent their extra people over here, so maybe that's why it wasn't in the briefing. But they said that the biggest challenge is going to be as the thunderstorms move in, starting around 1 p.m. to 2, they could be getting dry lightning. They could be getting some rain, but wind instability, it'll shift different directions. The storms will move from east to west just like last night. They could have new spotting. They will have the pyrocumulus cloud again today, probably. That can throw embers in random directions, and they have wind to deal with. So they said stay sharp, everybody. There's just a big question mark on what today will do. So over here, they expect the activity to be on the western side the most, because that's the way the wind's going to generally blow. In fact, if we put the wind button on right now, not the avalanche button, but the wind button, you can kind of see that it is blowing from northeast to the southwest right now. So, prayers for all that situation over there on the west. Now, I can show you the rest of the operational briefing that happened today at 7, but I want to go back and do some question and answer time. And I want to show you guys what you can expect for the smoke. That's the quickest thing to do, so I'll just click on that real quick. So if you go to windy, you can see the same thing that I'm looking at. You can click for air pollution, the aerosol button, and the ozone layer, but not the ozone layer button. It's supposed to be a O2 button. Yeah, because the ozone layer is the one at the top of the sky. But there's a different O2 pollution button, which is escaping me. But this one's nitrous oxide, and you can see that's part of wildfire pollution. It's also part of city pollution. But you can see how intense it is. This is from the wildfire, this orange stuff. So it was in the valley, but these winds are going to be pushing the smoke back up into the Plumas, Quincy, type areas, and it's going to settle into the valleys and the lower drainages. We can also click on the aerosols. That's looking a little bit better because the wind's blowing it away. Poor Oregon's going to get it, but then look at the parts per million, like the smoke particles. This is just a big unhealthy mess over in the general Plumas County area. So that's what you can expect for smoke. Unstable means unstable, so we don't know when or if it'll blow off in the lower areas, or if the winds will be fierce or not even much of a factor. It's a big question mark. So looking back at the chat, why are the hot spots in such perfect grids? I don't know what you mean by that, Mike Smith. Smith's Peak, let's look at that. That started last night. That was a lightning strike. And Smith Peak, California, that'll take us there. Are we in the right spot? I don't think that we are. I think we got taken. Yeah, we're over in Yosemite or something. Maybe it's called Smith's Peak. Are we talking about the Dixie Fire area? Because it could be. Let's go to. I don't see anything, and that keeps taking us to Yosemite. And I don't remember there being a Smith's Peak by the Dixie Fire. But then again, I'm not geographically knowledgeable so much as I am knowledgeable about being in the area. It's not like I was, learning the peak names. But looking back at chat, yes, this is Smith Peak. Can you tell me the general location of it? Because when I look at the GOES satellite, we've got our predicted, this is very, very fresh information, less than an hour old. Red is less than 15 minutes ago that there's new heat detections here on the west side of the fire. This is the, let's see if I can get a geographical name for this. Let me turn down shaded relief. Click that off for a second. That hot spot is down by Snag Lake or Snag Lake. I don't know how to honestly pronounce that. Coon Hollow area. That is where they were expecting to fight the fire. And you know what? I think I am just going to play that video. It's not that long, the Dixie Fire operation briefing for this morning, because they're going to explain this stuff better than I can. I just have, summary info. Now,
we'll get started with today's.
Hang on a second. Yep. unless anybody has another question, let's watch the rest of this video. This is going to be 15 minutes long, something like that. So, improperly labeled loser, that's an interesting name. And chat says, I'm in Yuba City. Looking east, it's gray. South, it's clear. Well, hey, how's Yuba City going? I hear the Mongolian Grill opened back up. That's where I want to go next time in Yuba City. Say hi to the owners for me. Yeah, Yuba City will get more clear today as the valley clears out. The smoke's going to go back up into the hills. So let's watch the operations briefing. This was 7 a.m. this morning, which is about 2.5 hours ago.
Operational briefing for the Dixie incident for July 3rd. Do me a favor, please silence all electronics, turn down your radios, keep all side conversations outside the briefing area so everybody gets a good briefing. My name is Chris Greer, the Plant Section Chief. Just a quick note, if you're not on the IEP, please check the demob list and show up at your demob time. We'll get started with the incident situation.
Now remember, these are firefighters talking to their people. This isn't really meant for the public. The public can see it, but they're just telling their own crews what to expect this morning.
Situation update.
Good morning, Tony Brownell, Incident Management Team 1, 9 operations. Pretty good night last night. Division Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie made good progress on mop-up. They're still pushing in a couple hundred feet, closer to 5. Division in Branch 7 and 5, they made great progress on that burning operation in Jonesville, Butte Meadows area. They got it all tied in. The fire kept on blowing back into itself. Great progress, no issues on there. Moving up on the top on Branch 9, a lot good mop-up being in progress in there. There's a couple pockets we're still working on, but great progress. Not a lot of smoke in there last night when it came through. Yesterday afternoon, about 1900 hours, we had a cell move over the top into Branch 10, caused some increase in fire activity. Nothing left in line. We made great progress. And we're continuing to patrol mop-up on Highway 70 to keep all the structures safe in there. End of report.
Thank you.
Well, that was the nighttime report, and I scratched my head at that one, saying, why didn't he mention the lightning strikes and the Evans fire that showed up? I guess he's just reporting on what happened as far as what they tried to do, and did it go successfully. But I was quite surprised that they didn't mention that stuff. But thumbs up, Jonesville and that area was looking good last night. They accomplished their goals, and thumbs up for the Butte Lake area. And they'll have more speakers here.
Moving on to the incident objectives, starting with the management objectives. Utilize the risk management.
Okay, that's a little bit of a blah, blah, blah. Basically, he says we're going to try to protect ourselves, the forest, and the people, and the buildings. And so this is important, though. This is their actual objectives for where they want to contain the fire.
Objectives. Keep the fire north of the fire perimeter and Highway 162 and the junction of Highway 70. Keep the fire south of Highway 36 and 89. Keep the fire east of Highway 32. Keep the fire west of Genesee Road, Grizzly Ridge to Highway 70. Fire weather.
Okay, I'm going to let this play again because a lot of people are new who have just joined. This is the weather outlook that is just a big question mark. She talks about the thunderstorms in a bit more comprehensive way than other news media are. They launched a weather balloon, I guess, last night, and they got new data.
Good morning, Julia Ruthford with Fire Weather. So we're looking at another hot day, dry conditions, and very unstable conditions in the afternoon. So conditions, what was out there yesterday as far as the instability, it's actually going to be ramping up a notch and a little more moisture coming in. So we've got potential for large column growth over any of the smoke columns, and then also we're bringing in the threat of scattered afternoon and evening thunderstorms, and probably more coverage than what we saw yesterday on that.
And mind you guys, yesterday we got 5 new fires struck by lightning. Most of them were put out, but the Evans fire, of course, is not. So that's kind of grim.
So starting out the day, we're looking for temperatures increasing into the right around 100 at the lower elevations and mid 80s up high, so continued quite hot. Relative humidities will drop down into the mid-teens, and then our wind pattern is going to be pretty light general winds, but we're just going to see the normal diurnal pattern of the southwest winds, branch 1 and 5, kind of more of a west to northwest component as you get further north around.
Okay, what she means diurnal pattern is in this region, during the day, hot air heats up in the valley, so it goes up into the hills. So wind comes from the valley to the hills. So it comes up from the southeast to the northeast. From the southwest, to the northeast. And at night, the nighttime pattern is, well, the sun rays stop shining, so the air cools, it makes it heavier, it falls back down. So we have a reverse of the wind direction at night, it goes towards the valley. So that's what she just said, the typical diurnal pattern, that's what that means.
On there, gusts will generally be on the windier spots up into 15 miles an hour range, but a lot of areas are going to stay pretty light, especially and be calm prior to that inversion lifting. We do have a little bit of the northeast drainage wind going on right now. We'll see that ending about 1000, a little bit of a break, and then the afternoon winds coming in. As far as the thunderstorm potential, there's already some instability in clouds you can see moving through right now. It's unlikely we'll see anything out of that in the morning, but not completely out of the realm of possibility. The more likely time we'll see those thunderstorms start forming is going to be in the 1400 range. That's also when you'll start seeing the potential for the large column growth again and rapid column growth. And then we'll see those storms continuing through the evening hours. Generally, they're going to have a southerly, south to north storm motion. So you'll see them forming first on the east, tracking north. Most likely we'll see it on the east side of the fire. We'll need to watch the outflow winds again crossing from west to east or east to west. The problem with the outflow winds is when they hit the terrain, you can get individual storms forming extremely quickly without a lot of lead time. If they're the storms that are tracking in from the south, I can give you a bit more heads up on them coming, but I really want you to be heads up on the ones, the outflow triggers, because those can go from nothing to there in just a couple instances. Hazards out of those: outflow winds, cloud to ground lightning, and potential for locally heavy rain. Have a safe shift.
So yeah, big question mark. Is there gonna be any heavy rain? Is there gonna be any rain? Is there gonna be any lightning? Is there gonna be a lot of lightning? That's a big unknown. Are they gonna come up from the south, or are they gonna come up from the east? And so there's not going to be much of a way to warn the crews. So she's saying, guys, just keep sharp today. That was the general message of today. So he's a huge question mark. We do have this new fire that we're keeping tabs on. The Evans fire, we've got a lot of activity in between here, which is a big question mark. They're not talking about what happened here. Nobody generally is. But they are working on putting lines here just south of Caribou and, northwest of Twain on the other side of the mountains. The Evans fire, last reported, was 42 acres in size, and they're slamming it with whatever they can. I'm going to look at aircraft to see if there's any aircraft on it as I continue to play the 7 a.m. Operational briefing for the Dixie fire. This is what they're telling their crews to expect, not really addressing the public. Let's continue.
Fire behavior.
Good morning, John Cook, Fire Behavior. So you saw a lot of activity yesterday. She just told you you're going to see the same thing today. We've been doing this day after day. You guys have had a lot of success and done a really good work. And it kind of becomes like it's normal out there. It's like, oh, we're handling it. It's not a big deal. And I'm the wet blanket to come back in and remind you that this is unseasonably dry, very bad conditions. The chance of escape in any spot is going to take off. We've seen starts happen with the lightning. So I'm just I got to come up every time and remind you guys. The last time we had any measurable rain out here was June 9th. Okay, that's a long time. So the chance of any type of start, things like that, just keep that dialed in your mind. Don't get that complacent on what the behavior is going to be, because you guys have been so successful so far. There's a lot of unburned on the line, because that's where you started. The least activity, the least intensity is on the line. You all looked inside and saw, wow, it cooked in there in the middle. That's great. But these perimeters are what are really going to be the focus, to hold all the good work you guys have done. And this dryness is a huge challenge for everybody. One other thing I wanted to bring up is with the lighter winds above and the unsure what the winds are going to do today, if you get that column going up, we've enjoyed really consistent winds on these fires for the last several days. When it's not consistent and you can't depend on which way that wind's going to go, you've got to pay attention if that thing changes, wind shifts. The plume's not as reliable, so we have chances of these pockets picking up today. The last island's burning out. That lookout's got to be watching that plume, and you got to make sure you got the idea where your escape route's at. So that concerns me today as fire behavior, is that unpredictability of that plume activity is something just to put back in your mind for today. So again, I'll leave you that fire order number 4, identify those escape routes and know where they are. Thank you.
Operational work assignments.
Good morning, Merrick Fields Operations with CAL FIRE IMT1. We're getting a lot of good work done out here. I really, really appreciate all the hard work everybody's done. Division Alpha, Bravo, up into Charlie, we're pretty much in that mop-up and patrol status. We still need to, in here along the structures on the Highway 70 corridor, we need to be making sure that we're in there and diligent and working around those structures and making sure everything's 100% mopped up around them. Moving up into the Echo and Foxtrot, that's where we did all of that firing yesterday. So there's a lot of heat right there on that line. We're gonna need to get in there and start mopping up. We're shooting for 50 feet in there around all of that today, and each day as we progress through this, we're going to eventually get to that 200 to 300 foot mop up in there. But we still have to keep our eye on the green because we just fired that yesterday, and there's a real potential for some spots to be out there sleeping that we haven't identified yet. We still got a little bit of work in that Coon Hollow as it's backing down into that wet marsh in there. We got to be in there monitoring that and potentially going direct in there on that little pieces that backs down into that marsh. Coming up around the top of the fire into branch 9 and 10 there in Lima. We've got good line around all of that on the perimeter that's holding. We're mopping up all of those, that line off of the dozer line and Humboldt Road. And then we've still got those islands. And if you look at those islands out there, they're shrinking every day because every evening we're going in there and cleaning up some of those islands. But we're waiting to do that at night when we're getting a nice low intensity burn in there on some of those islands. Coming over into Division Mike, we're going direct on everything here in Division Mike. So we need to get in there today, keep working on all of that stuff. There at the bottom of Butts Valley Reservoir, we need to get over in there and get that piece tied in. Thank you. Have a safe shift.
Branch and division, roll call.
Okay, roll call happens, and that's just like, hey guys, just like when your teacher started the class and said, Bueller. So I'm going to skip that. Let's go to communications. Here, I remember this. He just tells people, thanks for looking out for unauthorized drones. If you see more drones, let us know. And then they admonished some people. They said, they basically said, there's some people who are getting on our emergency channels who are not authorized to speak on the radio, and we are about to find you and arrest you. I thought that was pretty funny. But I'm going to scroll through this real quick. They talk about the safety teams, and that's basically for their own purposes. I want to make sure, though, that we didn't miss anybody important. And this person is the East Side commander, and he had some important words, I think. Let's see what he had to say.
Continues to hear the same thing over and over and over. But as Team 1, as we are here to give you the operational briefing, we try to make it brief and bold. And at 20 minutes, we want to get you out to the line. So know that we're doing everything we can to get you the information that you need. With the weather today and what being is day 18, 240,000 acres, pay attention to the communications. If we do another weather alert, it's critical that every single resource on the fire pays attention to that information that's being given. It's critical because your safety is our #1 concern. Pace yourself. A band of lightning just came through Northern California, so you know that from this fire, you will be going to other fires throughout the summer, and it's only July. So pay attention to that, and remember, it's not what can the community do for us, it's what can we do for them. So when you guys get out there, serve the counties that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, moving on to division breakouts. Starting to my left, your right. Division Alpha, Butte.
Okay, so that's basically it for the community, not the community, the briefing this morning for the crews that the public can look at, and I think that's pretty cool. But it's really not meant for our digestion. So I'm now wondering what is that? What is this ELAM? Is this new? Last update last night. Yeah, present containment cause undetermined. When did that happen? Is that new? Or is that an old fire? The one that's highlighted in yellow, I think these are the active ones. So if you're just tuning in, question and answer time in the chat. What little we know right now about the Evans fire is it's new. Last night, rolling thunderstorms came through from east to west, and they started several fires with lightning. The nightmare scenario hopefully is not coming true. Fingers crossed that they can get this contained by noon. That's generally as the length of time statistically that wildland firefighters have to get a new fire under control. You have to do it by noon the next day. We've known this since the 1930s with the Tillamook burn. They figured that out. Humidity really changes by noon, and so does heat, and so it stays calm enough. In general, wildfires to that if you can rope them up by noon, you're going to be good. But if you haven't done that, that's usually when they have the potential to explode and get out of control. So it was 10 acres last night when the lightning struck. Sometime around midnight, the lovely gentleman that we were looking at, what was his name? Daniel Kearns on Facebook. Go ahead and look him up. He's awesome. He's he's in the Taylorsville area, a volunteer firefighter, and he told us that crews rushed out there last night sometime after 9 p.m. And right now we know from the Plumas County Sheriff's Office there's 19 engines working on there, more than 4 water tenders, and a whole bunch of people. I think they sent their extra people there. They have a lot of extra people just ready to respond. So I don't believe that's affected fighting the Dixie fire. But it will be a nightmare if that does get out of control. This is even more inaccessible, even steeper, even more rugged. And having 2 fronts now would just be absolutely nightmare. This is the worst case scenario in general. If they don't tie this up and contain it, this is why half the county is evacuated. This scenario, it would put a ring of fire around Indian Valley potentially, or be headed off towards Nevada, and affecting Lassen County. So right now, there are more firefighters in this entire area, more than 6,000, than there is the population of the largest town, which is Quincy. So if they've got personnel on this, it's weather that is going to be a determining factor, because they can't just suddenly make new roads and respond. Half the roads out here no longer exist or don't have bridges and such. This area is extremely sparsely populated. Like little to no people live out here. It's old mines and such from the gold rush, and that lack of roads means it's extremely difficult to do anything. If this hops the ridge, I don't know what's going to happen if it goes into Moonlight Valley. So fingers crossed that they can get this done in the next couple of critical hours, because after about noon, after about 1, new lightning strikes are probably going to be affecting the area, because new thunderstorms are rolling in. So it's a big question mark. What are they going to do? Are they going to bring heavy downpours or no rain at all and dry lightning? Or will there be any lightning at all? We don't know. But they moved across the valley. Gosh, it looks like there's these might be new fires too. But we know that the McFarland, I've got eyes on the McFarland. I can show you that on the camera. Now the Evans fire we can't see because the cameras aren't pointing that way. But this is the McFarland fire, and I'm going to put a 3-hour time lapse on that. Earlier in the stream, I already had a 12-hour time lapse, and you could see it burning in the night. But here's what it looks like looking to the south, north of it, and I'll try to figure out the nearest community. There's not that many communities, honestly, in the Coast Range. It's extremely rugged. I don't know how far away Ruth is. Oh gosh, it's just above This is Ruth, isn't it? No, that's Hayfork. Okay. Yeah, Ruth is in a more narrow valley. So that, yeah, this is actually near habitation. So that community has to be on edge right now. We continue to monitor that situation. I do believe that's on the border of Shasta Trinity County. And if anybody has new information, go ahead and let me know, and I'll switch over to it. Right now, I did want to show you guys some of the cameras that are going on at the Dixie fire to see if we've got any kind of new visibility. Oh, and I did find that there is a plane heading there right now. But the smoke may have to clear before they do anything. This is a Beach King. These typically are the type of aircraft that track fires. I mean, sometimes they're just going from place to place, but this took off from, wow, it may be unrelated. Wow, where the heck did this take off from? Took off from LA, and it just might be a regular commuter type of a deal, but usually the Beach Kings are the ones that are monitoring fires. So it may just be headed to Susanville to like fuel up and then get back out there. But so far, looking at these cams, this cam, like this is Indian Ridge, you can see their visibility is too poor right now at the current hour for any sort of craft to be dropping retardant and such. So this is the view from Butte Lake. It's just, it's looking like it's winter fog. It's that much smoke. Today they're going to have hot and dry conditions again, and everyone is advised to be on their toes. Today really could be a day where we see the pyrocumulus cloud again, the one that's the volcano. That could throw embers in random directions. They're on their toes. The west side of the Dixie fire, the one over by, Meadow Valley and everything, there is going to be their biggest challenge. They're continuing to work on the lines. They did have positive things to say about their work overnight in the Jonesville area, so I'm glad that I still believe they haven't lost any structures by Jonesville, which is to the west over here. And but anything goes, because after 1 to 2 p.m. today, the unstable air is going to make the wind travel in random directions that are unpredictable, and they may have that cloud to ground lightning. That's a big hazard. So I continue to monitor these cameras. If anybody has questions and answers in the chat, they did, on one hand, the positives are they utilized the previous days to make a huge amount of progress. I'll show you the battle map again. This is the, as of yesterday, this is the map that they were pointing at that you guys could barely see on the screen. Here where we have new fire activity south of Caribou, we have them working on 2 lines to divide the fire, which would be wonderful. The dotted line is not 70, but it's the because 70 goes by Twain. But it's the division break. This is Seneca Road going past Caribou, Seneca being right here. And we have a lot of activity. I don't honestly know what's going on. I'm going to pull back away. This is it on the map. And I'm going to put some shade of relief. You can see the nightmarish steep terrain and the canyons. So it's burning up on the ridgelines. I don't know if they started this, but you can see the wind direction might be pushing the fire back on itself because it's going to the southwest. That's really good. However, it's a different story over here, the west side, where, Jonesville and the Butte Meadows and all those are trying to they're trying to protect those communities. So they were talking about finishing up the work this morning and, being on their toes. But they were satisfied with what they were able to complete. Now, if we look back at battle map, let's see what was completed over there. And I like this. They were talking about this being completely buttoned up. The Division Charlie is about done. They'll move that personnel over here to Echo, I believe, or Frank, or however they say E and F. And you're starting to see much more solid lines. Some of these are still, light gray, meaning they're working on it, and some of them are done. The ones that are the darker black. Now they'll paint it solid black, and they call that black line. That's solid containment. That's what black line means. That's the figure of the percentage. We know we have more than 24% about containment right now. And that means of this entire perimeter, the entire thing, which is more than 80 miles, 24% of it is contained mostly down here at Zulu, I guess Alpha, Beta, Charlie, whatever they use for A, B, and C. And so they'll be able to put those crews back on the front lines where it matters. So they're using an anchor technique. Anchor means go to the head of the fire, but in a safe spot, and then attack the flanks of the fire directly. They'll probably not be going direct quite yet. They have to finish their lines, but they are done over here in the north by Lake Albanor, and they are going direct, meaning they're on the offensive, which is awesome. They are also on the offensive for the new Evans fire, which they're now battling fiercely on the other side of Indian Valley. So, what were you saying in chat, Mike Smith? There's something in Truckee. Is that like a new development? Because they're still trying to figure out what the lightning did last night. They can predict where lightning struck. That can be detected from space, and the weatherman, even at the local news, can know where lightning has been. What they did last night is they sent crews out to investigate everywhere that they saw a lightning strike, and had reports of smoke and such. The Evans fire over here, if that gets out of control, the nightmare scenario, they've got, it's around 42 acres in size. More than 19 engines responded. Hopefully they'll get that contained by noon. If they don't, though, I fear for the general vicinity. I fear for Lassen County, too. But the other fire, the one we have eyes on, is over here, the August Complex, which is of great concern as well. But I don't have information on that. If somebody can get me information, I'll be happy to look at it. But it's brand new, of a developing situation. So if you just tuned in, the nutshell is there's at least 2 major fires of concern that have been started by lightning that are taking hold last night, and they're trying to get a hold of it before the new storms roll in at 2 p.m. So the rest of the Dixie firefight, they had to report this morning at 7, went pretty well last night, except for when we heard from a boots on the ground guy, Daniel Kern on Facebook. He's an unofficial source, but a volunteer firefighter. He said that they had fire jump the line over by Crescent Mills last night, but they were able to pounce on it and get it back to where they wanted. So they're still trying to protect Crescent Mills, Taylorsville, and Greenville by lighting the, at least as of yesterday, they lit the slopes on fire to try to contain the fire. And wind came in from the east towards the west, and it wasn't a backfire necessarily that got jumping the line, but the fire caught up with them is the best way that I could interpret that. That they were trying to get ahead of the fire, but the winds picked up, and the fire said, "Hi, I'm early to the party," and then they scrambled to try to save the community, but they have, thank goodness. So a lot of this is luck. A lot of wildland firefighting is luck, and just depending on what the weather will do. All the progress that they made in the past few days, which was a great amount of progress, was because the weather allowed them to do it. And now they're going to be reactionary today. So the storms will come in from the east and go to the west. There's a possibility they'll come up from the south and go to the north, but who knows what will happen. It could bring a lot of rain. It could bring a tiny amount of rain. It could be completely dry. There could be wet lightning. There could be dry lightning. Big question mark. We don't know. So the backfires, though, have been splendid. They have been working very, very well to protect Chester, to protect Indian Valley. They've really got a handle on this. Bucks Lake, they're very confident that they're going to really, really make progress here. It's just fingers crossed. Is the weather going to screw things up? It really can. That's why it's still evacuated, this whole region. They're working on cleaning up. In other news, the Highway 70 corridor. There's a lot of questions like when is that going to open? And they said that guardrails burned up, boulders fell, there's lots of unstable hillsides, and rather than just saying, okay, fire's passed, and flipping a sign over that says go, they have to make sure it's safe for traffic and that people aren't going to, be driving down a road where rock falls could suddenly just, come down on the car, because unstable hillsides is now what they're going to see, especially if there's rain coming in. So they have to make sure that it's not going to just cause landslide. Now, going back, question and answer time, go ahead and put your questions in the chat. I have been unable to locate the Evans fire on a cam. We just have what people are saying about the situation. There are no cams over here in general. So the Evans fire would be right here, if you can see where my mouse is on the right, and no cams are pointing that direction. If they would redirect Indian Ridge, we might be able to see something, but look at the smoke right now in Greenville. It's going to be very smoky in all those valleys up there, and Quincy and Greenville and such. High temperature of Greenville today, let me look back at the weather on my phone, is going to be 90 degrees. 20% chance of showers and thunderstorms after 11. But as we heard from Julia, the weather lady, who put up a weather balloon last night, I believe, somebody did, she said more likely after 2 p.m. So it's going to be a high around 90. The northwest wind will blow towards the northeast wind will blow towards the southwest, which we're seeing already, around 5 to 8 miles an hour, but it will become south in the afternoon, meaning that the wind will change direction and blow north sometime during the afternoon. That could bring the thunderstorms from the south to the north, but if the wind does not change direction, they'll come from east to west like they did last night. The biggest battle that they're expecting is, since the winds are currently blowing to the west right now, is here on the west side. The fight to save Butte Meadows, Jonesville, or did I just say that wrong? I'm so sorry. I have to catch myself occasionally. I am confusing Butte Valley and Butte Meadows, so I'm so sorry. Butte Meadows. I'm correct. But so far, I don't believe they've lost anything at Jonesville. They've been patting themselves on the back, and that sounds great. So they were happy about what happened yesterday. This is hard to keep this all visible. Let me turn back fire activity. Anybody have some questions in the chat? Rain says, hello. By the way, I think the weather is going to act up today badly and unexpectedly. Yeah, I've got a bad feeling too. Call it women's intuition. I don't like the big question mark stuff. I've been covering this for a long time now. Not like, a career or something, but I mean, starting the last couple of years with the Paradise Fire and such, everything is going great until weather decides, hey, did you miss me? And then everything goes off the table. So don't expect people to be let back in anytime soon with this unstable weather. Unfortunately, the people who are evacuated are probably looking at many more days of evacuation for sure. We don't have any new evacuation information. I'm going to refresh Plumas County Sheriff's Office just to be sure about that. I've got on the other screen, I have the Facebook page. So, oh, wow, my question was answered. That's pretty interesting. Okay, this is amusing to me when I ask a question and they respond. That's cool. So my question was, what does tied the head of the fire into the Dixie fire mean? Because I said it looks very separate from it, thank you. And they just corrected the post. So correction to this post. The head of the Evans fire has been tied into a contingency line for the Dixie fire, not to the fire itself. Whew. So what that means is they already went to the other side of Indian Valley. They had a contingency line up here in case the fire blew across the valley. And that is refreshing to hear, that they have a line somewhere over here. And so they've tied it up into it. So, when they said that it was tied up into the fire itself, I thought that meant that they might consider it part of the fire, and that just seemed really odd because it's so separate from it. So they said, we apologize for the misstatement, but yeah, that's good. Very relieved that they're not considering that it will merge or anything. So right now, update on the Evans fire. The fire is approximately 45 acres. It was started by lightning last night, sometime around 9 p.m., as far as I know. The crews have built line and tied the head of the line into the Dixie fire contingency line. 19 engines, 3 crews, 3 dozers, 3 water tenders, 2 crews, 130 total personnel. I don't know why 3 crews and then 2 crews has been mentioned. Does that mean 5 crews? I don't actually know. But they said additional resources are incoming, and the air resources will be available if needed and if they're able to fly. So looking at the, let's track the planes. There's another plane in the area right now that is an Aero Commander 690A, and that one has taken off from Reno area, and it is flying right over to the Dixie fire as we speak. Excuse me, the Evans fire. So it just took a look. So yay, aircraft is assessing the situation, and hopefully they're able to see something useful in all this dang smoke. So, yeah, good morning. Hey, good morning, Morris. Good morning to everybody. So as people trickle in, yes, lightning started new fires last night. Most of them were pounced on and put out. The Evans fire is a different story. So I'm going to refresh CalTopo and put these side by side. Later, if there's more aircraft, I'm going to do the trick I did last year, where I'm going to show aircraft over the fire map. I have a trick to do that. That's exclusive to my stream. Well, really, I just play with the transparency window in the software. But if I can line it up, you could then see the fire aircraft going around the hot spots. That would be cool, instead of flipping back and forth like so. But you could see nightmarish, rugged, nearly inaccessible terrain is what they're working with. Like I said, CalTopo is optimistic sometimes with where roads are. This says Moonlight Trail. Like it may have once been a road in the 1930s or something when mining was still going on. But they let these roads, for the most part, fall apart and be overgrown. So whenever I was in this area from like 2007-ish, I found out that half these roads don't exist anymore because they, weren't maintained since World War II. So hopefully, though, that they can get engines driving up here on the quote trail. But if you look at flight radar doesn't even have the road as listed as in existence. Because these are more modern maps. What we're looking at here on CalTopo is a Forest Service map in 2016. So as of 2016, this was considered a trail. So hopefully they'll kind of have a wake-up call and rebuild these roads. This really doesn't harm the environment or animals very much. As we have found out the hard way, roadless wilderness just means that eventually the entire place burns up into a mega fire and everything turns to ash. So you have to have fire access roads, otherwise you have no forest. It'll just burn up one day. Since these roads already existed, it would just be like refreshing them and not really harming the environment. But we have to go back to the lessons we learned at the turn of the century, which is you have to have fire access roads. Otherwise, you helplessly watch a fire at the top of a mountain that you can't reach and get to. The response time to put out fires is you basically have to, or contain them, you have to do it by the noon the next day, otherwise it'll get out of control. That in general is the scary statistic, because by noon the next day, our aircraft is circling. By noon the next day, humidity has changed, temperature has changed, and fires will flare up, and generally you have winds. There's not much wind in the night. So the clock is ticking right now. It is 2 hours that they have until noon. That is their best window of opportunity to clobber this thing. If there are no roads, then what the firefighters have to do is get a shovel and they have to hike. It would be hours and hours and hours, because that's 3,000 feet of a climb, more like 2,500, but up to the top, probably 3,000 feet from right down there. And that would take you the better part of 4 hours to climb that, depending on if there's a good trail or if they have to bushwhack. And that kind of response time is not what you want. Sometimes in the high winds, you have to respond in less than 10 minutes or something gets out of control. So we do have to have access roads. And because today, I don't know if the aircraft will be able to hit it. Look at the cams. Look at the cams right now. This is current smoky conditions. There's no way aircraft would be able to do drops in this kind of... There's no ceiling. There is no clear patch of sky for them to be able to see each other to operate in these conditions. I mean, flying in this right now at low altitudes would just mean you're going to hit a mountain. This would be suicidal. That we have to take our hats off to this very very brave, family friendly here, very brave pilot that's out here getting eyes on the situation. I mean, the altitude right now is 9,500 feet, and Moonlight Peak is at 8,000 feet. So he may not be able to see anything at all, or she. It could be that they're trying to use heat detection cameras, or maybe mapping with radar, or LiDAR, or something else. But that pilot may not even be able to see the fire on the ground. Looking back at chat, let's go to questions and answers. Josh says, hey, Josh, by the way, welcome. So glad RT can stream live video from a wildfire in Turkey, but we can't even get good updates about the fires we have. Been going on for weeks. Yeah, you must mean Russia Today. Is that what you mean with Russia Today news? We have an abysmal system for tracking fires. I mean, come on. What is this, a 720p webcam that updates every 1 minute? There's not even a way to clean the lens off. It doesn't even pivot towards the fires half the time. We can do better than this. We could probably, stand to put some cameras over there. Really? We can afford some sort of $1 billion train project, but we can't keep the state from burning down. Really? These cameras are $200. Just come on now. Let's go put them on the landscape. We should be able to switch from infrared to regular camera views to FLIR, at a moment's notice, and pivot them around. In fact, they should be shooting 3D images. And we should be able to have drones and stuff giving live reports. But that's a spiel and a rant for another day. But the good news about that is if half of these things are getting bad because we're unprepared, it means that they'll get much better when we get prepared. And that's within our power. So this is the current the map situation showing the Evans fire over there. I want to look at GOES satellite. And we don't have a heat detection right now. 1700 hours is 10 o'clock. So this is new images as of 4 minutes ago. We don't have a new heat detection. So that either means they're getting a handle on it, or the fire is obscured from the satellite for some other reason, or the satellite didn't get a good picture on it, and we'll have to wait for its next pass. So MODIS and VIIRS, the code for this is that, let's see, if I take the wind plot off, that's talking about a heat detection of less than 12 hours old, which is about when it started last night at 9 p.m. So this is probably what it looked like at 9 p.m. Now, a word about this doesn't mean everything in red is on fire. It means that it's kind of like a nipple. at the top of a baby bottle. You know, the point is here. We don't know where the detection was. Somewhere within the circle is where the detection is. It's just one detection somewhere within the circle. The circle around the nipple is margin of error. That's something that must be driven home, because a lot of people who are uneducated about the satellite systems, they think, oh God, this whole thing is burned up. And what this actually means here is just that somewhere in these areas where there's the red around the circles is a heat detection large enough to be seen from space. But that usually means half an acre to even a quarter of an acre in size. It doesn't mean this entire area. So it could be that, say this is a chunk of red, only 1/4 of that chunk of red is actually the landscape burning. I hope that becomes more clear. Now, when we click on GOES satellite, this is less accurate but more up to date. So this means that for GOES satellite, red is a 10-minute-old detection. When they mean 10 minutes, they mean 10 minutes. Orange is less than an hour ago, and yellow is 1 to 6 hours ago. So maybe just over 1 hour ago, this is what the heat detection had for the same spot. Now, with this, it's less accurate. So this huge area, heat was detected somewhere in it, and we don't have any idea where. So that's what the blocks mean. So when these 3 spots, sometime within the last 6 hours, there was heat detected, and that's the way you read the map. So and also worth noting, this fire perimeter, they just pencil in the interior just to kind of show us. It doesn't mean that everything in the interior has burned up. It just means that we color everything inside. That's all that means. There's always what they call islands, which is just spots that the fire passes over, like little valleys, little gully washes, or the tops of some ridges where the fire may have been heading that way, but it just stopped. Maybe the wind changed direction, and when the wind changed direction again, it just went around it, kind of like a detour. Now, the longer the fire goes on, the more likely these islands are going to get burned up eventually, because embers can drift around and burn them up. But, just trust me, maps make them look worse than they are in general. There's going to be, just like in every wildfire, areas where you can visit and you just breathe a sigh of relief and say, oh, this area is still green. We just don't know where they are yet. So looking back at the chat, please, it's open questions and answer time. If you're just tuning in, we're waiting on pins and needles for word on the new fires that were started last night by the lightning. We are also on pins and needles about the fact that new potential for lightning thunderstorms are going to be rolling in starting about an hour from now to 2 hours from now. So they'll either come in from the east. Let's look at windy. Yeah, this is the air pollution map. But let's check the radar. They may be visible on radar right now, maybe not. But the thunderstorms may be forming here rather than traveling from elsewhere. They weren't quite clear on that. But right here is a point in question. That's wind gust map. Where's the radar map? Weather radar, here we go. I'm going to put that on the 12-hour lapse. You can kind of see the current moisture moving into the area. Right now it's kind of from the east going towards the north. And they expect winds to shift towards the due west for a bit. And then they may even get winds from the north going south, although I don't know that I see that happening. But we'll just see. You can see that they're going to have more stuff rolling in. And the potential for cloud-to-ground lightning is real. It may be wet. It may be completely dry. It may not happen at all. But over here in Plumas County, we had 5 fires or smokes start from the lightning last night, one of which took hold the other side of Indian Valley. This is called the Evans Fire. Last we heard about 2 hours ago, 42 acres in size. But the good news is they have a contingency line back there that they're tying it into, which is good news. So that means that on the other side of Indian Valley, they had bulldozed some lines just in case the Dixie fire went over there. And this is working at least a little bit to help the lightning strike fires. The other one that is of grave concern is over in the other side of the valley. And I don't know if the same storm just went over there and traveled, but we've got this detection here. This is the McFarland fire. And we have eyes on it, actually. The GOES 17 satellite has new heat detections less than 12 hours ago, but we don't see red. We see yellow, which is 1 to 6 hours old, which means it's still going. And we can look at the camera. Excuse me. Mind you, we are on the other side of the valley at this point. And that we are just Hayfork camera 2. I'm going to put this on a 12-hour time lapse so you can see the start of this McFarland fire. This is in the burn scar of last year's monster fire, the August complex. That was California's largest wildfire ever. Now it is burning near a community, which is of concern. There's a little valley there. I think it's called Hayfork. So they must be on alert. So we have new thunderstorms coming in. Everything's up in the air. Big question mark. What happens today? So the other recap is that they were happy before the thunderstorms came in around 9 p.m. last night with the Dixie fire. They strengthened the lines on the west side. They expect that to be the most active and challenging thing to deal with today, other than the Evans fire, the new one. And but they were happy with it. They were able to achieve. So they were lighting backfires there. They were happy with what they achieved at Bucks Lake. They were mostly happy with what they achieved by Taylorsville, although it gave them a fright, I hear. According to the video we watched earlier from a off-duty, I believe, Daniel Kearns, a volunteer firefighter at Taylorsville. I encourage you guys to like his and follow him on Facebook. I don't think he has a follow button, but this is what his Facebook page looks like. Daniel Kearns. So if you type in Taylorsville, this is how you find him. And he looks like a stand-up guy. I don't know him personally, but he keeps making community updates and telling people, cheering them up about resources like counseling in the area if you're having a hard time dealing with things. If you have medical needs, if you have other needs, animal needs, they have little fundraisers going on. And I want to point out right now that if you want to help the people, Plumas Bank is accepting donations. That's the official site where you can accept donations or donate directly to the victims and the afflicted. So Plumas Bank is working on a website where you can donate remotely, but right now you may have to walk into Plumas Bank to make a donation. But I highly encourage people to check back with Plumas Bank and see if they can do it online. You might want to check with your own personal bank, wherever you bank, and ask if they can wire the money to Plumas Bank. That's probably something they'd be willing to do for free if that was an option. I also heard from Plumas News that they're looking for people to either volunteer or work to help feed firefighters in Greenville. They're offering $13 an hour for at least some of the positions, so do check in with them. They've got legions of firefighters stationed at, not Greenville, Quincy. I'm sorry, at Quincy. Don't go to Greenville, that's a mandatory evacuation zone. But at Quincy, they're having trouble feeding the thousands of firefighters. There are now 6,000 plus firefighters on the scene. Looking for the aircraft. Looks like they're still flying over the Evans area, which is good. And that's more than the population of Quincy. That's the firefighters who have come in. They've come in from all over the place. The West Coast. I don't know if we have any international teams, but Yuba City was in the house. Even near Portland, Oregon, some crews came down to help with it. Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, and too many to name. So they're looking for people to help feed everybody. So if you can use a spoon and want to ladle give them some food, then go ahead and check that out. Plumas News is where I got the information, and you could check out the article there. In fact, I want to read about things from Plumas News. They have a lot of information. Please put any questions in chat. I'm looking at chat right now. Does anybody have a fire question about what's going on? Max Smith said, I had a briefing yesterday on the Dixie fire. Cool. And the news is very good. Look for containment percentage numbers to increase the next few days to the mid-40 level. Might take 3 weeks to stamp out the fire entirely. Well, it'll take months to stamp it out, but if you mean containment, then yeah, I was right along with you. I was predicting my last stream that when you see the containment line information jump, it's going to be in huge numbers because they're just hesitant to put. I'm going to show you the battle map again. The reason they're hesitant to put in containment numbers up as a percentage is because it's a very technical thing. It's not at all, laissez-faire. It is a system. So the line, the perimeter of the fire is around 80 miles. It's huge. We're talking about more than 240,000 acres affected or burned up so far. 240,490 something. So this is a huge part. This is like the entire western end of Plumas County, which is a big chunk of Northern California. And it bleeds into Tehama County, and Lassen County is starting to be affected, which is right up there. So the black line means that they finished their line, which is the X's, Gray X's mean that they are working on it. Black means they finished the line. But in order to say contained, which means that it's very unlikely any ember can get over, contained is a very specific word. And so the percentage is of containment. That's the black line. So they're just finishing it all up with Bravo and Charlie here, and or Baker, whatever they say. And they're now putting those assets into Echo here. But they have a little bit more work to do. So what if your line is finished? If there's so many tall trees around it that are diseased or dead, that they could easily catch on fire and fall across the line and start the fire elsewhere. They will have to make sure that can't happen. They'll have to burn away some of the pine needles and such on either side of the road or their line, and do some tidying up like that, spray it down before they get confident, and that's when you see the numbers. But you can see right here, and I'm going to get the marker out. You can see right here where they're very happy, this area here. They put the line back away from where the fire kind of is. This is the contingency. So they have a line here as well. But if it were to jump over, because who knows what the weather will do, if it were to jump over, then it'll stop here on these lines. That's what the whole idea is. So that's what the contingency is for. When they're actually finished with wetting down and the burning off the strips, then protecting their lines, then they're going to pencil that in as black, and that's what we're going to see. I even have a black marker. They'll probably declare this whole thing done at once, and then you'll see it jump from like 20% to 40% containment. They're ready to do that on the other side over here by Prattville 2, places like this. This will probably just go boom and be considered black all at the same time. So they just want to be careful because the word contained is such a very specific term, and it gives people a sense of security. And they don't want that to be false. Control is the next level. Once containment is done, control is announced. Control means the fire can't escape, really, under any circumstance, other than asteroid strike or some sort of a crazy thing, Control is after containment. And that's a very specific term. And I need to stop using that word loosely. But they're two different things. When containment happens, there is still a remote possibility of an ember or something getting past, but that's something that's very rare. But I mention that because it does happen. We saw that with the Napa Valley thing last year, where they thought they had containment, and then all of a sudden the glass fire erupts because the fire that was by Clear Lake over here, I'm using the wrong map, I just realized that. They said we got containment, and it may have been the glass fire was an ember that drifted. But those were extreme wind conditions and something that's pretty rare. So I do see one aircraft that's still patrolling and running around Quincy. It's headed for Quincy right now. It's just crossed the Genesee Valley. Anybody have questions in chat? I'm looking back at it right now. Max Smith says the risk of a town like Quincy being burned is if a fire breaks out near the town or 2 miles away. You're absolutely right. That's what freaked us all out with the new fire that had erupted. That threw them for a loop, and that screwed up everything. The Dixie fire, we might be seeing 60% containment by now, until this fly fire erupted. And it seems to have started right here by the road. Right over here by Ketty, right around that curve. And it raced up the hills. Even though they didn't have any wind, it was not a wind-driven fire. Fire loves to race up hills. And so that's what it did. And then all of a sudden it's at the Indian Ridge camera, burning the tower around the camera, and I can't believe it survived. The camera survived because they cut the vegetation away from it. But that was one heck of an inferno. That was my thumbnail for my broadcast that day, and people disliked my video because they thought that it was from a different fire or something. And I was like, no, that's really happening. The Indian Ridge camera almost burned up, and it's right up here in the mountain. And so that made them drop everything, and it got out of control and raced up into the hills because, like I said, that's just what happens when the conditions are this dry. There's been no meaningful rainfall since June 6th. Every single tree is acting like one of those Christmas tree fires that you see where they light it on fire in a living room, to give a safety message, and it just goes whoosh. And all of a sudden the living room is toast, in like 8 seconds. Even the living trees are that dry, where if a spark hits them, it's just boom. It will go crazy. Now what saved Taylorsville and such was they decided that even though the fly fire was down here, and I'm going to get the marker out again, even though they knew it was around here at the time, they did the math and calculated with the way that the light wind stuff is going, how far is it going to be and how long is it going to be until it reaches Taylorsville like that. And they did the math and counted the beams, and they said, you know what? We think we can get ahead of it. If we start at Taylorsville right now, go up into the hills and light fires at night ahead of the fire. And that's when they decided to make that line, crossing the T. This is the wind direction, and they crossed the T. That's my own personal term, but I think it's very educational, so I'm going to keep using it. So this is the reason that I explain this, so that when you guys look at the maps, you guys don't get upset. Because you should be happy about crossing the T. The T was crossed that night that I had to explain to everybody. The wind was going this way towards Almanor, and so they crossed the T. They lit backfires this way, because during the day the winds go up into the mountains this direction. That's called the diurnal pattern, daytime pattern, diurnal versus nocturnal. And at night, winds go down this way. They go towards the valley. And I have a stupid rhyme now. It's like a children's rhyme to remember how this works. How did I put this? I even wrote it down, so I'm really proud of myself. And it was something like, the day heats up, the winds go up. The day cools down, the winds go down. Yeah. Corny as hell and stupid, I know that. But that's what it means for the valley. So during the day, the valley heats up. All the air down here heats up, and so air rises. Right here, you have the higher elevation. So during the day, the air heats up, the wind goes up. All right. Then it's nighttime. The air cools down, the wind goes down. That's what happens. So when they're crossing the T, that means they're going to wait for nightfall. What happened with the fly fire is they went, holy crap, the wind's going towards Taylorsville. We can't stop it over here. If they were going to try, they would have just not made it. They would have driven here with the fire upon them. And so they counted the beans, did the math, and they said, okay, at night the wind's going to go that way. So we're going to light fires along here, and it will burn a little strip. A strip like this. And that's all it does, these backfires, is it burns a strip. And why? There's been a lot of criticism. Why would you light the landscape on fire? There's nothing else to be done. If they do nothing, this is going to burn up anyway, because the wind during the day, it's going to go towards Taylorsville. There's no saving it. It's already gone. There's no saving it, and I can't reiterate that enough. If the wind is blowing a fire that way, the fire will reach it. Something has to stop the fire. So what's going to stop it? You have aircraft, but there's too much smoke. Aircraft couldn't possibly put all this retardant in the nick of time. When there's smoke, like there was, aircraft can't see and can't operate. So what else is there? There's dozer lines. Well, they better already exist. They better have already been created. And they better be really dang robust, because wind can blow fire across dozer lines, right? So they have to burn a strip. They have to start the dozer lines to make it, but the best thing they can do in an emergency like that is burn this strip, because it's going to be burned up anyway. So what happened is it's holding. We see success here. Taylorsville probably would have been toast without this intervention. And that's just my layman's observation. Fires continue until they are stopped. They can only be stopped in a few ways. The weather can rain on them, for example. Humans can build a barrier, a fire line. We can splash retardant and stop it with retardant or slow it down with retardant. But there is not enough water that could be possibly dropped out of the sky to extinguish a fire. In fact, all they do is contain it in rings and then let it burn itself out from the inside. They'll put out the worst of the spots, but basically the rains of November are what is going to be extinguishing the fire. They're going to ring it, and then the fire will be out with November's rains. You have no idea how big this is. The bellies of airplanes just can't carry that much water. They will work with the fire crews to put out special situations where the fire is jumping lines and where new fires have emerged. But like, if you think that aircraft could fly over the entire region and put it out with water, that's not possible. So this held, and I'm very happy. Whenever you see crossing the T, the wind going this way or that way, when you see fires erupt in a straight line, that's them doing it on purpose to build a scorched earth line. When the fire reaches this place, which it basically has, it looks like it's very close. This is the fire's perimeter. If you can't see this very well, the fire is actually like this. In fact, I'm going to redraw that. Sorry. Let me be more clear and redraw that. The fire perimeter you can't see, but it's like this. It's very, very faint. So this is the fire perimeter right now. Kind of like that, right? So it held. This is their line where they burned off the hills. So fingers crossed that they can finish the line and completely stop it from entering the valley, from entering Indian Valley. Fingers crossed, and this is the big scary thing, is we saw that was what the fly fire did. What the heck's going to go on with this Evans fire? This thing started by lightning last night. It's a ticking clock. They now have an hour and a half before noon, which is generally the statistic of, if you want to stop a new fire, you do it by noon the next day. And then that's when things get out of hand with too much heat from the sun. The winds pick up, new storms coming in, humidity goes down, and they're expecting 20% humidity today, which is just god-awful. It really is. It can be different in different parts, like the valleys with water in them could be different, of course. where water is evaporating, but there's just a creek. That's not a lot of water up there. So I think that they're racing right now. Let's hope they make it. Looking back at the chat, does anybody have any questions right now? If you've just joined, it's open question and answer time. There are two major fires that have started that of significance. They're the 45-ish acre Evans fire started by lightning here, by the Dixie fire. If that gets out of control, I can tell you right now it's going to be a nightmare. I don't know how many contingency lines they put over here to keep the Dixie fire, if it did jump over here, but this is inaccessible, steep, rugged terrain, extremely high altitude, some of the highest altitudes of the Sierras. Thunderstorms are forecast, low relative humidity, nightmarish terrain. This would threaten Susanville potentially. Who knows what it would do? It would really split their efforts between just trying to wrap up the Dixie. They were even using that word the other day, wrapping up the Dixie. They were really, really, really doing well on all of their fronts, with a little bit of trouble on the west side here. They've reported good progress, especially saving structures around Jonesville. Very good progress. They expect these pockets to burn. This is another thing. Don't worry. This is their line. You see this road? The Humboldt line? This is the road that is their official line. And so this is Belgium. They lit these slopes on purpose. They've been doing that, this whole area, during the nighttime, when the winds are nice and calm. And they are waiting for the fire's edge, which is this, to burn up to their line. And then they expect it to hold. They did a real good job with it. And as the, and the other good news that people shouldn't be too sad about is when they're lighting the backfires, they are not destroying the landscape. They're doing it in the cool and calm of the night. And they're starting what's called a creeping fire, which is just the pine needles and stuff burning up on the ground and the little bushes and stuff. Yeah, we even had film of that happening, and it was unfortunate. Matthew Henderson was there. He's the cool reporter that we were watching. He was at Markleyville when that was threatened. He arrived as the crews were leaving the area because they had just started their backfires. And it was very, very calm, just the pine needles burning off the ground. They make sure that the structures aren't going to be affected. They'll wet down structures. They'll protect them. They'll keep the trees from being lit on fire, the big ones. They do it very, very carefully. They survey, they calculate, and they do it very strategically. These are the kind of things that mimic nature, the things that are beneficial to the environment. Getting the pine needles gone, the brush and stuff, the bushes, that means that the big trees are going to survive when the big fire comes. They really have the potential to survive because the fire has to be burning at their base, at their trunk, in order to climb the trunk. If there's nothing to burn there already, it's probably going to survive. So they do that at night, because if they didn't, the big fire would come during the day anyway and burn up everything in sight. So that's what one of the fire chiefs was explaining. This is what's upset the public, because they think that they're causing more devastation. They're not. They're basically mimicking nature. If we were smart and modified the landscape like the Indians did this constantly and prevented mega fires for 10,000 years or so. That's what the landscape's used to, and that's part of the reason why we have mega fires today is, the colonists came by and said, what do the Indians know? We'll just stop all fires. Fires are bad. And some people learned from the Indians. The locals did. The ranchers did. But they were told to stop by the Forest Service and stuff that was started around the turn of the century. Oh, fires are bad. The locals were like, no. They fertilize the land to prevent mega fires. And the Forest Service was like, fires are bad. So for the last 90 years, we've had the buildup of all these sticks and pine needles and trees and stuff. That's what the mega fires are about. There's too much of a fire load. We'll have to very carefully regroom the land, replant native trees that resist fire and get them out of monoculture, and do a whole lot of stuff to fix the mega fire problem. Because now that we have drought and climate change, it's more important than ever to not have fire load and stuff building up on the landscape. Let's go back and listen to the natives. Maybe they knew what the heck they were talking about. So what they expect is these pockets to burn, that the fire will meet them, but there is no way to prevent that. The big fire will burn up to their lines. But what they did with the backfiring will protect all the assets and the trees there as best, it gives it a much better chance. Because there's nothing else to do. When aircraft can't fly, look at the current camera. When aircraft can't fly, and there's not enough water in the world to dump on this thing, there's no hydrants out there. There's just water trucks. How do you stop a moving monster? You scorched earth. You get in front of Napoleon and take away all the food. So he has to leave Russia. And the pine needles and stuff on the ground is the fire's food. And that's how they build the wall. Now, looking back at chat, anybody have some questions? Let's look. Now, looking up here. Does anybody have any actual questions? What you should do is do @Catherine as you type your question. That's going to highlight it that you're talking to me. Then I know you're not talking amongst yourselves. It's hard for me to read all that real quick. Ventura says, new sub. Thank you very much. Please, guys, hit the subscribe button. And the little ringing bell will let you know when I go live. And I typically go live when there's a crisis. So I try to do what I can. The developments of today are so concerning that I went live again. But thank you so much. If you sub, then I reach more people. The Google algorithm thing is just a mathematical equation. It won't suggest my videos, even to people looking for information on the Dixie fires. It won't suggest my videos to people unless I have an upward trend with subscribers and viewers. So the like button on every single one of the videos helps, and the subscribe button really does. And if the little ringing bell will let you know when I go live. I've been pretty sick lately. I'm feeling much better, but whenever I can, I'll be here with you. So it looks like we got the scout plane still running around. It made a pass over by Bucks Lake, crossed over Meadow Valley, went back to Quincy, went to Taylorsville, just as we were speaking of that devil. And they are taking a look here. Unfortunately, still smoky after 2 p.m. The thunderstorms come in, but that could bring wind that could drive away the smoke. So if that were to happen, if the smoke gets driven away, then we would see more fire activity. We'd see it flare up. Because smoke on a fire is like a pot lid. That Julia, the lady, explained that very cool, in a cool manner. She's the official weather person for the fire. She said that, you're cooking your bacon or whatever, you put the pot lid on it, and it simmers down a little bit. But you take the lid off and sizzle. So the blanket of smoke is kind of keeping it on the down low. Let's look at radar and see if we can see any of the thunderstorms coming in. I don't know how. Yeah, it goes to 4 minutes ago, and they're hanging. The moisture's hanging out on the east side. It's like going from Portola to Susanville in general, but that's forecast to change as of about 2 p.m. We can keep clicking on the GOES satellite to see if we have new heat spots. I'm happy to not see new heat spots over by the Evans fire, the new one that was struck, caused by lightning last night. So hopefully they're doing, that full attack is going well. It was reported by the local, and you should totally follow him on Facebook, Daniel Kearns. He's been a community hero, according to Plumas News. He's a volunteer firefighter and a local, and he's been giving people daily updates with all kinds of information on, the resources, people getting counseling, people getting needs met, people getting animal feed and like. Do subscribe to him on Facebook or follow him. So according to him, they went ham on it last night, which means hard as and then you fill in the blanks. This is family friendly, but they went ham on it. They gave it their all, full attack mode. And we do know that there's about 42 acres in size as of an update of 2 hours ago, but we haven't heard a new update. In fact, let's look. Let's see if that's the McFarland fire, which is across the valley. We'll return to that in a second, but I want to see if there's any new Plumas County Sheriff's Office or Forest Service information on that one. So, looks like there isn't. So they clarified. This made no sense to me. I earlier said, "What are you talking about?" And they clarified that it's not part of the Dixie fire. The Evans is a separate entity, but they're using a contingency line for the Dixie fire to help contain the Evans. So I was breathing a sigh of relief. That they're considered two separate incidents right now, and they have the manpower. They're sending the extra people that they have there, and they should not be pulling resources away from the Dixie fire. They've got tons of extra people in the area, so we'll just continue to refresh that page to see, and then let's see if Daniel Kearns has gone live recently. I'll refresh his page. Other than his awesome broadcast at midnight, which explained how the Evans broke out, he doesn't have anything new. So going back to chat, let's look back at that fire, the McFarland, and I want to see, has anybody been able to give us any information on it? Max Smith says, filling a big order for 40 strike teams might take 18 to 24 hours, so in the early part of the battle, the first 72 hours, things might appear hopeless, but it's just a matter of getting enough firefighters on scene. Yeah, and if they can do it before the weather turns bad. I mean, what if they're over there getting it under control, and there's new lightning strikes today and new fires? They need to tie that up as soon as they can to be ready to strike the new ones should they happen. So this is over at... let's go to a better map. No, it's not a better map at all. I want to show you where this is. It's west of Andersonville, basically. And across the valley, lightning moved over here. Oh, this is the ugliest map possible. Let's go back to TF Outdoors, I guess. Put some shading on there. Okay, so it's by Goods Mountain, elevation 1,200-ish feet. And the nearest community is, let's see, Knob. That doesn't sound like a community. That sounds like a place name. Hopefully there's not too many communities around here. I am unfamiliar with the Coast Range of California. It's, in general, very sparsely populated except for a couple of valleys. Because look at this. It's low elevation but extremely rocky, dry out here. Hard to scratch a living. So other than ranches and some valley towns, it's pretty much uninhabited. This is where the August Complex fire burned before. If we turn on fire history, can see where the monster was. In fact, you have to pull out the August Complex is this entire huge red thing. I heard that it was in the Spurn scar of it, but it looks like it's just outside of it, according to this map. But the good news is they have a ton of lines here from fighting the August Complex that they can just dust off and say, hey, remember me, and move their trucks into position rather than building completely new ones. But it is on a ridge top in a remote area, and I don't have any more information other than that, unless somebody has shared it in the chat. So looking back at chat, oh, thank you so much, Serene Sapphire. I can't thank you so much for the thank you enough for the encouragement. AKR Productions, hello from Sacramento. Hi. Is the fire the cause of pg&e? Well, the Dixie one, they basically took responsibility for. All but, you know. If so, what are they looking at as far as legal actions? If not, if there's another cause. Yeah, they, legal actions, I hope they just get destroyed. This company's murdered enough people. Criminal negligence has gone on for too long. When your body count reaches more than 100, and when you've caused more than 14,000 wildfires in the space of a couple of years, I think that company needs to be shut down, assets seized, the victims compensated, and somebody else should take over. The political corruption has protected that company from liability, and when that happens, it means that, we don't have to pay the victims or the state very much when we cause fires, so we don't have much of an incentive to prevent them. If they had to pay for the entire cost of these fires, they would prevent them. But instead, it's like that Ford Pinto thing, where the corporate people count the beans. What is the cost of allowing a potential fire to happen versus shutting the power off and losing customers and having to refund their money for the day, So they were just now found criminally liable for the Zogg fire. That is breaking news. I was reading about that. So last year when I was covering the fires, they had already had this gigantic lightning complex fire. See this giant thing here, the August complex fire? That was already hurting the region. It was already hurting Clear Lake and down here. And with the LNU complex lightning fire down here, they had their hands full, and all of a sudden the Zogg fire starts at the exact same time that the high winds picked up. The Zogg and the glass fire started almost simultaneously, and so that gave us a huge red flag that the power lines had probably fallen down because they were in such different areas. There was no lightning, but the Zogg fire up at Redding, there's one erupting at the same time down at Napa. There was the glass fire. And so they were investigating power stuff for the glass fire. Glass fire had 2 almost simultaneous ignitions, if I remember right, this and that side of the valley. And so they already had their hands full, and they had to jump on that. So much devastation in Napa, so much devastation and fatalities up at the Zogg fire. We saw the animals running with burned paws away from the fire, the bobcat kittens with the mother burned up, and firefighters jumped out and grabbed the bobcat kitten, and they found somebody half burned walking on the landscape, collapsed into a road, and that person died. The Zogg fire was when the child journalist came into my stream and said, "We're evacuating right now. Here's the Zogg fire in our backyard," and it was so heartbreaking. That was PG&E, and they were just found criminally liable for it. I don't know what the penalty will be, if any. But when they started California's deadliest wildfire, the Paradise Fire, and they killed more than 85 people. They burned up many thousands of homes. My brother was a missing person in that fire. The year before, down here at the 1 year before, at the Cascade Fire in 2017, they killed my family friend who burned alive in his home with his girlfriend, and other families didn't make it either. In the Cascade Fire, their kill count is well over 100 now. They poisoned well water and gave people cancer. In the 70s, they tried to charge them with negligent homicide with Butte County and found that laws didn't even exist to charge a corporation that way. The worst thing they could do was give them a $10,000 fine. That was it. The district attorney of Butte County was just livid that there's really nothing else they could have charged them with. And to make matters worse, it looked like the company was going to go bankrupt, that they'd have to pay out millions to the people, of Paradise and other places. They caused 14,000 other fires in the years prior. Yes, 14. Sorry, not 14,000, 1,400, excuse me. But that's still a lot. It looked like the company was done for. They were caught not, breaking the law. They didn't maintain their power lines. They're rickety, and they just fell over in normal wind conditions for the state. And they had power surges, and they didn't cut the power immediately. That's what happened with this fire. This one, the Dixie fire, they had a surge in their line, and they said, well, that could be something starting a fire, but we won't cut it right away. Meanwhile, people were watching a tree fry on some sort of electrical equipment and leaning on it. and they were trying to call the company, trying to extinguish it themselves. By the time they made the phone call, word is, as far as we know about the Dixie fire right now, it had erupted into flames, and they didn't contact CAL FIRE for 5 hours. They just had a days ago meeting about that, trying to defend their actions. And guess what? They told the world they de-energized the lines that caused the Paradise Fire, but it happened in almost exactly the same spot. Like, almost exactly the same spot. Like, throw a rock that far away from where the Paradise Fire started. So, this is part of why the Tamarack and others got out of control, because 5,000 firefighters had to respond to this Dixie fire that didn't need to happen. They could have immediately detected a surge, cut the power, and there would have been one smoldering tree to deal with. But they didn't. They fried that tree like the tree was on the electric chair for hours, basically, as far as anybody knows. And that lit the landscape on fire, just really lit it up. So the Tamarack fire, now it's reached Nevada. The Tamarack fire was unmanned because they didn't have enough resources to do anything about it. This entire southern flank of the Tamarack fire was unmanned because everybody was dealing with the Dixie. That didn't have to happen. So everybody in Nevada should be really pissed at, really angry at pg&e as well, because it's even affecting their state. Like, come on now. And now there's still 6,000 people on the Dixie fire. All the crews are getting exhausted. And lightning, the ones that should be the only ones we're really dealing with, hasn't stopped. The crews, we have the manpower, we have the facilities to deal with the lightning fires, with the normal ones that affect California every year. We don't have the extra manpower to deal with PG&E's stuff. That's why people are mad as hell. None of this had to happen. None of this did. And last year's other fires, like the Zog and stuff going on, and maybe not the Zog, but the others that were going on, they neglected. They didn't have the manpower to put out all the lightning fires. And so the Bear Fire became a killer monster and killed more than a dozen people last year in the same area. Fire history again. There's the Bear. The Bear/North Complex Fire. So you got the Paradise Fire here, the Bear here, and now here's the Dixie Fire. It's like PG&E was not satisfied with burning up most of Butte County. Oh, let's do the rest of it and do Plumas too. I'm not bitter about it. I'm sorry. I'm going to get off that subject. Let's go back to just covering it. So your question, I don't know what their liability is going to be, but I hope they are slammed with some fines. If you can't put handcuffs on them, it should hurt these millionaires somehow. They've killed enough people and they've burned enough of California to cinders. There should be a consequence. I think it's just evidence that they're not capable of getting their stuff together, and that they should be disbanded. That's my personal belief. We gave them plenty of chances. I've almost lost 3 family members now to them in 3 different counties. When my brother checked in from being a missing person, I can't tell you how I cried after the Paradise Fire. And a different brother of mine evacuated a different region last year. So, but we did lose our family friend, and that just was the biggest wake-up call to me. That's why I'm covering these fires. I'm personally affected. So, if people expect me to be read the news like a journalist, go to somebody who would read the news like a journalist. I'm here to tell stories because I'm a writer, and I'm personally affected. And the nation doesn't understand what's really going on here. They just think, oh gosh, we can't do anything. There's some global warming stuff happening. And global warming is number 35 out of the 35 reasons that these fires get big and deadly. The number one reason is this power company sucking up all the resources, causing these fires. And even in conditions where fires can't even happen unless there's like lines frying the landscape. Like, people don't realize the Paradise Fire could not have started from a match or even like a road flare probably, because the winds were so strong that it would have blown out an open flame. Paradise Fire started because power lines broke off, hit each other, arced together and dropped for like 30 minutes or so molten metal into the landscape, into dry vegetation that was illegally allowed to grow too high up underneath the power lines. They illegally let the vegetation block the fire access road. There was very quick response, and firefighters watched hopelessly from the ridge top, from the road, looking down at where the fire started, saying, "We can't get down there. We have no fire access road because there's trees growing in the road. There's vegetation here. It's on fire, and the lines are still energized. We can't put water on it. We'll get electrocuted." You know, that's why the Paradise Fire started. So those are things we can fix. We can't fix number 35, the global warming one, right away, but we could fix everything else. The mismanagement of the landscape, and the fact that wildland firefighters are on food stamps, that we don't have enough personnel. We can't attract them to wildland firefighting because they're going to face getting lung cancer and other bad things happening to their health. They better have a robust salary and like permanent the rest of their life health care. Cancer is the number one reason that firefighters die because they're exposed to these chemicals. You know, and who should be paying for this? You know, whoever started the dang fire, in my opinion. But I don't know what we're going to do if we don't pay our firefighters enough. These heroes do not belong on food stamps. That's for dang sure. So let's see if we have any updates. The airplane is still in the area. I'm going to go look back at chat. Max Smith says Cal Fire was seriously spread thin last year. Oh, God, yeah. Some fires had a 15% of the number of firefighters needed, and that's still true today. The Tamarack Fire, even with the entire state's firefighters are on duty right now. All of California's are. There's been a huge response from Oregon. A lot of the crews from the Portland area drove down, and they're on the Dixie Fire right now. Half of the crews from the Valley are on the Dixie Fire right now, like Yuba City's crews and other places. Places like Oakland, I believe, responded. And then places like when the Tamarack happened, they didn't have enough people. And places, other states like Nevada have responded. But the international crews, I don't know where the Aussies went. I think the Aussies went to the across the border to Oregon, because Oregon's one of Oregon's largest fires ever is going on at Klamath Falls. Let's take a look at it. I've been neglecting it since the Dixie Fire is so frightening. The Butte Lake here is starting to wrap up, thankfully, but this is one of Oregon's largest fires ever, and there were more than 6,000 personnel here already. I think the Australians went here. There's a mutual aid agreement because it's their winter when it's our summer. So their bushfires are in their summer and our winter. So we swap. We help them during their summer, and they do likewise for us. But they came to the Butte Lake because this thing has just swallowed just so many places, so many homes, and it's threatening so many towns. It's just a huge chunk of Oregon. If you divide Oregon into 50 slices, it's like 2 of them. It's hard to get a good handle on this. But the fire perimeter here, if you divided Oregon into 50 squares, the Butte Lake fire is 2.5 of them. The Jack Fire is still going on in the Cascades, and I've barely been able to cover it. I hope to soon. Does anybody have any questions? Tim says, I think you showed a video of the tree and the power lines a few days ago. We didn't have we didn't have video of that specific tree unless the media has it. That wasn't the specific tree that caused this Dixie Fire, or that they have claimed caused the Dixie Fire. That's what PG&E said, that the tree was leaning up against something and frying. That's what they had a press conference about. Officially, the Dixie Fire is under investigation. We don't know why a tree leaned over on it, what was happening. We don't know if that line or circuit, whatever it was supposed to be energized or not. they told the public that they de-energized that 94-year-old power line system that caused the Paradise Fire. And that's what everybody's mad about. The Paradise Fire, when they found out what caused it, the arm that broke off the high-tension power line basically took one of the lines and crossed it and made it touch another, which caused, in the extreme, and melted the metal together and dropped the molten metal into the vegetation. Now, when they investigated that, that's supposed to be inspected every, 15 to 20 years at least, replaced every 35, every piece of those power poles. You can apply for an extension if they're doing very well, but in general, every 35 years, you replace a high tension line, the towers that hold up the lines. And they found out the one that started the Paradise Fire, the one in this Highway 70, this is where the Dixie fire started, the canyon, that line was 94 years old, with some of the equipment dating back 98 years. And it had failed, and they tried to figure out, could they replace it? And nobody living today knew how to create it. That's how old it was. And so the 35-year replacement, something happened there. There's some kind of corruption. Who rubber stamped that? How did they pass inspection? How were they allowed to break the law that long? But they don't maintain their lines. It's one of those cold corporate calculations. Oh, we could maintain the lines, or we could just, wait till a disaster happened and wait for them to fail. Let's squeeze more years out of them. There's always that, how cost versus, the cold calculation, the Ford Pinto thing. Should we pay damages when our lines fail and burn up the landscape? We have insurance. Or would it cost us more to do maintenance, or cost us more to let insurance pay out? Oh, FEMA gets involved. Oh, well, if the taxpayer will do it, then we have even less incentives. Nobody should be making these decisions. There shouldn't be shareholders in a monopoly company, just in my opinion. I don't believe in monopolies. That's anti-competitive. That's not what free trade is about, and free market. And it's cost people their lives. Every time that there's high winds, they have to figure out, should we cut the power? We won't be able to build people for that night and that day. Or could we just hope for the best? Nobody should be making that decision. I think we'll have a whole lot less of these mega fires if new laws just mandate their action. If there's X amount of wind speed detected by your rickety lines and they're inspected and they seem to be a little rickety for now, it's going to take them years. It's going to take us years, more than a decade, to repair these lines. Even if the government helps out. They've neglected them for more than 40 years. 40 years we didn't have this happening. Because 40 years ago, the lines were 40 years younger. But right now, while they're still rickety, for the next decade, there really needs to be a law that says when you detect surges, you cut power. That could be a tree on your line. That could be your line falling down. That could be the wind blowing down the pole. And then, secondly, when there's red flag conditions and high winds forecast, you're going to cut it anyway. That's been preventing fires. There's been good success stories. Mount Hood National Forest was protected from fire last year by Portland because they cut all the power up there as precautions, but they didn't do it at the Beachy Creek area. And so we had devastation. So up here at Mount Hood, if you look at fire history, look at that ugliness. This is pretty much, this red stuff is from last year. Look at Mount Hood. Right around here, they don't have any fire. They cut the power. This whole area, safe. Totally good. But different power company, different decision-making process for the Beachy Creek down here. This one that was deadly, this one that burned up so many towns it's hard to name them all. This fire, they didn't cut the power. And when the high winds came, Detroit Lake right here erased off the map. 75 people trapped asking for air evacuation last year. They did not get it because the National Guard said, we would like to help rescue you, but we can't land the helicopters. We don't have visibility. So they fled for their lives. They were backed out on the dock on Detroit Lake. 75 townspersons, mind you, it's not a big town. And they eventually got in a bus, and they drove off this way, being guided like Apollo 13 by the radio to use obscure roads, and they got behind the fire, and they escaped to Mount Hood National Forest. The Lion's Head fire, which was over here, merged with the Beachy Creek, and then the Beachy Creek made its march towards the capital. It almost burned up Salem. It got close. I was out there, I know. It starts going and spreading at an incredible rate because the wind's pushing everything west. And so the problem is it erased a bunch of towns. And what happened, astonishingly, you won't believe this, is they didn't cut the power. Now here's the road that goes all the way to Stayton and all the way to Salem, which is the state capital. So this is the peak of the range. This is the highest elevation. So this is the top of the mountains. Now, the Beachy Creek fire was a small lightning strike fire. It was like that for weeks, but nobody could reach it because there was roadless wilderness. They didn't allow fire access roads to be put in there. And they said, oh, the forest is so precious. We don't want any development. And unfortunately, it's all been burned to cinders. There is no more forest. The old growth is gone, completely gone. So that didn't matter. The race against time to put out fires before wind events came and went, and we had the major wind event, the worst in 75 years. Every 75 years, there's a huge wind event that hits the West Coast. My drawings are not showing up. Oh, what in the heck? I'm looking over at that, and you're right. Why is it not showing up? Huh. It was showing up for last time. Let me see if I can fix that. I'm so sorry, guys. Sometimes I can't see when I'm filming because I'm looking at the other monitor, and that was behind a window. Let me see if I can fix that. But the point I'm making is that if I can make the drawing show up, I'm just penciling. I'm just drawing, basically. What on earth? Thank you for the heads up. When you're talking to me, go ahead and flag my name at Catherine Davidson in the chat so that I can actually see that. Because I don't know when you guys are talking amongst yourselves or not. But the point is, even without my helpful little drawing, is that power lines here, which go and line the road. I'm going to turn off the fire history. I'm going to turn off that. The power lines which go along the road past communities like Niagara, Gates as you go west, Mill City, and further east was Detroit Lake, of course. All these power lines fell at the same time ahead of the fire. And so what you had was the fire trapped people who died trying to flee out of the Jawbone Flats kind of a resort/ghost town, the history town up there, which is, I don't know if you can see, it's very, very small, my cursor. Let me try to get a darker map. Yeah, that's better. So up here was Jawbone Flats in the resort town, and the lightning strike fire was up here. And instead of the fire going just due west and being trapped up in this canyon where it probably could have been contained, down here where they had the headquarters at Gates and Mill City, down here, that is where the power lines went down and trapped people. And the fire raced up this hill, up this mountainside, and went down the other side. And so everybody who was trying to flee the fire from up in here where it actually started by lightning, drove down this way and got trapped and found out that they couldn't even escape. That's the only way out of the mountains. And so fatalities occurred. And that was from the power lines going down. The power lines spread the fire out here towards Salem before the fire even left the mountains way up there. That is the situation with the power lines out west. We have to do something about that. It doesn't matter how much carbon and emissions and everything that we do, or how much money we do to pay new helicopters and new equipment. We have to stop that. We cannot allow these power companies to make the decisions themselves on whether or not to protect the landscape and the people in the towns. These towns are gone. They don't exist anymore. They're thinking about rebuilding. Edenha, I believe that's how you pronounce it, Detroit, Niagara, Gates, Mill City, Jawbone Flats, the small one up here, Fox Valley, Lyons was devastated, Mahama. The fire team that was in charge of all of the fires of the Coast Range. They had a shiny new firehouse here in Gates, right on this street right here. And the fire chief, and I showed this live last year, explained what the hell happened. And in fact, I'll go. We can even show the fire house, I believe. Let's put satellite on. Yeah, I believe we can go to the firehouse at Gates. So fire station. Let's do this. Fire station Gates, Oregon, should take us right there. There it is. Here it is. It has 4 engines right here. And they have a fence, right? So they had a chain link fence behind it. This was brand new. They were coordinating all the fire attack for everything going on in the Cascade Mountains last year. And brand new firehouse. It's like big enough for 4 engines. And so they're here in their command headquarters. They have endless water supply to defend this town of Gates. They know that on the other side of a mountain, down a canyon, far up in the mountains, is that fire, which now that the winds are picking up, is probably spreading, right? They're taking phone calls, 911 phone calls from that area. What do we do? And where do we go? And they're trying to deal with it. All of a sudden, the power lines in their own town are falling over, and there are fires erupting all over the place in their own hometown here. And people are running up to the fire station saying, "My yard's on fire. The trees are on fire. The lines have leaned over. The poles are down. There's arcing and sparking that we can't even drive on this road, the one way out of town, because there's lines covering it, etc." And they're talking about the problems. One by one, the people of the town are running to the fire department saying, "We can't even reach you by phone." The whole all the phone lines went down. And they said, "Oh, okay." And as they try to figure out what to do about it and roll out the trucks to put out the fires in their own town, that's when a tree falls over right about here onto their chain link fence, electrifies their chain link fence. It goes red hot and glowing, and all the vegetation along the red chain link fence erupts into flame in a 360-degree ring around their firehouse. They dropped everything. They dropped pencils and mugs, and they picked up everything that they could and ran for their vehicles. And they fled the firehouse because it, just like all the other firefighters, they found themselves completely helpless. Here they have 4 fire trucks. They have a river, and they have hydrants. They can't put water on an electrified metal fence. They would electrocute themselves immediately. They have to wait for the power company. The way it works this way is you have to call power companies and say, "Hey, would you cut the power?" And then they sit in their trucks and they wait for power companies to do that. But this was a firestorm. The winds were picking up to 75 miles an hour. There was no time to lose, no time to wait. All of a sudden, flaming debris is on the roof of their firehouse. I believe it burned to the ground. I can't recall. But much of Gates burned to the ground. And then they started fleeing. They started going west. And the fire crews, the fire chief explains this better. I can go back to my own stream and show this one day. But this is the scar of the fire. Look how huge it is. And further west they went. They said, "We're going to go to Mill City and we're going to set up shop there." Mill City said, "We're on fire too." So they kept driving, and they saw the fires racing up from the down power lines up over the mountain. And they decided, okay, all right, we're going to go further west. And they go over to Lyons, and they said, "The fire's behind us. We can't go there." So here's Lyons. They didn't stop. They went over to Staten and Sublimity, and they said, "Hi, guys. Long story, but we're going to set up shop here." And then the fire embers started raining all over Staten and Sublimity, and then they had to go. they relocated to Salem. Look how close the fire got to Salem. I was in this area, and there was hot ash raining all over my head. I was frantically evacuating my family members. Night was day. I mean, day was night. It was at 4 p.m. It looked like it was midnight. This black smoke coming out of this monster. The riverside was blowing up at the same time, too. So was the Lion's Head. This you couldn't see, past your headlights. It was the most horrible thing I've experienced in my recent years. And to know that 75 people were trapped here, it's just a stroke of luck that they were able to survive. That's why you need to cut the power. Over here at Mount Hood, this entire area unaffected because they cut power. It would not have been as bad. And that's what we need to understand is going on in the West. So everybody has to know this. Nothing will change unless we demand change. So these fires are causing global warming. This is not my message like, oh, it's not global warming. These fires are causing global warming because it's deforestation. And none of these trees are alive anymore to convert CO2 to oxygen. And deforestation does cause climate change. It's contributing to it. And so we can cut carbon all we want, but as long as this crap is still happening, nothing's going to change. Nothing will. We're in for a drought. That's going to happen. We have to be on our toes and do everything we can to prevent this from happening. And that's not going to happen unless the public knows about it. Now let's go back to chat. Looks like there's a helicopter bucket with water over the new fire. Really? Which one? Is it over the... Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Thank you for pointing that out. Looks like they've got a bucket. Bambi bucket. Wow, that's a shiny new helicopter if that's the correct thing. Cool. Now, we might be able to see it on our webcams. Let's look. So let's go to the new fire. That's over there in Shasta Trinity. Well, we can't really see it right now. Is it facing the wrong direction? Let's look. Let's pull it on over. The CalTopo says that the new fire that was started by lightning, one of the two, one of them's over by the Dixie. This is the one that is not. This is the one that is called McFarland, I believe. This is by Goods Mountain and Goods Creek, Shasta Trinity border. Kind of in the rugged wilderness, as far as I can tell. Let's get a bearing on how we can find it. Just south of Wildwood. Okay, that would be the nearest area / community. So we can look at Wildwood and make sure that the cameras are facing Wildwood. So, or not facing, but that Wildwood is north of them. Sorry, I'm not trying to scroll twice. It's just doing that. So let's look at the road shape right here. That would give us a clue to line up the camera. And that community is Hay Fork. So let's see where the position is in relation to Hay Fork. Hay Fork, California. All right. Let's look north of Hay Fork. And there's that Thompson Peak. Okay. How close is that fire to Hay Fork? It's not. It's not close to it. So it's pretty far away looking south. Okay. So the actual spot is, we see the intersection of these roads, and I'm going to click on over so we can see which roads they are. That would be with TF Outdoors. No, Open Street View. That would be it. Open Street View. Let's go to Open Street Map. Okay, 36, Highway 36 and Highway 3's intersection. Bramlot Road. Okay. So, bear with me, folks. We're doing it live. So, Highway 3 and 6's intersection is right there. And we follow that down to Wildwood. Gotcha. Okay. So it is there. Got it. Yeah, right on the border of Trinity County, right there. So lightning. It was like Zeus was playing a game of darts or something. Let's see if I can hit it right on the county line. All right, so yeah, that's Forest Access Road, and that one's called Jeep Trail. Wow, that is rugged wilderness. So we'll go to Wildwood. Wildwood, California. Really? Doesn't have it? Oh, we're there already. Haha. All right, looks like we got an airplane. Let's check out this one. So that is a Beach King. Yes, and you can see his swirly pattern. That would be the Scout there. Now let's see if we can get some radio going on. Let's see if there's anybody broadcasting on the radio. That would be Trinity County, I imagine. We'll check Broadcastify. If anybody has any questions, I'm sorry if I missed them. I'm going to scroll up. Max Smith says PG&E was PG&E. Okay, that's two different companies. PG&E is called Pacific Gas and Electric. That's for California. Portland General Electric is PG&E. So we can't confuse the two. But Max Smith means that PG&E was convicted of 86 counts of criminal negligence in the Paradise Fire. Yeah. That's when they got a $10,000 fine. And that's when the governor on his way out signed a bill to protect the company. And the new governor came in, this Newsom guy, signed another bill protecting the company from liability, which gave him a bailout. That's why everybody's mad. That's why the governor's facing recall. One of the big reasons. He's protecting the company, and then the company's still at it. They got a slap on the wrist. And it's just absolutely infuriating for the locals who lost their homes, who are still homeless. A lot of people are still homeless, living at the river bottoms, waiting for the community to be rebuilt. So looks like they do have aircraft on the fire. So that's the Scout plane circling around, the new McFarland fire. And this is, okay, one's a command plane, one's a Scout. I don't know which one's which. That is pretty cool. Oh, a lead and a Scout plane. Now the lead plane is the one that will guide planes in and say, follow me. And the lead plane person knows how far behind the water plane is behind it. So the water plane will follow the lead plane. They can't actually look down. If you look at aircraft, their little windows, they can see away from themselves. They can see horizontally. They can't see vertically. There's no like window in the floor to look down. So that's what the lead plane does. The lead plane goes on ahead. And then the water plane comes from behind. The lead plane looks and says, 3, 2, 1, drop it. And then they drop on command because they can't see underneath their own belly. They'll dive, drop the water, and pull up. They'll do the same thing for retardant as well. The retardant is going to be red. And thank goodness it's not the toxic stuff anymore. It was a frightening statistic that most of the mothers had flame retardant show up in their breast milk. Flame retardant chemicals. It just saturated California so much. Oh, here's one of the tankers. Yes, tanker 914 is coming. So he'll hook up with a lead plane any moment. That's one of the DC-10s. And I wish I could make this easier to see. 3D view may crash. Yeah, 3D view crashed. Sorry, guys. But sometimes we can do 3D view. If I restart the browser, I'll be able to. It looks like I got to refresh anyway. But here comes the tanker, and they're going to put water on this new fire. So zoom back in. And we'll see him hook up with the lead plane. So they won't be able to see exactly where they're dropping, but they'll look behind themselves with the binoculars, and they'll count, because they'll say, you're 10 seconds behind, right? I just flew over it. 1, 2, 3, and then drop, and then that's what will happen. So let's look at the cams and see if we can see the planes on the cams. This one is looking in the correct direction, I believe. Or Oregon Mountain. Nope, it's going to be this one. Hayfork Divide is real smoky. I can't believe they're dropping in a smoky condition like this. Too bad we really can't see what's going on. Darn. So we'll go back to watching the planes from flight radar then. And they have the helicopter down in a ravine. And then Tanker 914 is coming in at an altitude of 6,200-ish feet. We'll probably do a circle to come in lower. And looks like this might be the guide plane. Whether or not they make a left or a right tells us which plane they're going to follow. Yep, looks like they're going to follow this guy, N64 GT. November 64 Golf Tango. They would say 6-4 Golf Tango in aviation, right? Okay. And I'll try to make the drawing show up again, because that was a good teaching tool. Now, if you've just tuned in, there are 2 lightning strike fires that have developed over the night. This one is in the middle of nowhere, frankly, just north of where the August Complex fire was. If you drew a line from Anderson, it's due west across the valley in the Coast Range. And we've got tanker action going on. So I'm going to look across the screen here to see if Broadcastify, what is this, Trinity County? Broadcastify. If we can listen to the pilots. And that would be cool. Because sometimes we can hear them talking to each other. And they're going round and round the mulberry bush, probably dropping in altitude. Let's check his altitude again. Still says 6,275 feet, but that doesn't update all the time. And again, these peaks are probably around the 3,000 altitude. But they really almost have to scrape their bellies on the top of these peaks. This is really dangerous flying that they do. So Tanker 914 is following November 64 Golf Tango. The Beach King, which will guide it over towards the drop. And we can look at where the fire is, kind of, on the map here. So we have Goods Mountain there. And if we zoom out, this is the same spot. So let's look at where the fire is. The fire is here, right here, in this ravine and on the ridge top that says Jeep Trail. And this is where, yep, the lead plane is leading the tanker. So right here, where this central plane is, that's where the fire is. So here comes Tanker 914. It's coming around, dropping altitude. We're now at 6,000 feet for the tanker. And they're going to zoom in. I don't know how many circles they'll have to do to drop enough altitude. But I do think they might have to make a few more passes. But they're getting an eyeball of the situation. So we'll probably see the Tanker 914 circle a little bit. Now let's see if we have any radio. California Fire Special 1 is not active. Trinity County Public Safety is active. Northern California Major Incident is not active. Okay. So I have not found radio to listen to unless anybody in the chat has already. Serene Sapphire says, here in Deschutes County, an early evening lightning strike created a power outage for many hours. Yikes. These thunderstorms of lightning created 19 wildfire incidents across central Oregon. Yikes, yikes, yikes. I hope they were able to get a handle on them immediately. If you're just tuning in, oh, thank you very much, Jonathan de Leon. I hope I said your name right. Very happy to know that I can help people. He says, great in-depth coverage. Thanks for your hard work. Anytime. This is the least I can do. I wish we could hear the pilot chatter. That makes all the difference. So the tanker is dropping altitude. He's below 6,000 feet now. This is one of the new fires. Let's look and see if we got camera eyes on it. That's looking back at the Dixie fire. I don't think aircraft will be much use at the Dixie fire right now. But looking back at this camera, Hay Fork camera 2 is pointed in that direction, but it's obscured by smoke. You can kind of see a smoke column right here, but I don't think we're going to be able to see airplane in front of it. Possibly, though. So we see the tanker swirling around, continuing to drop altitude. The lead plane is still guiding it around. And we will be experiencing a very big weather change very soon. It is now 30 minutes after 11. Forecast today are some thunderstorms for the area. So we're watching the planes right now on one of the two new fires. This one is the California Coast Range south of a place called Wildwood, which looks like really remote areas where Highway 30 and 3 sort of intersect. North of where the August Complex fire was, if you draw a line, it's just due west of Anderson, essentially, but into the mountains. And they're trying to hit it with aircraft. They called for aircraft on the Evans fire, which is over by the Dixie fire. Started in Indian Valley, right up on the hillside, northeast of Greenville, but on the other side of Katy Mountain Ridge. And if you'll excuse me, I've become a meat popsicle because the air conditioning is blasting my direction. I'm going to mute myself as I run over there and press the button to turn it off. We're going to watch for Tanker 911 to make a drop. The fire is right in here, where it says Jeep Trail and Forest Access Road 29 November 27. So that's just south, of a place name on the map called Wildwood. I don't know if that's a community or, like I said, a place name. So this is remote, but we know from last year's horrific experience with California's largest wildfire ever that this terrain is nightmare class terrain. That if the fire isn't extinguished quickly, it does have the potential to become a major one. Same story with the Evans fire over by Indian Valley at the Dixie fire, which I'm about to look at, but I need to go turn off the air conditioning. Be right back. Okay, friends. I have begun the thawing out process, although I may have been afflicted by frostbite. It's funny how I just got super focused on this and failed to realize the room is now like 64 degrees. Okay, so Tanker 914 is still declining in altitude, and I want to continue to look for whether or not we have any radio messages. And I do want to check on the Evans fire back too. Action News Now. Great. Josh has a link. Thank you so much, Josh. Welcome back. So McFarland fire causes evacuation warnings in Trinity County. Yeah. So Trinity County, an evacuation warning has been issued for the residents of Wildwood. Gosh, it is a community. And south end of Deer Lick Springs Road, the Trinity County Sheriff's Office said. The warnings include both sides of Highway 36 due to the McFarland fire. Deputies say residents who are elderly, have medical issues, have small children or livestock or pets should prepare to leave due to fire activity. As of 8:50 a.m., the McFarland fire is 100 acres but is spreading rapidly, the U.S. Forest Service said. This is a developing story. Action News Now will keep you updated. Okay, thank you so much. That means I should get on to the tab for Facebook's Trinity County Sheriff's Office. That's probably going to be the first place for up-to-date evacuation information. So yes, as of 1 hour ago, they are echoing the same sentiment, issuing an evacuation warning to residents of Wildwood, the south end of Deer Lick Springs. Yep. I'm seeing if there's been anything else. It's just a warning at this time, but people should be preparing for this to get bigger. Like I said, nightmare terrain. So I'll keep that refreshed, Trinity County Sheriff's Office. And right now, I don't see any Broadcastify news radio feeds. There's a repeater network, but I think that's for ham radio. I'm going to go up to the county next to it. Isn't that one Shasta? I believe it's Shasta. It's kind of at the intersection of Tehama, Shasta, Trinity, if I am looking at this correctly. So let's look at Tehama first. That's one heck of a big, sprawling county. We have state and local fire dispatch, but I don't know that I think it's Shasta County that's more impacted. Let's look at this. Cal Fire SHU, 74 people listening. Let's see if this is a winner. I'll try to volume warning. I'll try to regulate it. But sometimes it comes on full blast. Let's see if this is related. It says connected. It may be going. It says feed status online, 10 seconds listening. I'm going to keep it low in case we get blasted out by something, but right now there's total silence. We may be able to hear pilots, may not be able to. So I've got that over here on the other window. So we'll just see if that does anything. But if anybody else can find pilot chatter, do let me know in the chat, and then we'll tune into it. So looking up there, open questions and answers time. I want to look back at the Evans fire. We know that this tanker is still swirling around, and he's climbed back up to 6,200 feet. So either there was a drop made, or they're just climbing up for safety and looking for an opportunity. We did see a helicopter before. We've got two planes. We got a scout and a lead plane in the area, or perhaps two lead planes. But I don't know if Tanker 914 made a drop or not. And it may be leaving the vicinity. So with this amount of smoke, this is the fire. You can see the column very, very faintly. I'm going to put it on a time lapse so you guys can see how this developed, because it was much more evident. This is what happened throughout the night. This is looking across a valley at the fire burning near the top of a sort of a bowl. And so that makes dropping water on it pretty, well, a little bit hazardous. Ridge tops are easy. Getting into a bowl and pulling up is pretty dang sketchy. So we're looking south at it. And the pink over here is kind of like where the actual fire is. So as dawn broke, you can see how it escalated out here. They're calling it a rapid rate of spread. They're telling the community of Wildwood, which is to the north, to get ready for possible evacuation, and the Deer Lick area. So if you have not been made aware of any evacuation warnings, what you should do is keep refreshing the Trinity County Sheriff's Office. That's where you're going to get those. And I'll try to keep up with it. But when I'm monitoring fires, I have 60 tabs open literally most of the time. So do let me know in chat. Don't assume that I, for some reason, will know before you do. But they are just preparing the communities around Wildwood now for evacuation. So this is the last hour of activity. And you can see smoke has just started to obscure everything. This sort of a haze is bad for aircraft and their visibility. So where did Tanker 914 go? It's leaving. It's either made a drop and is going to go get more water and or retardant, or it wasn't able to. But I never saw it really drop below 5,000 feet. So I'm not sure that it made a drop. Then again, let's see what the altitude of that peak is. Maybe it was okay to do it from a higher altitude. If we look at it right here and take a Forest Service map, that should give us altitude, theoretically. Where Little Black Rock is 4,780 feet. And that is just, probably the fire may be licking at the Little Black Rock by now. This heat detection from space is hours old. This updates like once every hour, and this is the once every 15 minutes or so. The red is detected as of 1 minute ago. Wow. Okay. So we know that there's within these giant chunks here, these squares, there is a heat detection visible, big enough to be visible from space, detectable from space. But these are inaccurate. The GOES is less accurate than the MODIS and VIIRS. So the GOES lets you know what's going on soon, but it makes a quick pass over and doesn't pinpoint. So a heat detection is somewhere within a huge amount of area that the square is. We don't know exactly where. But the red is as of 1 minute ago. That's when it updated. Now the orange is heat detections 12 to 24, 10 minutes to 60 minutes old. Excuse me. So less than an hour ago were the orange, less than 15 minutes ago the red. So we continue to monitor that situation. We see the aircraft over it. And, you know, if they got down to 5,000 feet, then maybe they did put water on the fire. We have new aircraft in the area. This is Tinker 102 and McDonnell Douglas MD-87. I'm looking back over at the radio feed, CAL FIRE SHU. I don't hear a peep out of them. Now, 78 people are listening, but I think we would have heard pilot chatter by now if this was the correct channel. We have scout planes, we got lead planes. So we've got Aero Commander 690. You can see the circular pattern where they continue to circle and look for opportunities to drop water and or retardant. Oh, and we got a Hercules. So we've got a McDonnell Douglas MD-87. We've got a Hercules. And we've got, what was the other guy? We've got a helicopter. Hercules, MD-87, oh, and a DC-10. So there's at least 3 heavy craft on this, and some of the lighter guys. So let's check out the Hercules. He's at 5,500 feet, and he may be going in to make the drop. Following the scout plane, we know that the fire's in the ravine area, right south of Wildwood, right over here. We know that it's right in here. This spot. Now, because it's more than 100 acres, it may have spread to who knows where. We don't know because the satellite's not accurate enough to tell us if it's cross 36. We heard the radio. Let's see. Hopefully somebody queues up again.
Copy 1143.
Oh, well, maybe that's going to be pilot stuff. Or maybe CAL FIRE on the ground. So we'll just wait to see if we're on the right channel. If anybody else has a correct channel, let me know. Throwaway in the chat says soon Bigfoot will be in the city. Yep, Bigfoot is probably on the run right now. Now I want to go back to the Evans fire. That is what's going on. We've got active dropping, drops possibly happening on the fire, because that would only be 500 feet-ish above the highest peak. So they are in the correct altitude if the fire's gone up on the peak. And that's one heck of a hair-raising thing. When you see these guys make the drops, let's refresh to see if we have any. I don't think we'll be able to see aircraft on the camera. It would be tiny dots over the nipple of that mountain over there. So, yeah, I don't know how in the world they're making drops with this much smoke. But that's the current camera view on the fire right now. And we can see the aircraft circling. So just these pilots are brave souls. That's all we can say. Flying in that is nearly suicidal. It's just one notch below it. So the Hercules is down in altitude, 4,600 feet. God, that is actually like 50 feet above the highest peak that he's going right past. Whew. That's incredible. That's almost scraping trees with the belly of the plane kind of a deal. And we do see the Hercules, that's the one we're tracking right down here, is just about scraping a ridgeline. 4,400 feet. Wow. So I'm willing to bet they did just make the drop. That's pretty cool. They just wouldn't have gone low, that low, if they weren't doing something. Looking back at the chat, it's open questions and answer time. We're talking about Dixie fire, which we don't have an update on quite yet. We know that the Evans fire next to the Dixie fire is a nightmare, and I want to show you guys that right now. So we'll come back and look at the McFarland fire, where it looks like they have successful drops. Oh, let's listen to the pilot. Meanwhile, let's go over to the Dixie fire and look at the Evans.
66 running gun. Riding into 2466, respond, but this is at 794123.
Aw. Okay, so that's just regular dispatch. I'm turning that off. That's not the pilot chatter channel. That's for regular fire and EMT. So if you're just tuning in, it's open question and answer time. We have 2 new fires to monitor, one of which is the very, very concerning Evans fire, which was caused by lightning last night. New lightning storms should be arriving any moment that have the potential to start new fires. They're battling the Dixie fire most fiercely on the western front, but so far I don't believe they've had any structure loss. The Jonestown fire fight went very well to protect it last night. They're working on finishing up their contingency lines, but they don't know what the wind's going to do today. It'll shift rapidly. It's unpredictable. We could have new dry lightning. We could have wet lightning. We could have rain. We don't know. I'll look back at the weather forecast in a second. For the weather radar, I don't honestly know what's happening in between here. That just could be where the fire is most fierce, or where they were lighting backfires to finish their control line here. They're trying to split this portion of the Dixie fire from itself, so they have a lot of lines in there. I can show you the this is their battle map, their briefing map. You can see how they were putting in lines here. So that could be defensive. It could be that they are defending the area by making that scorched earth line, or it could be that that's just where the fire is active and is picked up because of the winds and the unstable storms. They did point out that that was an area of concern, but hopefully their lines are going to hold right there, which is just south of Caribou and a little bit south of Seneca and south of Butts Lake, and basically in the Feather River Canyon, a little bit west of, where was I reading this here? This is in front of my way. A little bit west of Twain. So fingers crossed for that endeavor. Let's look at the Evans. That started around 9 p.m.-ish. By midnight, there were rushing crews out there. There's more than 19 engines on it. Last thing we heard about 2 hours ago to 3 hours ago was it was 42 acres at least. I'm going to look at the GOES satellite, and that's a good sign that we don't have new satellite heat detections. Maybe they have gotten a handle on it or are getting a handle on it. They went full frontal assault on this. Just full direct attack around midnight. So hopefully they're getting that handled. But like I said, they've got 20 minutes till noon. When you have a situation like this, the magic formula is that your best chance of containing a new fire is to contain it by noon the next day. That's when humidity changes. That's when the sun comes out. There's much more heat. There's much more wind. And we know that this is the arrival time of the new thunderstorm systems that could possibly develop with new lightning strikes. So there's a race against time to contain that. If it did get out of control, that's a nightmare scenario. This is even worse and more rugged terrain with fewer roads. than where the Dixie fire currently is. It would be harder to reach, harder to put out. And the bad news right now on the Dixie fire is look at the current conditions. This is extremely smoky today. Their best chance on a rocky ridge like that and steep terrain is to slam it with air and helicopters, like they're doing currently, like we can see over here with the McFarland fire. Now, it may have been the same storm that started both fires. We don't know. Or a series of storms. One here. We know they moved from east to west last night. There were a whole bunch of lightning strikes at the Dixie fire. They responded rapidly and either put them immediately out or found that there wasn't really smoke and that maybe it didn't catch, but the Evans did. So there's a lot of crew on the scene there, and I want to see, and that's the Evans. This is the McFarland. I want to show you the special map. Let me go back to it. We were going to look at here to see if the storms are coming. Okay, so this is our current weather radar. Yeah, at the very end of it, if I pause it, this was about 7 minutes ago. So we can see that there is wet stuff over Chester right now and just north of Caribou. And let's see it move through the Dixie fire area. So it's coming along. Now what I don't see are little lightning bolts. Now we would potentially be able to see that live. I have thunderstorms checked. I think I have all the boxes checked to see lightning. And boy, did we see that. The storms that rained out the Beachy Creek fire and ended Oregon's nightmare, at least Western Oregon's nightmare last year, it happened with torrential rain, and we saw lightning strikes everywhere, but they were wet lightning strikes. These today could be potentially dry. There could be some rain, but only like a 20% chance. So it's really up in the air. We know that's going to destabilize the situation, and that's why today's a big question mark wild card. Will that help the situation or really, really hurt it? I mean, last night's lightning just made it worse. So fingers crossed there. I'm going to look back at chat. Residents of Susanville have lots of time to prepare to evacuate and to make their property as safe as possible if the order comes. Yeah, I would imagine Susanville would be the next thing impacted by this Evans fire because of just the way the wind blows in general during the day. Daytime is when the fires are most active. So earlier I was explaining that in general, during the day, hot air of the valley rises and pushes wind up into the mountains. So it comes up from the valley up to the higher elevations. Where the heck is the good thing? Okay. And so at night, the wind gets cold, the air gets colder because the sun's gone, and it drifts back down into the valley. So, but during the day, when it's fiercer, look which way the wind would go towards Susanville. We would see Lassen County affected. So fingers crossed that they can get that buttoned up and tied up. The one spot of good news is they had contingency lines in case the Dixie fire hopped across Indian Valley, and they said they're utilizing that. So that's a little bit of good news, but it's extremely concerning. It really is. The aircraft. Let's see if we see any aircraft. I'm going to briefly pull away from the aircraft that are on the new McFarland fire across the valley in the coast. That's a Marsh Turbo Tracker. Oh, these are cute. And we got all kinds of craft out here. Yep, another Turbo Tracker. So those are the small planes that have... Don't they... Are they the ones that dump water out of their bellies, like in a small way? Or are they just scouts? I cannot recall. But if I remember right, they could scoop, because they have the wings at the top of the plane. Those types of planes with the wings up on top can sometimes scoop. I just don't recall. The props look pretty big, though. I don't know if the props would hit water. So Josh has a new link for us. Let's take a look. at what Josh has for us. You're also man of the hour again. You and Tim. So, oh yeah, I was looking at these, the wildfire intel community forums. California FF1 salary. Wow, 3,000 to 4,000 a month. You receive an overtime check roughly every 28 days. Planned overtime with extended duty week. Oh yeah, some of these guys work 20-hour shifts. They don't even have the strength at the end of the day to put up a tent. They find a log, that's their pillow. They put their helmet over their face and snuggle up against the log, and then wake up and still have their boots on and start their shift the next day. Like that's how intensely they've been working. Well, the range doesn't change based on location. The pay range between $1 to $2 grand will be extra overtime. So they make like $5 grand a month. Okay, that's an FF1. Planned overtime is based on a 72-hour work week. So if I remember right, though, don't you have 16 days on and 16 days off? Like you have to work 16-hour days, typically, in a row. It's pretty insane. Like this is backbreaking work. And in 100-plus degree heat, and in the smoke, and wearing all your gear. So your body temperature is... Oh man, you just sweat bullets. Okay, let me go to the wildfire, Evans Fire update. I am refreshing forums.wildfireintel.org. So the file is reported. Rate of spread is unknown. Moonlight fire scar, lightning caused. So the Moonlight fire happened in 2006. I was there in 2009 covering aftermath, trying to figure out which historical assets had burned. I'm going to show you guys what I'm looking at. We'll look back at the planes in a second. So this is the Evans fire. I could show you Google Maps as well, but it's this over here. So the blue is the Moonlight fire burn scar. That was a pretty large one for Plumas County. Well, until 2020 showed us what large really was. So they theoretically maybe rehabilitated that old Jeep trail and turned it into a fire road. I hope the engines can climb up that extremely steep slope, but that is a climb of 2,500 feet. With this 3D image, you can kind of get just how nightmarish this terrain is. It's pretty flat in Indian Valley, but you look up and you have these towering peaks everywhere around you. When I drove to the right side of the screen up to get into here, it was like a 2-hour climb up switchbacks. It's 3,000 feet. It took us almost 3 hours to get up to the top here. That's why I was so concerned and trying to explain to people it's a nightmare if the fire gets up and into that rugged, inaccessible terrain where, pretty much the roads haven't been maintained since the 40s. So let me go back to reading the text updates that they have and go back to showing you guys the airplanes. So you have something to look at while I'm reading. If you just tuned in, go ahead and put any questions in chat. I'll try to get to them. I look back at that every opportunity I can. And a question and answer time. Dixie fire, jet fire, bootleg fire, anything. Well, we're on pins and needles. We are hoping that these 2 new lightning strike fires can be put out because new unstable air mass should be arriving any moment to Northern California with these new thunderstorms. We may be getting new fires popping up throughout the afternoon, or we could be getting none. We have no idea. So there's a new McFarland one. Thank you so much, Josh. Looking back here. Oh, that's one of the cams. I see. Okay. And it almost looks like fluffy clouds on the other side of a ridge. I wonder if we can see aircraft, though. So let me take the name down, the Rainbow Lake cam. Okay, so we can go to alert wildfire and go to the Rainbow Lake cam. It's this guy. Yeah, you can kind of see the smoke in the distance, just west of Reading. I believe we were using this cam to look at the Zog fire last year. Duckett Peak, yeah. And so here's the one, Hayfork Divide 2. It has the most direct view. The fire is down here somewhere. But that smoke, that's quite intense. The Axis Hayfork cam is looking, unfortunately, a little bit too far to the west. But you can see the elevation and the difficulty of the situation, because the mountain here on the very far left, the mountains start going up. That's where the fire is to the left there. Or if we look at the Hayfork 2 cam, due south, it has to look over a valley. And that's where these planes are, over there and circling. So let's check out the other aircraft. Tinker 911 is back. That's one of my favorites. That's a DC-10. That's the orange guy, the orange tail. So Tinker 914 is back to go get more water or retardant, whichever one they're dropping. We've seen a Hercules, 2 DC-10s, McDonnell Douglas MD-87, same guys as last year, same exact planes. And some of the lead planes, we got 2 Marshes on the scene. We have 2 Beach Kings, one of which seems to be a scout, one of which seems to be a lead plane. Not sure which is which. They continue to circle around the area, and hopefully they'll protect the community of Wildwood, which has now been on evacuation warning. Not mandatory yet, but that really could change. So let me look at the forecast for Wildwood. Wildwood, that would be a good thing. Questions in chat. I'm going to look back now. Are those pyro clouds forming off the McFarland fire? I don't think so. I don't see any particular cloud shape. If you look at the Rainbow Lake, the wind seems to be blowing the smoke horizontally rather than letting it go up. So there's particular situations that cause the pyro clouds. I don't believe it's even big enough, honestly, right now, because it's a brand new fire. We don't have acreage yet, but just looking at what CalTopo is showing, this is a blip. This is a 2 ridgeline blip fire. When you get pyro clouds, that's because you have a behemoth like this thing. They said that is possible for more of them to form today and throughout the night, just like yesterday, but they don't know. So they expect that later today the smoke will clear a little bit. It's going to settle into Greenville and the valleys and those areas, Quincy. But up at the ridges, they could have the higher winds blow smoke away, which would increase fire activity if that's what happened. Because the smoke acts like a pot lid on a frying bacon, Take the pot lid off and it sizzles more. The fire gets more intense. So with winds, they would have more clarity. They'd probably be able to slam the Dixie fire with some aircraft and the Evans, which they want to do. We don't see aircraft there right now because, well, look at the smoke. Let's look back at Indian Ridge. This is current conditions at Indian Ridge. Looking by Greenville, I don't see them doing anything today. Look at Quincy. I would be showing you guys if there's anything to see. Look at Butte Lake. I don't see aircraft in the foreseeable future going on the Dixie, but we get to watch it here over across the valley by Wildwood. Now let me check out Wildwood's weather forecast. Hang on a second. I have a message too. Now, are you affected by fires? Please give me your story if you'd like to share it and or photographs. I'm going to share with you my email as I look up the weather. It's Catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. Send me pictures, stories. If you want to remain anonymous, you've got to say so. If not, I'll read your first name at least. and survival stories, just how you've been affected about any wildfire in your life. Doesn't have to be here. If you know local word on the street, go ahead and message me. Now, these channels, I hate people that beg for likes and subscribes, but it's true. The algorithm thing, YouTube decides what people should view based on if a channel is trending. So I have to have more likes and more subscribes, like keep coming in. Otherwise, my channel is put on page 57 of the news, so to speak. And even if people type in Dixie Fire, they won't find my channel. So all of that is supremely appreciated. I appreciate you all so much for like hitting these buttons, and I feel embarrassed even asking for it. But if you hit the ringing bell, you will know whenever I go live, and I tend to go live in a crisis. So I came live today because the situation developed overnight. I began monitoring the situation at 3 in the morning. By 5 in the morning, I figured I could go live, but there was not enough new information. At 7 in the morning, there typically is. And I should, that reminds me, refresh that to see if CAL FIRE has issued their new release. I believe they delayed it. I did not get their 7 a.m. I did not get their 7 a.m. update because probably the developing Evans fire situation delayed them. So if you want to get CAL FIRE to notify you the moment that they release these bulletins, there's something that you can sign up for. And they'll send it to your email. And they don't spam you, which is great. Great, we got the bulletin. I can read that. Yeah, they issued it at 9 a.m. But it's called Constant Contact, and you can sign up for it and get these same things. So let me try to get you a link for that. CAL FIRE Constant Contact. This is a live show. I tend to go based off what chat happens. Chat will guide me. Whatever you guys are concerned with, I'll find out the information for you, if it's at all feasibly possible. You know, whatever it is, you know, where are shelters? Where do I take an animal? What do I do? Can you show me a map? What's the current weather? I'll tell you anything that I have the ability to. So, let's see, the Dixie Fire one. Where is that? Dixie Fire Constant Contact email alerts. I may have that in the description of this video, but I may not. So it may be under InstaWeb. Nope. Okay. I thought that would be relatively easy to Google. Josh, do you happen to know that if you're still hanging out here? Because when I look at this email, you have to sign up with CAL FIRE. So I'm going to look at CAL FIRE's website to show people how they can do this too. So bear with me. So Dixie Fire, CAL FIRE. Welcome to CAL FIRE incident, blah, blah, blah. Alerts. Aha. That's Tehama County. Tehama. I mean, I keep saying that wrong. Sheriff's websites. Okay. I can't even find out how I signed up. How in the heck is the public supposed to find out? Hold on a moment. Maybe Constant Contact has their own website. I believe the way I found out about it was one of the community meetings, and they explained it. And so I went, oh, okay. But you can have updates, I swear. I'm not crazy. At least not very much yet. Let me look back at chat. Oh, Josh, what I'm looking for is Constant Contact. When people submit their email, they can sign up for the Dixie Fire updates for CAL FIRE, or really kind of any incident, really, as far as I know. So as soon as, it's the best way to get alerted with their bulletins. So Like they're supposed to come out 7 a.m. with a new information bulletin. It's that red outlined sheet that says incident facts and current situation. And you can get that put in your email, and like your pocket can ring, the moment that they issue these, and that's better than just checking throughout the day. So it's powered by Constant Contact, and that is the company that does it. So I have subscribed myself, and I just got this bulletin. So what it says, I'm going to read it to you, and we'll look for it again. But here is the Dixie fire, and I'm going to be zoomed in on it so that people understand that there's something going on by Greenville, and then this is why we're reading this. Maybe they'll mention it. I hope they do. Current situation of the Dixie fire. There are 42 structures destroyed, and 22 other minor structures destroyed. 10,657 structures remain threatened. Containment as of the 7 a.m. time that this was updated this morning is still remaining 24%. Size of the fire, 240,000 acres, 595. Yucks. And so we have 5 damaged structures and 4 minor structures damaged. But we'll look at the map at 9 a.m. They should have updated the structures lost map. I wanted to give people time to find out for themselves if they lost their homes or property before I did it live. I'm trying to be sensitive there. But I think enough time has passed where people have woken up and looked that I won't be, unfortunately, showing somebody's burned house live on TV, so to speak. The current situation for the Dixie Fire West Zone. Potentials exist for increased fire activity today. Successive drying can increase the chances of rekindling. The fire continues to move towards control lines, burning unburned interior islands and ridges. The most expected route to be west towards Butte Meadows. Increasing clouds and a slight chance of isolated thunderstorms or light showers will lift north across the area tonight. Visibility will improve for air operations in the afternoon. Yay! Crews continue to work closely with cooperating agencies to ensure the safety of crews, to scout for roadway repairs, infrastructure needs, and removal of danger trees and vegetation. So I already went over that today. They won't open 70 until they can make sure the slopes are stabilized. Because of the potential for rain, they feel like they need to analyze that to see if any of it will become mudslides. Like I said, the Western Front here is the greatest battle that they anticipated, and I still don't know what's going on here in the middle. Basically, that just could be where the fire is expanding, or they could be trying to protect caribou by reinforcing their lines. This is where they have lines, and so once they're done digging them with the bulldozers, they'll burn off the pine needles and stuff near them, and so that may be all that we're seeing, but we're in the dark until they tell us what they're doing there. Over there by Jonesville, they've reported great success and not too much in the way of risk. But let's read now the Dixie Fire East Zone. Several thunderstorms passed by the area yesterday afternoon and evening. Strong outflow winds were observed, and some planned firing operations were temporarily put on hold. The fire behavior from Rock Creek to Bucks Lake has been calm, and containment lines are expected to hold. Crews are preparing containment lines north of Meadow Valley in hopes of conducting firing operations in the area once the conditions allow. That would be by tonight. I don't see them doing it in the afternoon. There's too much instability, meaning the winds could change directions all day today, left, right, up, down. Firefighters plan to mop up and patrol the containment lines near Hambley Ravine near Ketty. Emigrant Road and the Mount Huff Road may get additional firing operations if conditions allow. The crew's course of action along the north perimeter from Round Valley Reservoir to Muggins Creek will depend on fire behavior. We know that last night lightning struck by Round Valley Reservoir, which is here by Greenville, but they were able to get a handle on that. Let's see here. Firefighters may go direct along the line or reinforce the containment lines to the north. They're really looking confident about that. That's what we heard from the operations briefing meeting today. So the Butte Lake area, they're ready to just attack. The forecast continues to call for potentially gusty and stormy weather with a chance of dense smoke and haze resulting in poor visibility. And that would be what would hamper the aircraft. So we're hoping that any moment now that wind starts picking up enough to brush off the haze that's just hanging around the Dixie fire so they can do aircraft. But right now, we know we have aircraft at the other lightning strike fire that was caused last night that is worrying Trinity County right now. Trinity, Shasta, it's right on the line of it. And it's sort of by Tehama. It's just west of Anderson in the mountains. So let's look back and see what the aircraft are doing. Looking back at chat. Hello from Oregon. Hey, Nick. Welcome back. Thanks for your coverage. Oh, no, thank you for being here. I appreciate my viewers and subscribers so much. I'll keep saying this. Please hit the subscribe button. I'm so sorry to keep saying that because when I look at the amount of people that come and go, most people come in here, they stay for 15 to 20 minutes of information, and then they have to go back to work. And so I have to keep saying that. But thank you so much for hitting the subscribe button. That helps me reach other people. And if you hit the ringing bell, you'll know when I go live. I tend to go live when there is a crisis. Thank you so much, Nick. And every single video I do, just hit the like button. That will help me get the word out. And open questions and answer time is open now. You know, we're not listening to chatter. I had the radio going, but we cannot hear the pilots, unfortunately. Now, we do see lots of aircraft. The good news is they are slamming this new fire at great risk. I mean, look at the visibility they have. It's just abysmal. The fire is off in the distance here with the Hay Fork Divide 2 camera. Let me show you guys the time lapse again. This is the 12-hour time lapse of what happened. We don't have a time lapse of the Evans fire by the Dixie fire because we don't have cameras over there. I think they should mount cameras over there. One of which could have been pointed in that direction and just wasn't. So this happened during the night. It's burning in a bowl. And the fire went up to the ridgelines. The community of Wildwood is just north of this fire, and that is under evacuation watch and warning. But it's not mandatory so far. Now I want to read the weather forecast for the Wildwood area because that is now relevant. And I'm still trying to figure out how the heck I signed myself up for CAL FIRE, Butte County Fire Department emails, incident update emails. I don't know how I did it at this point. And I just searched for it. But you can sign yourself up, and we'll find that in a second. But I do believe we should read the weather first. So I'm going to use my app on the phone. I recommend a handful of apps to be like the horse's mouth, most accurate from the government information. NOAA Weather, NOAA. That is official National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. There are a bunch of apps that say that, but the one by Pandemonium Software I have found to be the best. It doesn't have ads that are crazy or anything like that. So I'm going to read you that. I'm typing in Wildwood, California, off camera here. If that's Trinity County, then that would be correct. Wildwood, California, USA. Let me take a look. Heat advisory, hazardous weather outlook, and red flag warning. That's right. The other map I had up there, the one that was the thumbnail of my stream, there's a red flag warning right here for Trinity County. I think I accidentally closed it. I'll try to get it back. Let's see, which one of my millions of tabs was it? We do have a Tamarack fire video to watch too. Is anybody still interested in Tamarack? Is anybody still affected? Because I could make that my next thing. But here's the forecast. 8 miles south of Peanut, California. Where the heck is Peanut, California? That sounds awesome. But let me make sure I'm in the right county here. If we go to Peanut, California, is that nearby? It is. Okay, so I do have the correct forecast. Let's look back at the airplanes. We do have scout planes running around, and the tankers are coming and going as they refill. We've had a couple of helicopters as well. And there goes the Hercules. So the Hercules probably just made another drop. Oh, here is a helicopter right there on the scene. So, oh, that's the ugliest helicopter I've ever seen in my life. What is that? Ew. It's like a little green hornet. The Cayman K1200 K-Max? That thing is a... it's like, oh my god, if you played Flight Simulator, you'd be considered a joke. But you know what? Half the firefighting aircraft is hideously ugly, and I'm gonna consider it like a baby bird. Baby birds are hideously ugly, but oh so cute. So they just need to be workhorses, right? Right. So that monstrosity of a helicopter just theoretically made a drop, and the scout planes continue to circle. Now here's the weather forecast. This afternoon, red flag warning for Peanut, California, by this McFarland fire. 100 degrees as a high. Scattered showers and thunderstorms, mainly after 2 p.m. Patchy smoke after 2 p.m. Mostly sunny and hot, with a high near 100. East-southeast wind around 6 miles an hour, becoming southwest. Chance of precipitation is 30%. So that's the big wild card here, is what are these thunderstorms going to do? They could rain this thing out. They could do nothing and pass by. They could blow the smoke away and allow for more aircraft. They could start dozens of fires nearby. We have no idea. So looking for tomorrow at Peanut, California. 94 would be the high, mostly sunny. Calm wind becoming southeast, 5 to 7 miles in the afternoon. And for Saturday night, a low around 67, west winds 5 to 8 miles per hour, becoming calm after midnight. Now the one little blessing here is, while there is lightning and such, there doesn't seem to be a lot of wind forecasts, so we can... Oh God, I spoke too soon. Oh God, I spoke too soon. You have to read the bulletins. I'm sorry guys, I cursed it. I'm reading the red flag warning for Peanut and most of Trinity County. It remains until 8 p.m. this evening. Affected area, fire weather zone 204 and 283. Thunderstorms, scattered thunderstorms are expected this afternoon and evening. Outflow winds, erratic thunderstorm winds gusting up to 50 miles an hour are possible. Oh. Impacts. Frequent lightning in the vicinity of critically dry fuels may result in new fire starts. Rapid spread of fire possible depending on terrain and local wind conditions. Thunderstorm outflow winds may result in erratic fire spread. Despite some rainfall with the storms, initial attack resources could be overwhelmed and holdover fires are possible. Okay. I've just bookmarked Peanut. I hit the star in the app and I hit the button to add an alert. This is what I recommend people do when they get the app. Add an alert for the areas near wildfires and by your home so that you can get red flag warnings. The Red Cross has an app called Emergency ! This is even better at informing you of red flag warnings and conditions. Hurricanes, tornadoes, and the like too. It unfortunately doesn't say a fire is coming, but you could at least know whether or not red flag conditions exist. Looking back at chat, the McFarland fire in Shasta is at 100 acres. 7 tankers are on the fire. Yeah, we see them come and go. That's cool. They need to get this out before those crazy winds come, and they're running at a time as it's now 12:30 almost, 5 minutes to 12:30. Looking back at chat, if anybody has any questions, let me know which of the fires you want me to talk about. You have to say at Catherine Davidson at the start of what you're typing. That will flag me. And I will, it'll get my attention. So let's see. Max Smith has seen different reports on the size of the Evans fire from 45 to 75 acres. U.S. Forest Service is in charge and has 130 firefighters on the fire. Yeah. There are no tankers on it now. Yep. Yeah, we just saw that. 19 engines, 3 hand crews, 3 dozers, CAL FIRE assisting. Yep. So that, I wouldn't be surprised that it's 75 acres by now, because 45 was what was reported at 10 this morning and 9 in the morning. It was 10 acres at midnight. And it started about 9 p.m. So the Evans did when the thunderstorms rolled through. We dodged a bullet in general. Those lightning strikes, they struck in multiple occasions across the Dixie fire and apparently over here by the Coast Range. They had smaller areas of fire starts, and they, I believe, put a bunch of them out, according to the video we watched. If you guys want to see the video, this guy is awesome. You can follow him on Facebook, Daniel Kearns. You have to write Daniel Kearns, Kearns, Taylorsville. He is based out of Taylorsville because there's so many people with the same name, but he's an off-duty firefighter, and he went through and explained, you know what, since I have new viewers, I might as well play this again. I'm going to take his last video to the 6-minute and 30 mark, and he's going to explain what happened last night with the wildfires. He's an unofficial source, but he's boots on the ground. He's a volunteer firefighter. So I'm going to play what he said again.
With that, let me go into our fire update for today. I do not,
mind you, this was at midnight,
have a whole lot of intel from the Round Valley side. I was not able to make it out there due to that wind event that we had. What I can say is they got the Taylorsville, Crescent Mills, Greenville fire front here. All right, we had, when the winds came in today with the thunderstorms, we had a very hard east to west blowing wind, generally east to west blowing wind, and they had been lighting this backfire that I've been talking about off of Immigrant Road, starting at the top, and they were very close to being down to the pavement when the winds picked up and blew the fire to the west across Mount Huff. I can say we had some spot fires that got below the dozer line back behind the Pew and Ralston residences here. There's crews on there. They are handled. I spoke with Jared. Things were looking. They were getting it under control. There were fire crews in there, several of them helping out. And some other people in there helping out, and we really appreciate that help, and really thank God that that didn't turn out worse. What else do we have here? I did not get to make it up to Round Valley or anywhere here. I have not heard. There's been no chatter or anything about lines being crossed out here that I have heard. Right. So as far as I know, this is all still holding. I'm not sure about the spread rates. I do want to acknowledge some of you have seen camera footage or pictures of Mount Huff, and I understand that it's disturbing, right? There's a lot of fire all over the mountain. Please understand that except for the spots that are contained and are being dealt with and are under control, that got past the dozer line over here, please understand that we've expected fire in this area the whole time, all right? And I don't like to see it in there. I don't like to see the mountain burning either, but this is what we expected. This is what we planned for. It's my understanding that we can expect more weather tomorrow in the afternoon. So we all just need to be ready for that. And please, if you have any good intentions, thoughts, prayers, anything that might help keep the wind down for us tomorrow, that'd be greatly appreciated. Getting into now, I'm going to get into some of the spot fires. Unfortunately, I bet a lot of the intel that you guys are getting off the Forest Service website is pretty much the same intelligence that I have on that. The only one that I've been able to see is the Evans incident, which I'll get to in a moment. But there was a spot up by Round Valley. It's been determined that is within the boundaries of the Dixie fire. There was the snake incident up by Moonlight Valley that has been confirmed out. There's a Kessler incident that has been confirmed out. The Smith strike up, I believe, just south of, where are we at here? Just north of Smith Peak. That was 40 by 40 when they got to it. And there's crews currently engaged in putting that out. I will try to get updates on these for you guys tomorrow. The Humbug strike, it was contained and controlled. That was out on Humbug Road. And there's the Penniman. Nothing was found. They went out to search the Penniman incident, and nothing was found up there, but the crews are going to return in the morning to just double check and make sure that everything's good up there. The Evans, man, I'll go back over here. Again, you guys probably have better intelligence than I do. I did not bother to, I didn't have time to locate it and draw it into this map. It is back in here behind the Buffalo Ranch. It is going up the slope on the northeasterly side, back in there behind the Buffalo Ranch. Again, tomorrow I will hopefully have more updates for you guys on these things.
So yeah, this dude's awesome. I do recommend that people interested in local news, like what's going on in Taylorsville, go ahead and check out him on Facebook. I'm totally using his videos without permission. I hope he doesn't mind. Later I'll try to introduce myself. But I just found him at like 3 in the morning, and he went to bed after midnight. At midnight is when he was explaining this stuff about what happened. That's why I'm explaining that we dodged a bullet, because they pounced on a bunch of the other lightning strike fires and pounced where the wind picked up and blew fires towards Crescent Mills and saved Crescent Mills last night, if what he's saying is true. So we are very fortunate they have so many on the ball crews, hanging out there. And yeah, we know there is a rapid rate of spread, Max Smith, with this McFarland one. Before you came on, I was reading about how that was growing, and the red flag conditions that I just read out are not looking good. But I'm happy to see they are slamming it with aircraft, and let's see what aircraft are on the scene right now. So if you're just tuning in, there are 2 new Northern California fires. One is across the valley from Greenville, up by the Dixie fire. If they don't get a handle on that, that could be a nightmare scenario. And this could also be a nightmare scenario unfolding over here west of Anderson in the Coast Range by the town of Wildwood, community of Wildwood, and Peanut, apparently. This is in red flag conditions over here at Peanut. So we have lots of planes. And so this one is following very closely the scout plane, Tinker 912. So we have 3 different DC-10s, Tinker 914, Tinker 911, and Tinker 912 that I've seen so far. Got a couple of Marsh aircraft, a helicopter that looks like a green bug, a different helicopter that was gray. We have 2 Beach Kings doing scout and lead duties. And I think Tinker 912 may have just made a drop. They're so low. They're at 4,150 feet. The nearest peak is a little bit higher than that. So this is This is hair-raising stuff here. We have to appreciate these pilots and the extreme risks they're taking, as well as all of the firefighters. But you're right, Max Smith. The Tamarack went from 30 to 500 in a few hours, exactly 2 weeks ago. Yeah. All wildfires are a race against time to contain them until the next big wind event, because you can have everything you've done be erased if a big wind event comes along. So on the Dixie fire, we had 24% containment. That sounds low because that hasn't changed in more than a week, but it actually isn't. And so we'll look away from the aircraft for a second. I want to show you the battle map of the Dixie fire. So the containment means of the perimeter. They're not trying to put out the fire. The rains of November will do that. It's too big to try to, quote, put it out. They're going to contain it so it doesn't spread. And then try to save everything that they can. That's special. Structures, special places, maybe old growth or whatnot. Towns. And they just need to keep it from spreading. So the entire perimeter is more than 80 miles. So it's huge. This is more than 240,000 acres. It's eaten up now, or at least affected. The idea is to create a line around it, but then contingency lines. Like if they do get a huge windstorm and the fire would jump a line, then they would be stopped by the next one. That's why you see patterns out here. This is most evident as the place they're the most worried. The winds in general keep blowing the fire to the west during the day when the fire is most fierce. And so they're trying to save Butte Meadows, Jonesville, and a couple other places. But that's going pretty dang well. So far, they haven't lost a structure by Jonesville, as far as I know. And they're very satisfied this morning at 7 with their operations briefing. So you can see that light gray is where they're making a line. It's not done yet. Black is where the line is done, which is basically bulldozers and such making a big wide road. And then they're not going to pencil it into black line. Black line is contained, meaning the fire ain't going to go across it. Unless there's some extremely rare, crazy event, like something you see every couple of years. Not like some crazy thing happening, right? But they're not going to pencil in black. Black means containment line. Red is the perimeter. This is where the fire currently is burning the fiercest, is always around the edges, where it's marching. They'll pencil that in black when they're totally done. What they have to do is get vegetation that's sketchy, dead trees and stuff, and fell those trees and masticate, which means grind up the vegetation with like a masticator, which is like a bulldozer with a wood chipper on the end. It's really cool, new technology. They'll put those things on the ground, and on the side of the fire, so that the fire doesn't have the ability to light those things up and the trees won't fall across the lines, right? Like if there's a tree next to the line, they'll fell it on the side of the fire, and a tree burning on the ground is not going to throw the embers up in the air like a tall tree will. So they're not done with that stuff. They'll also, in the cool of the night, when it's really, really, really dead, there's not much wind, they'll light the ground on fire, called lighting a backfire. And that will be to burn off the pine needles, the little bushes, the saplings, and the stubby trees that we're going to burn up anyway. They won't allow the big trees to burn. They won't allow structures to burn. It's not going to hurt the landscape. It'll be more like the beneficial type of fire that nature intended. And they'll burn off that vegetation so that if and when the wind picks up, they're not going to have fire blow across the lines. So because they're so concerned about this area, look at the double precautions and triple precautions they've taken. How many lines have they got here? An east one, a middle one, a west one? That's great. So they're not done yet, though. We can't be complacent, and they took advantage of the mild weather that we've had the last several days. They went hard as they could on slamming those lines in there because they expected that these storms would arrive. And they started arriving last night and we saw the lightning creating new ones. And it's a good thing they make these contingency lines, because you never know where lightning's going to strike. If lightning strikes in between here, well, sigh of relief. It's going to trap itself. It's going nowhere. You know, that would be great. But if lightning strikes outside, like it did with the Evans thing, then that's a big problem. And that's what we could be facing again today, starting in about an hour or two when the storms come in. So the thing with the Evans fire is the Plumas County Sheriff's Office will probably be updating us on that one. So I'll be looking at it. I want to keep checking the radar and seeing if we see any lightning bolts. If anybody's there in the area, do you hear thunder or hear lightning or see lightning? That would be good reporting. I'm going to refresh this because I got stuck. So it looks like we do see the bands of moisture coming in right now. And some of it just past Chester. I know a lot of people are at Chester. People describe Yuba City as being sunnier today, and that's because the smoke is going up into the hills today. It's going up into the mountains. And so Quincy and such, I'm sorry, Susanville, you guys are probably going to get smoked out. Chester, we can even see the air pollution just looking just god-awful. You know, if we click on NO2, for example, aerosol, there's pollution over there. Surface ozone, you know, the valley still has it right now, but it's going to go up into the hills. SO2, you know, you're looking at ugly pollution. NO2 was the one that was looking hideous earlier. So at least it's not as bad. Some of the wind action may have already pushed some of it away. But here's what the wind is doing. It's pretty light at the moment in the area of the fire, but that can change in an instant. That is what exactly the Julia, the weather lady, was saying today during the operational briefing. She was warning everybody, just be aware that in an instant the wind can change and pick up, and we could get lightning. We don't know what's going to happen. It's instability is what this band of moisture is bringing. So we should go look over and see how the McFarland fire is faring. We know that there is a red flag warning for basically most of Trinity County and up into Humboldt County today, and we're just praying that lightning doesn't strike. And I don't see lightning. We could see it here with this, all the buttons I've pushed. We would be seeing the lightning bolts. That's what Windy can show us here. So fingers crossed there, and let's see. There is a band of unstable moisture moving past where the new fire is, the McFarland fire. It's in the area. So that's all developing now. It was forecast to start around 11 at the earliest, but more like 1 or 2 is what they were saying for most of the Dixie fire area. But look at it coming that way. So we'll keep monitoring that situation. I'm happy to see aircraft is slamming the McFarland fire. But look at this horrible visibility they're dealing with. This was it developing last night after midnight. It's burning in a little bowl, a little punch bowl. It probably went over the ridges by now. So as the day wore on, it just is getting harder and harder to even see it, even though the camera is still facing it. We don't have eyes on the Evans fire, period, unless, you know, we get some uploaded Facebook shots from some sort of fire there, firefighter on the ground. You know, I don't think we're going to see the Evans fire until it hits the news or something like that. So I'm going to see if there's new information from this source, which is on Twitter, CA Fire Scanner. This guy monitors fires in an awesome way from Australia. Yeah, New Zealand. He's a Kiwi. He's in New Zealand monitoring California's fires. I was doing that for Australia for a bit, so I understand the sentiment. And he was one of the first to break the news that the new fire breaking out by Wildwood /Peanut started last night. So he's a great resource if you're looking for instant updates. So I don't see an update from him. In fact, they're sleeping right now in Australia. I totally forgot in that time zone. Let's look at the current aircraft. Yeah, the Hercules is back. There may be more than one. Tinker 102 is here. Wow. Yeah, that's the MD-87. That's another orange tail, and it's got orange gills like a fish. Paint scheme going on there. There's the ugly Hercules. There's a super ugly helicopter is back. The Green Hornet. Oh man, K-Maxes are ugly as sin. Oh, makes me want to get in Flight Simulator and fly in one just to look ridiculous, like a meme. But you know what? As long as they're workhorses for fire, then we love them. We love their ugliness, just like a baby bird. Okay, questions and answer time. Anybody have any questions about what's going on? I could cover other fires too. The Jack fire in Oregon is still a bit concerning. Lightning strikes moved through central southern Oregon, which I haven't even glimpsed, but that was mentioned in chat. I'm looking at other cameras right now to see if we would have any view of a fire, and it's just abysmal, the whole visibility thing right now. We can cycle back to Indian Ridge, because the moment that we see and Butte Lake, no jokes. Hey, it's looking a little clearer already. What we were seeing at Butte Lake was just some horrible hazy stuff. This is the 12-hour time lapse. You know, here's where the fire activity is off to the left. I don't know why they don't rotate the dang camera. It may be stuck or fixed. But Lake Almanor is off to the right, and the Dixie Fire's northern ugly head it's trapped right now. They stopped it west of the highway by Almanor West. So they are happy about that. That worked. What I was covering that night and trying to reassure everybody, it worked. You know, they crossed the T over there, and this haze started cycling in. Throughout the day, I saw it being a little bit clearer, and thought, oh, they'll get aircraft, and then for it to turn muddy like this again, and I went, oh. So unfortunately, the smoke forecast is that valleys in Chester and Quincy and stuff are going to be pretty smoked out. It's pretty dang abysmal air quality, whereas it's going to clear out in the valley. So I already had reports earlier today that Yuba City was nice and sunny. I'm glad to hear that. But that's our current view at Butte Lake, and hopefully it gets even a little bit more clear. We can even see the lake now. Now let's go take a look at Indian Ridge. Still quite a lot of smoke just kind of coming up from the fire by Quincy. And East Quincy is just pea soup. Now, like I said, we have no eyes on the Evans fire. There are no cameras over there. So Dyer Mountain, it's looking clearer. It was just pea soup earlier, so there's a little bit of optimism, perhaps for aircraft to hit the Evans fire. And just who knows what this new storm is going to do. You know, we were watching that band of precipitation marching north, and well, if it wouldn't keep freezing on us. So the unstable air that they were forecasting has just about arrived. It'll be 1 to 2 p.m. It's now 12:49. Looking back at the chat, Max, you've been awesome. You're also a man of the hour for today. The Rush Fire is a new second fire by Shasta Trinity. Oh, wonderful. It is 6 acres. McFarland Fire grew from 2 acres yesterday to 100 as of 2 hours ago. Yeah. Reports say rapid rate of spread on the McFarland. Yep. That red flag condition is awful. Now, I accidentally closed a map that was really dang cool somewhere. I'm going to try to get it back. But it was the one that was the thumbnail. Maybe I can just do this. Reopen a closed tab. Oh, okay. That opened on a different screen. Okay. Right-click, reopen closed tab. Right-click, reopen closed tab. I do this enough. I'm sure we're going to find it. Right-click, reopen the closed tab. Let's go back to airplane start. And right-click, reopen the closed tab. It ain't working. I was up. Okay. Yeah, it ain't working. So let me go back to my history on this other page here, and I'll go find it. That was one heck of a cool map. I believe it was on a media website. And I am looking at a different web camera for the McFarland fire, and we can see clouds and smoke, but we don't see the pyrocumulus stuff arriving. If it's still at around 100 acres, I don't believe that's big enough to produce that amount of heat. The incredible amount of heat rising is what creates that phenomenon. But in a red flag warning, well, that could explode. We could see this explode, and see a repeat of, hopefully not as bad as the August complex fire, but this is the general vicinity. It's burning just north of there. I'm gonna go hunt for my map that I had. This is almost as good. This is in my chat. Well, I linked this into my chat. Not chat. Description of the video. So this is the general ArcGIS. Pink is red flag warning. And we see, oh my god, where are these little things? Island incident. Crystal incident. Okay. The Rush incident. So many little fires made. The lightning apparently made a trail into Oregon, and that's what they were talking about in my chat earlier. So this is not new information. This is not up to date. Some of these will turn into larger fires, I'm sure, like the McFarland did. But see how old this is? 2 acres burned here. This is the ArcGIS being plugged into InstaWeb data, I believe. Although the last time I checked InstaWeb, we didn't even see the Evans or the McFarland. The strange thing about InstaWeb is it's not one-stop shopping for the country. The CAL FIRE fires don't show up on InstaWeb. Go figure. So we have our Dixie and the Evans, and then here's where the flies started. And the Dixie is this general huge area. And yeah, this is on the ArcGIS explaining the 75 acres burned. Now let's go back and look. First of all, I'll show you the aircraft again, because that's always fun to see. Looks like a marsh. It's going to go make its dump. It's a little mini dump. Cute little plane. And I'm going to go check with Plumas County Sheriff's Office off screen here. If you have any questions or answers, please put them in the chat now. Travis Murray, welcome. I just share the live streaming. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. I have no time to ever promote myself, but if I had the time, I would have said, hey guys, look at my channel. So I really appreciate it. Somebody went, I think it was Sherlock and some other of the original people in my chat, shared me on some Napa Bay Area thing last year. And I went from having 18 viewers, and I blinked and it was 18,000. And I went, wait, is that a bug? But 18,000 people tuned in. No, I don't have a Twitter. I think I need to get one. I've never used Twitter before. So I definitely need to get one. I went to school for media video production, and so the media promotion thing, that comes later for when you've already know what the hell you're doing. So I started learning about designing websites, sound, worked on some movie sets, really, really tiny student ones. And then I learned camera work, the basics, lighting. I was key grip on a couple of movie sets. And then the rest of my education would have been, okay, now that you're established, how do you promote yourself? And I didn't complete that. Once I saw student loans climbing like crazy, I sat down at a bar and a Hollywood director sat down next to me. And go figure, I wasn't even in Hollywood. He was wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and I made a joke and said, "Are you a Hollywood director?" He goes, "Yeah." I went, "What?" And he said, "I have one piece of advice for you," because that's what I asked him. And he goes, "Drop out of school immediately." And I said, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah, everything about movie production, just be an intern and be on movie sets. You can learn from people and the internet. Like everything your teachers are going to teach you, you can learn for free. Don't get into huge debt because it'll be many years before you could ever even possibly pay that off." And it's true. A lot of the classes I was taking were so hopelessly outdated, but I needed them for the degree that I just decided not to anymore. I am waiting for them to change the classes to complete the media production degree, but I spent more than $2,000 learning Dreamweaver, and that's not even done anymore for websites. It's all what I needed was. Sorry, I'm rambling about this. If you turned in for fires, what I needed was to learn about ArcGIS, like this, the mapping software, and the other platform for making websites, which is escaping me. I'm going to go back and read the sheriff's office stuff. Looks like we have more and more aircraft slamming the McFarland, which is so wonderful. We can look at the GOES satellite to see if we have significant spread. It looks very similar. We just can't know if it's gone across the highway yet. I'm pretty sure Trinity County Sheriff would be squawking about that already. They'll probably be the first ones to let us know if there's a road closure. But I imagine they're going to close that fast. What highway is this? The one going by Goods Creek. Hang on. 36. I imagine 36 will be closed. Over here by Wildwood, if it isn't already. So let's put, we don't have any new heat detections from GOES. We just know in that general area where they had it before is still there. We don't have figures unless they publish them right now. But I'm glad to see that it's not in any new areas. The GOES satellite updates pretty frequently. If we had seen it solidly on the other side of the highway, I'd be very concerned. Let's see which way the wind is blowing right now, even though it's forecast to get worse. Okay, it's kind of very hard to see. It's coming out of the northeast and going west and then curling back up to the northwest. So it's making a U pattern like this, kind of paralleling the highway and that makes sense. Wind blows through the wind tunnels like the canyons, and that's where the highway is. So it's basically probably going to be migrating west, threaten the highway, and go over to try to meet it over by Highway 3, I believe is what's over there. So hopefully they'll get a handle on it. Yeah, there's 36. And where's Highway? Yeah, Highway 3. That would be its progression if the wind doesn't change direction. I mean, just fire is a slave to the wind. And fire progresses until it is stopped. So what could stop it is they put retardant all over the west side of this canyon, which might be what they're doing, and use this road as a line. I'm sure ground vehicles have responded by now. They could be working on building lines or reinforcing them right now, or using these roads as lines. I imagine that's what they're going to attempt to do. This is pretty dang remote. But since they've seen it last night, it could be that strike teams are on the way. Okay, looking back at the chat, If anybody's just tuned in, we're monitoring the McFarland right now, and the Evans. I'm going to look for updates. Let me move across. I have 2 monitors, so I'm checking out my other monitors here. And, okay, Trinity County Sheriff's Office. I'm refreshing that page. And the evacuation warning does not look like it's any different. The areas impacted are SR 36, State Route 36, Wildwood, the south end of Deer Lick Springs Road, near State Route 36. The Trinity County's office is issuing an evacuation warning to the residents of Wildwood and the south end of Deer Lick Springs Road, on both sides of 36 due to a wildfire on the McFarland Ridge. Area residents and visitors, if elderly, have medical issues, small children, or livestock and pets, need to be prepared to leave the area in case of wildfire increased activity. This is an evacuation warning at this time. I'm going to try to read comments to see if anybody has anything extra to say. People are just, in general, shocked and heartbroken because they were just absolutely traumatized by the California's largest wildfire ever, which was the August Complex Fire, which was like 500 lightning strikes that merged together. I can't remember the incredible amount, but it was part of that August last year, even before the wind event of the Labor Day, which was a once every 75-year wind event. California had 8,000 lightning strikes that August from one storm. It's all dry lightning, and they were in a race against time to put them all out before the next wind event. That's what wildland firefighting is. And they didn't, of course, get to all of them. So we had the Bear Fire turn into a complex fire, which killed people. And out here, the August Complex Fire, as well as the LNU Lightning Complex Fire, they emerged eventually to form the biggest wildfire California has ever experienced. Now we've got a new tanker on the scene, or he's returning. Tanker 914 is back. And this one has a really cool paint job with a blue tail. So here comes another DC-10. And as far as I can see, they're doing everything right. You know, they are issuing evacuation warnings and slamming it with aircraft. And probably moving in ground crews. So, pretty awesome. I'm going to go back now and look for Plumas County National Forest and refresh that feed on Facebook. 39 minutes ago, there was an update. Okay, great. We have a Dixie fire update from the Forest Service for Plumas National Forest 39 minutes ago. The Lassen and Plumas National Forest, July 30th, 2021, fire behavior is expected to remain active as more thunderstorms are forecasted, bringing a chance of lightning and gusty, erratic winds. Crews will be watching for wind-carried embers, which may ignite spot fires and aggressive movement. Smoky conditions, particularly in the drainage basins, will vary in elevation and density. Communities north and east of the fire, including Chester, Westwood, and Susanville, will see worse smoke, which may reach very unhealthy levels. Dixie Fire is approximately 240,595 acres, with 24% containment. There are roughly 6,079 fire personnel assigned. The incident remains in unified command, 2 teams overseeing it, west and east zones. And I've already read most of what this is saying. I'm scanning it for new information. The public is encouraged to stay tuned to the latest fire info. Be prepared by having a full tank of gas, collecting important documents and medications. For additional tips, visit readyforwildfire.org. Current forest closure information can be found, blah, 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 Forest Service website. And This very much echoes what CAL FIRE released today. 55 minutes ago, there was another update. U.S. Forest Service Plumas National Forest. This morning, air attack went up and found 2 additional fires from last night's thunderstorm, as well as locating one that crews could not locate last night. Kessler, which was unable to be located last night as of 10 a.m. this morning, is at 2 acres in size in the vicinity of Kessler Peak. We have deployed 6 smoke jumpers and have ordered 2 single-engine air tankers. Wow. Ingalls, identified as a ground fire not far into the trees. Okay, ground fire not into the trees west of Ingalls Peak. The Nye incident. That fire is approximately 10 by 10 feet on the ground with low spread potential located in Nye Meadows. Nye and Ingalls both have resources responding. These fires demonstrate how dry our fuels are. So it's very important that everybody's very careful out there in the forested lands. One less spark, one less wildfire. So let's look at Kessler Peak. Let's zoom in and see where the heck that is. Tanker 914 is swooping in for the kelp. It is going in with an airdrop, and we'll leave it right now to go look and find Kessler Peak. I'm looking back at the Dixie fire. See where the heck that is. Zooming out a little bit. That is not by the Dixie fire. Okay, that took us to Southern California. So I'm going to say Kessler Peak, Plumas County, California. Aha, there we go. That is a short one. Oh, no, that's in meters. Yeah, 1,925 meters. Let's put on a different layer. Let's put on the Forest Service. Get out of that nasty metric silliness here. Yeah, 6,272,000 feet. One day they'll all come back to imperial. You'll see. Metric is a fad. So let's put that on. Yeah, that is one heck of a nightmare scenario number 2, the fire getting up here, which is east side of Indian Valley, where I keep explaining it took me almost 3 hours to drive up to this elevation from Indian Valley. That's a climb of 3,000 feet. Now, there is at least some sort of a road. Looks like it was once a railroad because it says grade. Beardsley grade. That looks a lot thicker and more maintained than what you normally see around here. So, hopefully, even though that's really high above them, they might be able to contain it quickly if they make that into a fire line. So I'm going to read back this again. Kessler, which they say they were unable to locate last night. What that means is they saw the lightning strike from space, just like we do with the Windy app. But they went around looking to see if there was fire last night and couldn't find one. Well, they found it now. It's, as of 10 a.m. this morning, 2 acres in the vicinity of the peak. They deployed 6 smoke jumpers and have 2 single-engine air tankers over there. Huh. We haven't seen them flying. But doesn't mean none of them were there. We saw one little plane, a scout plane earlier. But maybe they're assigned and just ready to fly when allowed. I'm going to interpret it as that being a possibility. I'm going to look back at chat. Travis Murray, I just shared the live streaming. Okay. Plane, and thanks again, by the way. Planes are from Redding Airport. Cool. They might be able to contain it. NASA is like flying over the fire. NASA's flying around. Cool. Good. So I'm going to look back at the McFarland fight, and let's pull over for a moment. Looks like Tanker 914 is going to refill. And there's a Bell helicopter heading towards the McFarland. And the Hercules is coming back. Yep. Looks like Redding is pretty busy. So let's go back to Eleanor. Yeah, there's the two planes. Hey. Yep, cool. So that looks like the scout plane. And there's air attack. Okay, scout and elite plane are on the scene. Great. So it looks like the tankers will show up any moment. That's pretty awesome. Okay. So speak of the devil, right on time. Now, there have been gray FEMA buses running around Genesee Valley. They were there helping the Forest Service with their radio comms. So I am still upset that apparently there's still no federal declaration of some sort of emergency thing, because that doesn't technically meet a requirement. Are you kidding me? The fire straddles 3 counties. Are you kidding me? But hopefully that gets remedied soon. Now I'm going to look back at the Plumas County, Plumas National Forest Twitter before I go to Plumas County Sheriff's Office. So, well, there's a picture of hot shots. That's pretty awesome. I want to share that real quick, and we'll go back to looking at the aircraft. So, this is pictures of their hot shots from last night, monitoring the fires as the look at that. As the weather came in, that's a beautiful shot. Now notice over here, these trees are not on fire. They're doing the slow burn. This is probably one of their lines that they fired. And back there is probably the real fire coming to the area where they did the backfire. So we know that activity picked up last night. Looks like, yeah, here's a good example of a fire line, and they're patrolling it and making sure this doesn't come over there. So those are pretty dang good pictures. Last night, the Laguna Hotshots and Park Service crew Los Diablos T-21A conducted backfiring operations on Division R above Oakland Camp. This piece of line will help secure the southeast side of the fire near Quincy. That's wonderful. So, we have a video. Let's see if this is new. So, it is 4 hours ago. Let's take a look.
Good morning, Dennis Burns, Fire Behavior Analyst for California Interagency Incident Management Team 2 with your Dixie Fire East Zone update for July 30th. My wife happened to mention I said Delta last night, but I haven't been getting much sleep. So, before I go around the fire, last night about the time I was doing the briefing, we had some pretty significant outflow winds from thunderstorms. We're talking about 42 miles an hour was measured on a couple spots around the fire. And the fire kind of reacted, but all in all, we actually had a pretty good night. Starting as normal down west of Bucks Lake in Division Zulu. This section of line is pretty much in patrol status now. Moving up into Division X-Ray, and this is the Bucks Lake Wilderness. The crews are planning on, and they actually have line across here, is burning this area out and then picking this part of the line up direct and tying it in to this little V here. Last night, crews burned down the V, but they weren't able to turn this corner because they did have adverse winds, and we had to pull a crew off to send to another part of the fire. Moving across through Division Victor and all the way out, and again, this map is not correct. This is all black here and pretty much in a patrol status. So we're looking good there. Coming over west of Highway 70 and just north of Quincy, the crews continue to bring the fire down and across, and we're tied into the railroad tracks. That's all plumbed. There's just a little section of firing that needs to be done. They're essentially above Oakland Camp right now, and they just need to bring it out towards the highway, and that'll be locked off and sitting in a really good spot. So I would imagine in the next day or two, we'll probably start seeing a lot of black on the map here. So yesterday, and I explained, they were bringing fire down to Immigrant Trail, out to the Arlington Bridge. When those winds surfaced yesterday, they came right across this slope, and if we wouldn't have been doing that firing operation and had fire down here, this fire would have jumped 89 and significantly threatened Crescent Mills. As it happened, they had been burning here, they had brought fire down here, and when this fire started running across slope, the areas they hadn't burned, it hit the fire that they had brought down, and it stopped it in its tracks. We did have a few spot fires in and around some of the structures. They were all small, and we had crews in place. They took action, so everything worked out really well, and within a day or two, we're probably going to see black on the map here. Moving on up along Dixie Creek, everything's looking good. Across Round Valley, we have direct line here until you get to Deep Ravine. Again, the fire reacted to the wind. It's super steep. It's straight up and down. There's a lot of dead trees from the chips fire, so the crews can't get in and direct. So they're looking at building a little bit of a box and potentially doing some burning to secure this piece of the line. Excuse me. Coming on up into the Caribou drainage, we've got line here. And then yesterday afternoon, when those winds came across, the fire pooched out here. So we moved crews up in there last night, including the one I was talking about from here. Today in the daylight, we're going to evaluate the best place that we can kind of take action on this. There is some road systems where the fire is sitting right now. Again, it's in another snag patch left over from the chips fire, so we don't want to put crews direct on it. So we're just looking to get it on favorable ground, which there is plenty up there. So it's basically picking the best ridge, the best road that we can secure this part of the fire. Also, as a result of those thunderstorm winds, we did pick up another fire that we're assisting with. It's called the Evans Fire, and it's in the Moonlight Fire Scar. So it's about up in this country, up in here. Last report I got, it was about 75 to 100 acres. So we're sending troops out there this morning to evaluate and hopefully take some action on that fire. So that's your morning update for July 30th.
Everybody loves Dennis. He is just so cool. I wish everybody had that kind of level of communication skill. Then the public would be a lot less confused. He basically flat out said, "We saved Crescent Mills." I wish that was the headline. There'd be a lot less negative squawking, about this. Overall, I think they've done quite a good job, considering these horrific circumstances where they get notified late, 5 hours after the fire started. They then have to scramble. There's nightmarish terrain. PG&E at it again. They have high tension power lines all over up and down the canyon to deal with. And, they...
Good evening, Dennis.
They're not perfect here, but considering the extreme difficulty with the terrain and the fact that so many other fires have happened here and yet the salvage logging didn't occur. There's still a lot of standing dead trees, and it may be on the to-do list. There just hasn't even been enough time. It's a huge swath of California here that has been affected by fire. Like, even if we imported thousands of loggers from around the world, they couldn't get the dead trees down. And that's what causes the immense problem with firefighting, is every tree that's standing and dead burns for 1,000 hours or more. So in that 1,000 hours, is the wind going to pick back up? If it is, then burning embers are going to be drifting in the wind all over the place. And that's what is the big problem with containment. Okay, there is some sort of a massive banging sound out there, some sort of a motor going. I apologize, they're doing some construction nearby. But maybe we have another video to watch. Looking back at the chat, this is open question and answer time. We're trying to get as much information as we can. We're watching the airplanes. So they are going over towards, there's more than one now. There's the Evans fire here at Indian Valley, which is up here by the what creek was that? I keep forgetting it, but it's off Diamond Mountain Road, kind of wedged in here. It's on the other side of the Ketty Ridge. That's just the best way to say it right there. But over here on top of Kessler Peak, there's another fire, and they put in 6 smoke jumpers. I was very surprised to just read that. And then they got the ground crews on the way. So that's pretty awesome. I'd give anything to see if there was a GoPro attached to the smoke jumper's head and how they parachute out. That would just be awesome. We're also monitoring the new fire that's grown into significant size over here. So that's the Evans. This is the McFarland in the also nightmarish kind of territory. Just north of where the August Complex fire stopped. So we had a series of smaller lightning strikes up leading into Oregon, and we do have hot spots there. I don't know the status of these, but it looks like it's Trinity County. Trinity County Sheriff's Office is only talking about evacuation warnings, though, for this McFarland fire. We do know that we have red flag conditions over by the McFarland and the Rush incident. They're calling it the Island, the Crystal, the Campbell, and the Snow. But this is where lightning last night just kind of made its way towards Oregon. So, not even on the map is this Kessler one. Hopefully the smoke jumpers have just kind of taken care of it. But they did have, with the wind activity, Crescent Mills could have been lost last night. But since they had already burned the hillside near it, the fire didn't get down into it and did not jump the line across the freeway, or the highway, excuse me. So that's the headline I want to see. Why doesn't the news media run with that? Crescent Mills is just saved last night. That is just so awesome. So let me get back
Dennis
here.
Burns, fire behavior analyst.
Oopsie. Sorry about that. This is one of the many tabs I have open, and that's so cute, that I am monitoring at a time. So that's Plumas National Forest, and I'm done monitoring that one. I'm going to put it back on the other screen. If you have any questions, please let me know now. I'll cover any of these fires or recap what's been going on, but we are now waiting on pins and needles to see what the new round of thunderstorms are going to do. So here they come. This is the bands of moisture heading towards Oregon in general, up in the Sierras and a little bit in the Coast Range. They're bringing that unstable air, dry lightning, or wet lightning is possible in the Chester, Susanville, Quincy area and to the north. And even worse, red flag and dry lightning possible, where this new fire erupted last night from lightning, the McFarland, over by Wildwood, California, west of Cottonwood and Anderson in the Coast Range. So the aircraft are in the air, and they are utilizing them. Some scout planes have just arrived over by Indian Valley. We saw 2 of them. And so 2 tankers have been assigned over to the Evans fire area. So hopefully, in the Kessler area, Kessler Peak area, hopefully they'll do something there. And we were looking and monitoring the intense action. They have back-to-back slams going on, trying to tackle the Wildwood, which has the potential for explosive fire growth. This really could be bad. Over by Peanut, Wildwood. Not that anybody has probably heard of these places, but people who call this place home have got to be seriously concerned, because we have the nightmare dryness, nightmare weather, nightmare terrain, and most crews already on the other big fires, the Tamarack and the Dixie. So who are you going to call? When everybody is kind of busy. I'm glad that the air tankers are at least available, and they have been hitting it since almost dawn. I mean, they've been at it for quite a long time. I think it was probably around 8 in the morning or 9 in the morning that I first saw the first planes over there, and then the tankers arrived starting around, was it 10 or 11? But this is of grave concern. We can't hear what the pilots are saying, unfortunately, not like my other streams last year. But any moment now, from 1 to 2 p.m., they said the thunderstorms were really going to start affecting the area. Last night, as Dennis just explained, for the east side of the Dixie fire, they had winds pick up that were 45 miles an hour. And so up to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts are forecast for today. Over here by the red flag zone by the McFarland fire. But that's a possibility, of course, over by Plumas County as well. So I am going to be clicking through the official channels to see if we are getting updates. And I noticed something on his map, which if I look at the battle map, I'm going to show you the battle map real quick of the Dixie fire. The Evans fire is right here where it says R in branch 20. See that nice gray line? It was too faint for me to see it, but when he pointed it out on the map and they explained, they were working on this containment line. It's incomplete, that's why it's gray. This is a contingency line for the nightmare scenario of the Dixie fire embers blowing across the valley and lighting this up on fire, which I've been explaining would be one heck of a disaster. So the fact that lightning struck outside the lines, this is our worst case scenario, because mostly within here is where they have lines. But they've been constructing these contingency ones, and so they've been utilizing that to try to keep the Evans from creeping north up towards Lassen County and towards Susanville. So it's up on the slopes here, just above the R in branch. So that is such good news. And they freaked me out earlier this morning with a typo, where they said that the Evans had basically been tied into the fire lines of the Dixie fire. And I was like, what? The Dixie fire spread that much? That's got to be wrong. Thank goodness it was wrong. I inquired and said, wait a second, what does that mean? And then an hour later, they fixed it. So I was so happy, a sigh of relief there. But this is going to be a tough day. We're in for a rough, rocky ride here, just as they were predicting, and that's why I began streaming. If you hit the like and subscribe button, the little ringing bell is what you need to hit. And you hit subscribe, and you'll be notified of whenever I go live. And I tend to do that when there's a crisis. I didn't want to cover fires at all this summer. I've got a lot of things to do, a lot of personal things to take care of, relocation and moving, and I don't have time for this, but I've stopped my life to make time for this because this is seeing the place where I grew up and the place I love on fire, and it affects me very personally. I was hoping to be in California to cover this more of like a boots on the ground kind of thing. It'd be difficult without a press pass, but I am starting to gain enough of a reputation where people are recognizing me sometimes, and there's a possibility that I would just be allowed to ride along, or maybe even be in the vicinity. Quincy, you can still enter technically in Chester, even though the air is like smoking 5 packs of cigarettes a day. This is a possibility that I could go there if I were to have enough money. That would be entirely dependent upon donations at this point. So I've kind of stopped working to cover the fires at the moment. If you have anything you want to share, like first give money to the victims. That's at Plumas Bank. You can walk in and donate. They're going to set up some online donations soon. If you have extra money, or like you want to buy me lunch, that would be awesome. $5 to contribute to 1 gallon of gas because it's that expensive in the mountains. If I were to fundraise enough, I could show up there and at the very least, film the aftermath, do interviews with people, I am not affiliated with a news crew right now, but I could. I have some connections where I could see, hey, do you guys want me to go down as an affiliate? It's a faint possibility, but I do definitely want to film the historical things that we just keep losing to fires before we lose any more. I'm trying to start a career as a documentary filmmaker for history and disasters in order to try to prevent them in the future. I want to interview survivors, interview people about firefighting, and document every step of the way their real stories of what happened. So if you want to share a story with me and some pictures, then my name is catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. You can send me pictures, stories. It can be any kind of way you were affected by wildfire in any wildfire. And survival stories especially. I would love to share those so that people can know what to do in a fire. I almost lost my brother to fire. I did lose a family friend to fire just recently, was it 2017, 2018. My brother checked in after he was a missing person, and we were so relieved. But our family friend didn't make it, and I decided that to start out a video production career would just be a one-man show, just me. Fires are the thing to cover. That's what people need to know about. There would be so many more people that survived Paradise than others if they knew what to do with wildfire. So that is the dream, and every little tiny thing would help. Even McDonald's card, gas card, the Uber Eats gift card, and you can send that by email. But your stories, I would like you to share the most. That I can help people from just sitting here in a living room. I do read survivor stories. Yeah, thanks for the sympathy, Travis. It's I never wanted wildfires to be my thing that I covered. I was just going to go to history and cover the gold rush and what remains out there and how we can preserve ghost towns. Not paranormal stuff, but ghost towns. I know of many, many special places, especially Plumas County. And, having grown up there, I need to go film them before this wildfire eats them. And I was about to do that in May. May was when I planned to do that. So I had my trip delayed, and I thought I rescheduled to July, 4th of July, and maybe I'll see the fireworks at Lake Almanor over 4th of July if they do that. And oh boy, this Dixie fire showed up and just gave me chills, because I had also decided I was going to film a documentary about the Dogtown Nugget at Paradise/Magalia, and that's when Paradise burned down too. And I just realized the entire region is just, for various reasons, extremely at risk for almost all of our historical assets to be erased. I'm sure we have lost a lot already. We've already lost 60 buildings, plus up in the corridor of the Featherwood Canyon. That reminds me, we should look at the today's updated map of buildings lost. That's what we were going to do, wasn't it? Let's do that now. But I can't do anything without the monies. It's so hard. I work and have money and no time to do this, and then I don't work, and then I have time and no money to do this. So it's hard to get your start. But I'm sure once the channel takes off, things will look better. But for now, I want to try and help as much as I can. And sharing your stories is the best way to do it. Even old-timer stories, any old-timers could tell us about the history of California, Oregon, Washington, or any place really. Just contact me. Tell me your stories. Tell me what you know. Tell me what I should go and film. So I'm going to go to the Dixie fire structures burned map, and let's take a look at it. Now, if you haven't seen it today and you don't know if your structure is still standing, you may want to not watch this part, because I'm about to investigate the new structures burned, and click on the photos, which will show probably burned foundations and the like. So we do see the tankers are still working on the fire, the McFarland fire. Scout planes are looking around at the Evans fire. No news about what's going on with the smoke jumpers up on the Kessler Ridge, which is across from the Evans fire here. But we'll continue to look back on that. But as of 9 in the morning every day, they have a new map update for calculating the amount of structures lost already to the fire. And that's mostly has been around the Indian Falls area. But we saw Belden, Twain area too. And who knows what kind of structures that were by mines and such. To the north of 70 or even to the south by Bucks Lake. Who knows what we lost as far as cultural heritage, people's cabins, who knows? We're starting to find out. They do what they can, but that one night that the fire overtook Indian Falls, they had to run. They had to flee. And they came back and saved what they could. They did save a chunk of Indian Falls, but that community was built underneath pine trees. And just like Paradise, that's a nightmare to try to defend. In the future, fire-resistant trees by the communities will be what the doctor orders. I think everybody's starting to wake up to the fact that living under pine trees is just a ticking time bomb. So let me look at the map. Damage assessment map. Dixie fire. Okay. Let me bring this over. It's powered by ArcGIS. We'll look back at the aircraft in a bit. And you agree the terms and conditions, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I see quite a bunch of new structures have been surveyed. We didn't see anything over by Butte Valley before. Looks like there's a new cluster by Kitty and Indian Falls. And then let's start down here at Bucks Lodge, Bucks Lake area. There's anything in red's gone. It's either half eaten up by the fire or entirely gone. It'll be a teardown building. Black is what you want to see. Black is there's no damage to the structure. A green one is still going to be okay. Green is like the siding melting off of a structure or a house. Minor is 10 to 25% damage. That's in yellow. But really, orange and red probably means there's nothing to be done for the structure. Rebuild from the foundation up. So the first one is a majorly damaged structure on the north side of Bucks Lake. It's a utility or miscellaneous structure of only 120 square feet in size. So the photo of it, that's the bathroom. Okay. I just got mournful over a bathroom. I'm sorry, guys. We have to have a little humor to make it through the situation. I didn't set that up, I swear to God. I just, I expected this to be somebody's cabin, and when I read 120 square feet, I thought, is this a shed? I was about to say it's sad when anything goes up in smoke, though, and this is the bathroom. The public restroom. Rest in peace, public restroom. You will be missed. Okay, I'm sorry. But, back to seriousness. So, yeah, Bucks Lake's looking okay. Bucks Lake is looking okay. Now, does anybody have anywhere in chat? Oh, Tim says it's not funny if you have to use the outhouse. That's very true. Think of all the poor firefighters who may have eaten a bad burrito and were in desperation, only to find that the bathroom was destroyed. Well, we'll leave flowers there You know, we'll never forget the Bucks like restroom. Okay. What's the containment percentage? 24% still on the Dixie fire. They have 2 new fires nearby. Silent Warrior, welcome back. But there's been developments. I've already covered them as much as I can, but there's a new fire called the Evans fire and the McFarland fire, which are of extreme concern. So, no, there's a lot of progress. Yeah, don't make a mistake that they're trying to tell the public. Don't think because you don't see containment percentage that there hasn't been progress. They are being extremely cautious to go out of their way to make contingency lines. Here, I'm going to show you the battle map again. They made tons of progress. Look at all these new lines. But they don't pencil it in as black as 100% containment because that's a very specific word. That word means that fire really, you shall not pass. You know, it's Gandalf here. You shall not pass. That's what containment is of the entire 80-mile perimeter. They penciled in a lot more black recently, and some of it's just not showing. Like around here by Quincy, there's some black in. But they want to make sure to the public that when they put in black line, that means everything's safe on the other side. That's what that means. So because of the weather forecast with these crazy windstorms and lightning strikes, which started fires, like more than 5 of them last night, with 2 of them being a major concern. They have completed all these lines where it's black. The gray ones are still under construction, but these are contingency lines in case lightning would strike around here or the fire would go with the wind, because this is where the wind is the fiercest, and it's blowing right towards the west here. They want to save Butte Meadows and Jonesville. So far, they've saved all the structures of Jonesville. They've done very good progress there. But the line won't be black until they burn off the vegetation right next to their lines. That'll protect it from wind-blown embers. There's been a huge amount of progress, but they're not ready to declare that black yet. By the end of the day, they might, or tonight, if they have the ability. I'm on the wrong screen again. Oh, I'm sorry. What's going on? Okay, something happened with technical difficulties. Okay, can you hear me now? It's one of those Verizon commercials. My stream became a Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? The bar is bouncing again, but that was bizarre. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. The computer just blipped out there. All right. So, okay, back to business. Ahem. Starting this conversation again for the third time. Look at all this extra line here. Because the reason they did this is this is where the fighting is the fiercest on the west side. Now, just because you don't see black line. Black line means you shall not pass. It means a fire can't get past it. Unless something completely freakish happened. And that only happens every couple of years that you hear about it. But black means done. These crews will move away from the area, and like Charlie will probably now help Division Echo. You know, now that Charlie's pretty much done. So these lines show the divisions, these yellow lines, which is just the bee's knees. I love how they penciled this in. Look at all this work that they did. That's because last night, starting several days ago, they knew they had a window of opportunity. Work as fast and hard as you can ahead of these lightning storms that are coming. So thunderstorms arrived last night, and at 9 p.m. they started flashing like crazy. They lit at least 5 fires, and they scrambled to catch up, and they saved the town of Crescent Mills because it tried to jump the highway and get over to Crescent Mills, and the fact that they fired ahead of time meant that the fire stopped right where they had fired. And Dennis just explained that just a little bit ago in his video. He is the man. Now, you won't see a percentage change because containment is a very hard definition of a word. They want people to trust that word. It's very important. So containment means the fire can't cross a line. So even though they'll start a line, which is basically a big road with dozers and such, it'll be this light gray hash stuff, which you guys can barely see my cursor. Let me see if the pen works again. This light gray hash stuff right there. Yeah, the pen works again. Excellent. We have fixed the problems. So if you see that right there, that's light gray. Now, that's under construction. Light gray R's right there, under construction, and that's a road that they're using that already exists as their line. That's what that's what R means in a string. So they won't pencil it in black until it's completely finished. So once they've built the line, they're going to fire the sides of either side of the road, so to speak, to burn the pine needles off and the little brush and the little sticks. That's to protect the taller trees that they expect to survive the fire, but they can only survive if they burned off the little pine needles and brush at the base of the trees. That's what allows the fire to climb, and so they'll do that at night in the calm winds, and they had that opportunity for the better part of last week. They really went as hard as they could on this while they had the opportunity. And once that's complete, they'll start making black. Because when the major fire arrives, because the wind keeps blowing it this way and to the west in general, when the real fire arrives, it's going to stop because A, there's a big road that it's going to stop at, and B, the trees that they leave standing won't be that flammable because there's nothing at the base to burn so it can climb the tree. Now, any of the dead trees, they're going to fell back. This is why it takes so long. They're going to fall, like, say, here's a tree. Here, that's a tree, man. Woo. And it's dead. They'll cut it down so it falls on that side of the line. Because if it fell this way, it would introduce fire, so to speak, across the line into the new area they don't want to burn. So that's why it takes so long. But they've made a huge amount of progress. Look at all these contingency lines. They're beautiful. The Evans fire will probably be contained if they can contain it. The one that just started over here. Lightning started a fire here. This is the Evans that we continuously monitor. Now look at this beautiful thing right here. This gray. They are already making a contingency line and had started work on it just in case the Dixie fire were to jump over the valley and get to here. Because the embers could jump that far. It's seen as impossible, but we've seen it time and time again last couple of years. Embers can travel, 5, 10 miles, 15 miles as the crow flies. if under extreme wind conditions, like hurricane force wind conditions, like we were seeing with the Paradise Fire, going down a canyon and moving at rapid rate of speed, like at 90 miles an hour, then those can go up to 25 miles away. It's theoretically possible. Yep, the Air Force is coming to help. Yep, I've seen some Air Force craft as I've been monitoring the situation. They've sent out drones. They have done a lot of things. I'm going to look back and we're going to check on the fire status, see if the airplanes are able to drop anything on the Evans. So far, air attack is just monitoring by the Evans. We go back to Cal Topo and see if we have any new evidence of a flare-up. We don't. The GOES satellite doesn't show any new heat. That's really good. Hopefully they're slamming it. They have 19 engines out there. This one is of major concern. This is the fire of, yikes, new hotspots. As of 1 minute ago, detected. But they're in the same spot. I don't think it's moved from what we were seeing, because this is, let's go to OpenStreetMap again. Yeah. So there's new detections of new heat, but that doesn't mean that it has traveled very far. I hope that they can ring this area. It's burning in a bowl, sort of, and up on a peak. With retardant, let's look at what the aircraft's doing on that neck of the woods. Yeah, they continue to slam that and go hard. So we've got flying over there, right near there's the Hercules. We've got multiple helicopters. We've got a DC, a McDonnell Douglas MD-87. Got 3 DC-10s at least, maybe a 4th. I think there's 2 Hercules on it, and there's 2 Marshes, the mini planes, and they're going ham on it. They're trying to get a handle on this, but we have red flag conditions over here. The other nightmare is that maybe these are sleeper fires. Sorry, wrong map. Second wrong map. Okay. So lightning that started the Evans fire, presumably that storm went west, went across where the Dixie was, crossed the valley. It could have been a different set, I don't know. Struck lightning here at the McFarland fire, caught readily and exploded, sort of. Then it proceeded north, and we've got the Rush, Island, Crystal, Campbell, Snow, Post, and then some things at the Oregon border and into Oregon. This seems to be what the lightning just did. Not all of these are becoming fires that they know yet, but they could be sleepers. A sleeper fire is a tree or like ground that got affected by the fire that's smoldering, and all it takes is some wind gusts to fan it into something huge. That means they know lightning struck the area. They may have had a detection. They may not be able to locate it. It may have self-extinguished. It may have been rained on, or it may be ready to explode. But 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts are very possible today. So we are hoping and praying that they're going to get a handle on this before the wind events, which are scheduled to be occurring in any moment. So looking back at Wendy, let's look at our radar. Anybody just tuned in, please do the like and subscribe thing. Hit the ringing bell. I tend to go live when there's a crisis. Please put any questions in chat. And sorry about the earlier tech issues. So Josh says, McFarland fire, 300 acres and is spotting out in front. Great. That would be due west. The wind has been pushing it to the west. Burning 3 miles north of the August complex burn scar. Yeah, clouds increasing in the McFarland area. We have a webcam. But look how abysmal it is. Down there is the McFarland fire. I'll play you the 6-hour time lapse. It started during the night, but I'm starting to bore people with replaying that again and again. But it was very evident that at night you could see it clear as day on the infrared. But there's its smoke column, and we've watched the wind change directions a couple times, watching this time lapse, and that's what the moisture is doing, is creating erratic winds and destabilizing the air. So we saw a heroic saving of Crescent Mills last night. That town dodged a bullet. And the fact that the firefighters on the Dixie fire pounced on a bunch of fires and put them out immediately, I mean, thank God they were there. That's a mixture of luck and being positioned very well, and making contingency lines. So everything could be way worse. We could have woken up today to having multiple fires outside the lines and everything out of control, but we didn't because of their hard work. So when we start, maybe after tonight, maybe tomorrow, we might see new containments. If everything goes okay today, we might see containment jump 20% at a time or even 40% at a time as they declare more of their lines black, which is what we want to see. So the Shasta Modoc camera is what you just shared. Yep, that's facing that fire, but I don't actually see the fire. I just see clouds in that scenario. We can see if this is fire with a time lapse, but this is a 6-hour time lapse looking towards the McFarland fire. I mean, the clouds are moving in with the storm, with the thunderstorm stuff. Look at all the dead trees. God. Yeah, part of that's fire scar, and there's a cameo by a pair of vultures. They need to get them on the ground immediately. This, so much of the state burned up. There's so many standing dead trees. That's a sad piece of information that I have to tell people is, unfortunately, the public thinks that the first fire is the bad one that rips across the landscape, and it's not true. The trees are still alive. Their trunks won't burn because it's full of sap and full of water. They kind of store water in their trunks, a little bit like camels. I mean, they're still alive, and there hasn't been any rain since June. That June 6th, if that tells you something. And so what burns off are the branches the first time the fire goes around. As bad as it is, it's just the branches that burned up, and the pine needles, and the sticks, and the brush, and the saplings. What happens if you don't salvage log, or at least fell? You don't even have to cart it away, but you need to get them on the ground, the standing dead trees. What happens if you don't? You have a worse wildfire because now all the trees are dead. And every tree can burn for 1,000 hours. Standing upright, 1,000 hours is a long period of time where in that 1,000 hours, is the wind going to pick up? If so, then the embers are going to be ripping off these trees that are on fire with the trunks burning too. These pieces of it will drift in the wind and start fires all over the place. It is a nightmare. So the fire is much more intense the next year or the year after. In 3 years, you have the worst case scenario. You definitely have to salvage log and get those trunks on the ground by 3 years. We learned this with the Tillamook burn fire, which was every 3 years, the same place burned again. 1933, the original Tillamook burn fire was horrific. It's west of Portland. Nothing stopped it except the rains in November. There was never any containment, never any control. A huge portion of northwest Oregon burned up. 4 months in a raging inferno. And it was all old growth, which was very sad. So old growth is 6 times thicker, up to 6 times thicker than a regular tree. So that's a 6,000 hour fuel, right? So every 3 years, there was just enough brush that grew up at the base of the standing old growth, so that the brush is like stacking up kindling against That's how you light a bonfire. So you have to put smaller things at the base of the bonfire, but the trees are standing up, right? So that when the lightning strikes and other things happened, and the brush was on fire, it lit the standing dead trees on fire, which then started burning for 6,000 hours a pop, which then started drifting in the wind and lighting the rest of the forest on fire, which became the 3-year jinx. You can Google that. It was this legend because 3 years of brush growth is perfect amount to start a mega fire again. And each one of the fires was worse because each time the fires went by, the poor little surviving trees, the pockets, the ones in little valleys and stuff, well, they didn't fare well the next times. So all the surviving trees will die too. So people, for some reason, are against salvage logging or like have this negative opinion of it. Get that out of your head right away. That's the only thing I can tell you. What you don't realize is that loggers are heroes, as well as the unsung heroes, as well as the water tenders and the people you don't hear about. Almost every single logger is a volunteer firefighter. That's like part of their job description. A lot of these firefighters that you're praising one day, they go back to their logging job, when the fire's over. They're helping. No matter what you think about what the company does and being against clear cutting and stuff, you don't blame the logger. After the fires roll through, you're going to have the demise of the rest of the forest if you don't get the standing dead trees removed. Doesn't matter if they're used or not. About 3 years goes by and the trunks rot and you can't use the lumber, period. They don't make money off of it, but they still have to do it. Like, if nobody does it, you're going to have worse fires in a pretty consistent 1 to 2 year jinx. So what has happened with the fires of last year? We have 9 months now of the dead trees drying out. There's no longer any water in them. They dried out. They're perfectly seasoned firewood. That's why you should be afraid anytime you look on the landscape and you see standing dead trees from previous wildfires. That just means they're gearing up to have another one. You should be very afraid. When I was in March, I had that knowledge, just studying ghost towns. The Tillamook burned up a lot of towns that never came back in Oregon. That's how I learned so much about it. When I went in March, when I finally got out of quarantine for a day, I went to Jawbone Flats, which is where the Beachy Creek fire started later, and I saw all the standing dead trees. I said, holy crap, this place is going to burn down. And it did. Because I saw no fire access roads, steep terrain, and standing dead trees. And so I said, this is a disaster waiting for a match. Lightning started the Beachy Creek fire in June, but since there were no fire access roads, the fire crews couldn't get to it, and they watched it for weeks. It goes by for more than a week, and then Labor Day happened, and the windstorm happened. And then people died. And 11 towns are missing. History repeated itself. We needed to have learned the lessons of the 1933 Tillamook burn. If we start reapplying the lessons, we will have much better outcomes. But get the stupid idea of logging is bad and salvage logging is bad and roadless forests are good out of your head, because there is no more Opal Creek wilderness. That old growth is gone. It was the last old growth of the Cascade Range, pretty much. It's completely gone. We lost it. Like, why would you preserve that from logging for more than 75 years to have it disappear in 24 hours in a mega fire? Development doesn't have to happen with roads. All you have to do is pass road laws to prevent development. That's what's going to protect the forest. Just because there's a road doesn't mean it gets developed. That's, if the law prohibits it, the law prohibits it. If you just give firefighters the only keys, then it's not going to get developed. But why would you go through the point of saving a historic town in an entire wilderness area and fight millions of dollars, against the state or whoever wanted to open it to logging just to have it disappear in 24 hours. They could have easily put out that fire. It just sat there at the size of like 2 to 3 acres for more than a week. You know, we have to learn our lessons again. They could have put in smoke jumpers, and they said no, because there's no way out for the smoke jumpers. And when we lost a crew of 20, I believe it was, they learned their lesson. Never put smoke jumpers in a place where there's no roads or ways out. If they had just had a dang road, everything would have been okay. But we're learning. We have to learn. And the more practical people get and the more lessons we learn, the more we realize we're on our same side. The left and right are on the same side. Just don't listen to extremists. So, we have a helicopter. Look, guys, there's a helicopter. It's the Bell. And so he's hanging out by Rattlesnake Peak right now. I know there's a couple of helipads over there. In fact, I know what helipad that is. I've been there. Wow. Okay. So he landed there. That may be with a smoke jumper crew. Or it could be that he's going to orient himself and maybe get some water from that lake up there or elsewhere to put on the fire. So that's exciting. It looks like there's finally a helicopter by the Evans fire or the Kessler Peak fire, either or. They did put 6 smoke jumpers there. So let's look back at chat. Anybody have any questions? The clouds are developing. Hayfork, California. Yep, the current conditions are northwest winds 2 miles an hour, gusting up to 6 near McFarland. Yeah, I read thank you, Josh, for the update. They have the potential, there's a red flag warning for the potential for 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and that could be happening any moment now as the storms move in. So they were scheduled to come into the Plumas County area around 2. That's what Julia, the official weather person for the fire, said. And I don't know at what point exactly. Let's go back to Windy. Where is it? Where is it? Windy. Here it is. I don't know when they were forecast to hit the Coast Range, but it looks like they're developing right there, right now. In the last hour, bands of moisture are starting to go through. So yeah, just like you showed us with the cams, Josh, the clouds were developing, and that's the thunderstorm clouds. So hopefully, we don't see lightning yet. We would see little bolts here. Windy is good at that. And fingers crossed we don't see any. But it looks like the band of moisture is mostly keeping to the east side of Almanor, in between Almanor and Susanville. But one band just went right over Chester. And another one's coming on the way to hit Chester right now. So if anybody has any questions in chat, do let me know. We continue to monitor the situation with the 2 major fires. The lightning started yesterday around 9 p.m. to midnight. And I can show you the birth of, whoops, let's refresh that. Indian Ridge is still so dang smoky. I don't know how the guy with the helicopter is even managing to get over there. Horrifically bad smoke forecasted for the valleys like Quincy and Chester right now. I feel sad for the people up there. With flight radar, we're looking at a massive attempt to put out or contain the spread of the McFarland fire. There's at least 3 DC-10s. There's several helicopters, 2 lead planes, and McDonnell Douglas MD-87. Plus, the world's ugliest helicopter has responded. The little green Hornet thing. When it comes back, I'll show it to you guys. But they're hitting it with everything they've got. But nevertheless, Wildwood is under evacuation warnings. But I expect, if we look at the wind, that the wind would probably push it towards Peanut, because it's going west to the west and the north. Probably on the south side of 36. It would probably hit the intersection of Highway 3 and 36, south of Peanut, if they didn't get a handle on things. But with the clouds moving north too, Wildwood definitely could be impacted. It could decide that it wants to go to Wildwood and go up the canyon this way, which is a lesser known highway, Wildwood Road. So it could straddle both if it gets out of control. But because the thunderstorms are creating erratic winds, it can spread in any direction and decide to do whatever it pleases. That's what it is so scary about today, frankly. While they're fighting this, let's say they do get a handle on it, this new storm could potentially make new fires. Just bang, bang, bang. There could be more and more lightning. We don't know if any of it will happen, if it'll be dry lightning or wet lightning. We have no idea. It could be completely beneficial and help rain them out. We have no idea. But all kinds of aircraft are coming. Here comes the MD-87, the Orange Gill, a fish plane. It's like they made it look like a fish. This guy is cool. I have seen videos of Tinker 102, and holy mackerel. You would think they were going to smack into a mountain a whole bunch of times, but they pull up at the last second, and you wouldn't believe how acrobatic passenger planes could be. It's pretty unreal. So we have seen some very sketchy altitudes, with the peaks here being higher than higher than the airplanes. You know, the peaks around here. So let's look back at chat. Via the wildfire intel, 300 plus acres now with a spot over McFarland Ridge where the retardant line has been. Now that would be a job for the helicopters and the marshes to go in after. They're more the precision strikers. The big passenger jets are for laying the huge splashes of red retardant. If you've got a problem like a spot that jumped over a road, that's a job for Sikorsky's and the little helicopters. And boy, did we see some incredible footage last year when I was just trying to dig it up, and examples of that. Sikorsky pilots are just wizards. I don't see any Sikorsky's on this particular fire right now, but the way they do it is not what you think. They don't hover over the top and drop. That's pretty much for fires that are tiny. Once they get big, what they do is they can't hover over the top because the heat would throw the helicopter into a spin. It would just push it over and knock it over. It's invisible heat that's what's rising. And the updrafts are very hazardous. So what they do is they take the bucket and they try to swing it. And they veer away from the fire. They go straight at it and they veer away and they release. And it slings the water right on the spot fire with really pinpoint precision. They may only be 30 feet above the ground. Like the little swinging bucket is almost touching it. And if they miss, then that could be disaster, and if that could mean the difference between the fire getting out of control or not. Because the fire, if a ember goes across the line and hits a hillside, it's going to be 10 feet wide in like 2 minutes, and 20 feet wide in 3 minutes, and 40 feet wide in 5 minutes. And a bucket can only hit, maybe a 20 by 20 area. So the moment they see that ember go across the road or up on a hillside, it's basically like whistle, hey, copter, look at that. And if he happens to be already coming back with his water, then he can splash, boom, get it. Hey, there's a copter right there. It just appeared out of nowhere. It's a bell. Yeah, the long bell. Maybe it's the Lone Ranger again. He was the coolest pilot in Napa. But anyway, if they miss the splash and only get part of it, the rest of the fire escapes and races up the hill. That could be the difference between the fire being out by noon and becoming some sort of a million acre monster. It's high pressure and high risk. So pilot skills, they make a huge difference. With this kind of terrain, aircraft, it's a dependency upon aircraft help. You know, they just can't do dozer lines and say everything's going to be okay. They'll be pivotal and instrumental. But just aircraft can't put out a fire, and just dozers can't put out a fire there. It's a coordinated attack, just like the Air Force and landing troops on a beachhead or like D-Day or whatever. And you know what? This is a lot like D-Day. In fact, wildfire fighting is a lot like D-Day because the Air Force dropped the equivalent of smoke jumpers, right? The parachutists, the paratroopers, behind the enemy lines. And that's basically what we do today. I think wildland firefighting should basically be considered war. The more we treat it like war and get our military involved, instead of just having it sit, the better we're going to be able to fight these. I mean, what else is the military doing on the continent? You know, we haven't been invaded for a while. They could really be useful. So we continue to see more aircraft. Tanker 102 is there. There's the McDonnell Douglas. I think they'll probably go lower. So they'll probably circle around. I don't know if they've made their drop. Wait, are they climbing? If they climb, they've made the drop already. And that would have probably been right here where this plane is gone back to look at it. And that's probably what just happened. So, yeah, the Rockwell's at 8,000 feet to get a good vantage point. If the tanker is circling, then that means they need to come around for the drop. But he could be returning to Reading. So the altitude is 6,175 for the McDonnell Douglas. And if we see that get higher, they're probably going back to Reading. But we've seen a lot of Hercules in the area as well. And there's the copter probably probably getting water out of that creek. I don't know how deep it is, but oh, he's at 4,000 feet, 4,700. Maybe not. Maybe he's going somewhere. But probably to get water. So looking back at the chat, the McFarland fire is west of the I-5 freeway, roughly 30 miles west of Reading and a bit south. Yeah, it's on the west side of California here in the Coast Range. It's extremely rugged, but not as, by far, way shorter. You know, not as tall as the Sierras. The Dixie is up into the 7,000 feet range, and the Coast Range. Oh, there's poor Ruth. Ruth barely made it through the fire. I hope it is not affected. The Coast Range is more like hills, frankly, just kind of like the Coast Range west of Portland, where down in the valleys, the canyons, it's like 1,000 to 2,000 feet elevation and barely reaching 3 for most of the ridges, with a couple peaks being like 4,000. But it's this crazy drive, if you've ever gone through it, of zigzaggy stuff through the built for stagecoaches, basically zigzagging through the hills, where it's so sparsely populated you can be driving for an hour and you haven't passed any sign of a human. Maybe there's abandoned homes and stuff, ancient historic buildings kind of half falling apart, or where you think homes used to be, the occasional ranch entrance, or a home on a hillside, which may or may not be seasonally inhabited or year-round. When you get to the little valleys, that's where people live. But the ranches are out here, and the cattle wander around. and it's been beset by many, many fires. I've got some pictures, and I put a GoPro on my car. I accidentally got behind the lines of a wildfire that started when I started driving here, and that was at least 7 years ago. But I started getting the clue that something was wrong because the whole landscape looked freshly burned, and then I started seeing steam rising from the blackened grass fires on either side of the road. I was like, steam? What the heck? And I looked up at the ridge, and I saw smoke over a ridge line, and I had basically just come upon where the fire had just left. So I was really confused. I turned on the radio. There's no reception. They closed the road behind me to traffic because this wildfire had erupted, and here I am completely alone in the wilderness going, what's going on? And when I finally got back to a major highway, they said, what the hell are you doing in there? I'm like, what's going on? And then I saw the helicopters going over, and they were dumping stuff. But it's remote. It really is. I mean, people think California is overpopulated, but in general, rural places are getting smaller and bigger places are getting bigger. So LA is growing, but this has never had any major towns ever. There's nothing to do for the economy. There's the trees are scrubby. This is very scrubby and manzanita-like and tumbleweed-like. There's very little water. It's trapped in these little canyons and such. And just quite rugged. So looking at CAL FIRE, let's check on the satellites. Thank goodness we don't see any new heat detections. It's pretty much staying where we've seen it, and these are up to date as of one minute ago. So there's no new heat detection. The orange is 10 minutes ago to 60 minutes ago. So maybe they're getting a handle on it, and I hope so. Let's look at, let's go back to the Dixie fire and look at its heat detections. Last call for questions, because I think I'm going to wrap this up and then come back later tonight or tomorrow, because as we speak, I don't see any breaking news going on. I'm going to look at the, where's the sheriff's, Trinity County Sheriff's Office. Let's see if they have any new evacuation info. Let me go back and look at that real quick. Last call for questions. It's still an evacuation warning for Wildwood and Deer Lick Springs Road. No new updates as of 3 hours ago for Trinity County. So people of Wildwood have got to be on pins and needles. These communities are so dang small, though, that'll be a door-to-door thing to notify people. Internet to cell phone receptions are pretty non-existent out there in general. Let's look back. I don't see anything new at the evidence fire as far as heat detections. That's just the one that began last night. I'm going to refresh Plumas County Sheriff's Office, Twitter, and not Twitter, the CAL FIRE on Facebook. But I've been covering this since 3 in the morning, so I could use a nap. So the Forest Service, we don't have anything new from the Forest Service. So let's go to, let's see if he's made anything new. Oh, he has. Okay. So Daniel Kearns, 1 hour ago, says, I need to correct myself regarding lightning fires around the area. There's several that are not extinguished yet. Wow. So he made a new video. How long is this? It's 20 minutes. I don't have time for 20 minutes. I'm sorry. But you guys can check out him. He's a local, he's being hailed as a local hero. He's a boots on the ground guy. You'll have to, on Facebook, look for him, Daniel Kearns, and then put in Taylorsville, Kearns. He's off duty I think he's off duty, volunteer firefighter in Taylorsville, giving people updates. I've already showed him before, previously, hours ago on the stream. He was talking about the fight to save Crescent Mills last night, which thank goodness was successful. So let me go back to Plumas County Sheriff's. Hang on a second. I want to make sure that there's nothing new going on with Dixie Fire. Let's see here. Plumas County Sheriff's Office. And nope, there's nothing new. And I'm getting quite fatigued, and talking a long time dries out my throat. So, last call. Anybody have a question about what the situation is right now? We have, the last thing we are seeing now is aircraft continue to slam to McFarland. It's a beast. Red flag warning. Storms are still coming. Just arriving any moment now are the new lightning strike potential thunderstorms. Oh God, look at that. This one is heading towards the Dixie Fire. Look at that thing. But that's a lot of moisture. There's only a 20% chance of any kind of precipitation, and they didn't mention it being significant. But look at that. Now please, please go rain on the Dixie Fire. Thank you. No lightning. Let's hold the lightning. See, extra water, extra clouds, please. Hold the lightning, and French fries, and a Diet Coke. Thank you, nature. Hopefully she'll cooperate. Now let's look back at the weather developing. Yep, there's some moisture going over to the McFarland, but nothing with rain. Well, maybe a little bit. What's that? What's that? That might have some rain. Fingers crossed. But hopefully that isn't bringing the 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts that they think may happen. That would be one heck of a disaster, wet or not. Because we know these clouds aren't big enough to be covering with rain the entire fires. So the next couple hours are going to be critical. I can't sit here the entire time. I'll return if I'm not sleeping, and if anything it gets bad, I'll continue to monitor the situation. So looking back at chat, Joe says right now I think we're just waiting to see if the winds kick up on McFarland. Yeah, seems to be the most pressing threat. Absolutely. The Evans one though is disconcerting, and the not Kettle Rock, but Kessler Peak here, over here, is disconcerting. There's a lot of historical assets up here that I would hate to see die in the fire. That's my next documentary. It's supposed to be there. So if you guys could please do me the honor of liking the video, hitting the subscribe button, hit the ringing bell. You'll know when I go live next. You won't know unless you make the bell hit the ringing icon. And I hate people that like beg for likes and subscribes, but I actually can't reach people if I'm not in an upward trend of getting new subscribers and new likes. So I'm very honored if you would help me with that. And I will try to cover what I can. Don't be shy. Please tell me anything that you would like me to know about wildfires. It's Catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. You can send me video links. You can send me personal photos, personal stories. You can remain anonymous. Do you have any survival stories? Or just anything you want to share about how you were affected by these wildfires? Or any wildfire. I also love old-timers telling me stories about the region and tell me where I should go film things, you know. Tell me about secret places. I don't share them with the public, but I want to get them on film before wildfires take down the last of our historic heritage. Because look at this button. Look at this. Look at how much of California and the West has burned. That's a lot of our history that's gone. We're reaching the point where this entire counties of California have zero, stamp mills left. Zero. examples of crib dams left. 0 examples of standing ghost towns left. 0. That is frightening. That means that in this trend, this continuing trend, that video may be the only way we can preserve a lot of our history. Just capture it before it burns. We have to be practical about that, and I have to get on it. There's a lot of things we lost that I already planned to film. So just fingers crossed here, but that's my email. And let me show that one. Serene Sapphire says, Catherine, like, share to others, subscribe. Thank you. Oh, tell people about me. I'm very bad at promotion. I'm not here to self-promote. I'm here to educate, help people. I learned about fire because of personal loss, and I'd rather other people don't learn that way. I'd rather other people know how to avoid personal loss. So coming down the pipe, I'm going to make individual videos about how to survive being caught in a wildfire, how to prepare your property, survival stories, do's and don'ts, stories of people that perished, stories of people that lived, for education, and interviews with survivors, I hope. So thank you very much, guys. If you find other Facebook groups, Twitters, and things like that, drop my link in for my channel, and hopefully we can educate more people together. This is a family atmosphere. We'll all make it together. No matter what will happen today, we'll get through it. I mean, yesterday was the anniversary of the start of World War I. Now, that generation got through that, and that was worse. You know, on the bright side, we're not looking up at bombs dropping on us, you know. Once World War I began, that we lost more than 20 million people in 4 years, you know, worldwide in that conflict. And there was worldwide famine, plus a pandemic flu that killed somewhere between 60 and 200 million people. It eradicated entire peoples, entire Indian tribes went extinct. We're facing a similar situation, but we know that we can get through it because we got through worse as a people, and we'll come together the same way we did back then and get through it today. So everybody stay strong. Oh, there's a photo. Before I go, there's a photo. Wow. That's the McFarland. Which cam is this? That's Hayfork 2? At what time? 2:24? It's 10 minutes ago? Okay, folks, we're going to go back to it. I had that cam. Yep, look how nice it got. Look how nice it got while I turned my back. So that's going to allow them to drop the water. Okay, a storm's good for something. That's how they're utilizing the aircraft right now. Let's do a time lapse. Let's do the whole 12-hour time lapse, then I swear I'm going. So this is last night when McFarland started by lightning. We're at 4 in the morning, 4:30, 5 in the morning, 5:30, dawn at 6 in the morning, 6:30, 7. Oh, I saw aircraft. Yeah, no, it's vultures. 8 in the morning. And this is the muddy stuff that by 9 in the morning, I wasn't thinking they could have aircraft on it. But thank goodness they found a way. This is 11 in the morning. Noon. One o'clock. 2. Current time is 2:34 in the afternoon, and there it is. What a difference. See these thunderstorms, and the wind has just rolled in just now. So I'll check back and see what the heck has occurred. Josh says, I'm guessing the second plume is from the spot that jumped a ridge. Yeah, I bet you're right. So it's being awful right now. It's awful conditions. Just we're praying that all these aircraft are going to be safe, and all the people on the lines are going to be safe right now, and all the communities are going to be safe. This could be new fires. You have to have an A, B, and C plan. Your 3 evacuation routes away from your dwelling, but please have a D plan of what you're going to do. What are you going to do if a fire starts near your dwelling, like with lightning or power line down? Have a place within walking distance or a very short drive, like a pond, a pool, a culvert under a bridge, a bridge itself, a golf course, a open field without any vegetation in it. Even a deep ravine creek sort of thing. Sometimes people save themselves by going face down in a creek. Don't drive through flames. That doesn't work very well. Let some air pressure out of your tires, like 5 to 10 pounds maybe, because hot air expands. And so when you drive over hot pavement, it could pop your tires. Be ready to go. Keep listening to the radio. Keep a TV on so that the alarm thing can come on and interrupt the broadcast. Keep that cell phone charged. Get ready. And instead of driving through flames, calmly proceed to the nearest safe spot that I just outlined, something like that, golf courses and such. And don't go to sleep in red flag conditions like that with fire danger and fires near you. If you're at a dead-end road or something, or nobody is around that can keep monitoring, sleeping shifts throughout the night, then consider going to sleep in your car and driving somewhere safe for the night. Like a Walmart parking lot, a big box store, the parking lot of the school. Spend the night with friends, do something like that. It's if you're on one end of a one-lane road, higher up in the hills, and you're not right on a paved road ready to go, consider yourself at a level of extra vulnerability. And if you have a warning, consider yourself mandatory. Elevate yourself one notch. Consider your neighbors too. Do they have the ability to get out? Take them with you. Make sure they know. Don't assume just because the whole neighborhood is busy preparing to evacuate that your neighbors even know what the heck's going on. So take care of your community and make the decisions you can live with. There's the law, then there's the right thing to do. And if somebody, some little old lady is unaware of the danger, doesn't want to go, consider just taking her with you. One of the worst things that I ever witnessed as a kid was leaving an old lady behind who was a World War II survivor. And she was ranting a little bit about how I've been through the Holocaust, I can live through this. And they left her behind, and they just couldn't stand. They couldn't sleep that night. Why did we leave her? Why did we leave her? And thank God the police basically picked her up and carried her on their shoulders and made her leave. And we breathed a sigh of relief. And so she was safe that way. But look, just make decisions you can live with. Nobody's going to arrest you for kidnapping, If you got to take somebody. If a fire is roaring down the hill, take somebody. But then again, don't get shot, Don't start a fight. But you got to use your own discretion, but make the decisions you can live with. Don't leave people behind. So warn people at the very least. That is your duty, if you at all possibly can. And offer to help. Give people rides. Open your doors to strangers. Do whatever you have to do. We survive by being a community. Yeah, unlike Catherine, I'm actually shutting down now. Yeah, and thank you so much, Serene. You're so right. You're awesome. Everybody here is awesome. And I will be monitoring the situation and be with you when the crisis returns. I'll be streaming when there's not a crisis too, just whenever I can. But everybody out there, just prepare and be safe. Thoughts and prayers are with you all, and everybody, good luck.